engaged to the vice president of Pepsi-Cola. Undaunted, Galson had to get a lawyer, instructing give me my music back since it was in her company. The alleged miscreant, K. Norton, cost me a pretty penny, he said. 141. Exhausted and exasperated with such exploitation, musicians in a changed atmosphere brought by the reluctant retreat of state-sponsored Jim Crow sought, in the 1950s, to embark on a path independent of those responsible for their bludgeoning. Their path was smoothed by an altered global calculus, i.e. the need for Washington to improve its human rights record so as to better challenge Moscow. In this changed context, the new music became a vehicle whereby Western European allies, especially France, could express disquiet with Jim Crow while selectively appropriating, like a dinner menu, elements of the superpower's culture, for example, the music of Charlie Parker. 142. Ultimately, this complex process benefited not only touring musicians but African Americans as a whole. 7. Haitian Fight Song. Charles Mingus was miffed. The Falstaffian bassist, pianist, composer, and bandleader of Protean Appetites had sought to shake the hold of exploiters on the production of his music, which was becoming ever more popular because of his immense creativity. He was so well regarded as an artist that the talented bassist William Monk Montgomery, born in 1921, felt like going back to the trucks after hearing Mingus. How could anybody play an instrument like that, he marveled. How could I ever get to be like that, he asked rhetorically and balefully. 1. Success has many parents, and the attainments of Mingus were no exception. I was his original teacher, said Trummy Young. I charged him about $2 a lesson. But Young revealed the essence of why Mingus was so ambitious and capable. He practiced 17 or 18 hours a day, every day, the real secret of Mingus's greatness. The two were close, and Young had reason to glimpse his ability. He willed me his instrument when he died too. The versatile Mingus, born in 1922, took advantage of the renewed dispensation delivered by the official retreat from Jim Crow in the 1950s and continued pressure on Washington to scurry away from the more egregious aspects of racism, so that Moscow could be better charged with human rights violations, and collaborated with like-minded drummer Max Roach in forming Debut Records. Mingus was disgusted with the music business. There was no honest accounting, and he had to find out how many records he sold by inquiring randomly. He would buy $1,000 of his records, but the result would not appear on royalty statements. He was walking in the footsteps of Otis and Leon Rene, so-called Creoles from New Orleans, lighter-skinned Negroes in other words, who arrived in Los Angeles in the 1920s and wound up controlling a record company. 3. Despite the acclaim garnered by the music of Mingus and Roach, on the eve of Debut's debut, the drummer conceded that nobody was asking us to record, so we decided to do it ourselves. 4. In addition to Debut, it was recommended that Mingus and others form co-op clubs to be run by musicians to elude the hegemony of club owners. 5. All music, said Roach, has an improvisational aspect, but black people invented ways to do it collectively. 6. Establishing a new musical form that, even as it was flourishing, was being ignored by all too many, inducing the percussionist and bassist to embark on an independent path. But by 1955, writing from Boston, a company responsible for getting Debut's records to market was informing Mingus bluntly, regarding our not paying you for merchandise, somewhere along the line there was an understanding that merchandise, meaning exquisite music we received from you, was to be paid for when this merchandise was completely sold. Thus they were packing up the merchandise we have of yours, equal to the amount we owe you, and returning same for credit. 7. In response, we are quite surprised at the manner in which you conduct business, Debut castigated curtly, telling the company, you owe us for merchandise. 8. Mingus's distributor replied with similar castigation, frankly we are rather surprised at your indignation, since in the past, months would go by after we sent you an order without a reply on your part. We thought that we were doing you a favor. 9. Despite the mutual irritability, John Sewell of Rochester, New York, a consumer of the music, found a great deal of interest in Debut Records. The only catch is, of course, there is no place to buy them. 10. Composing, practicing, and performing, Mingus hardly had the time or energy to compete with single-minded executives in the music business. He had to labor and strain to pack records for shipping. After the shedding of sweat, his wife then partners split and, he claimed, took the company with her and wed Saul's ends of Fantasy Records. Now he owns it, said Mingus, and they're millionaires. But while he was with the firm, gangsters wanted to sabotage him, he said, and thus I hit one. There were conflicts with the Gallo brothers, who were killers. His competition with other record labels was stiff too. All Bob Weinstock of Prestige Records had to do was to find a good pusher, bring him to the recording date, keep the guys happy and get some music out. He paid Charlie Parker, he paid Sonny Rollins, he paid practically everybody who was using dope that way. He got better dope than they got white dope. 11. Undaunted by the setback, a debut executive was pushing for the banding together of independent recording companies, like the Mingus Roach venture, in order to reap benefits so far only available to the major labels. We have been in business 3 years, a debut associate said in 1955, and have long felt the need for such an association. 12 But Mingus was swimming in a sea of piranhas, which was evidenced early on when he spoke with Mr. Herman Lubinsky, Savoy Records, a particularly voracious predator, who was providing advice to this business neophyte, which was akin to seeking advice about heaven from the devil. 13 Like many Negro men of this era, Mingus had reason to be perpetually upset. After witnessing a fiery confrontation the bassist had with the notorious New York City police, pianist Horace Silver commented euphemistically, Mingus was very adamant about racial situations. 14. Mingus was an imposing figure, able to implant his will by force of personality, if not by simple intimidation. Danny Richmond, a drummer born in 1931, who often accompanied Mingus, spoke of him as a handsome bastard before he got fat. He'd take jobs as a male model when things got tough. I saw pictures of Charlie, half-naked with 3 half-naked broads women beaming at him in some porno mag. He married 4 of them, he added with apparent flippancy. Suggesting Mingus's reputation, he added, some he supported, some supported him. Indicative of his ability to implant his will was an occasion in San Francisco when Mingus was speaking to one of the girls sick. Her pimp came up, didn't like what he saw, words passed. Charlie wasted no time. He swung a right. The pimp pulled a gun. Charlie stomped him. Still, he concluded, Charlie was no pimp. He was a ladies' man. 15 In contrast, Mingus confessed that he tried to be a pimp. As early as 1939, Mingus admitted that alongside Dexter Gordon, he was performing at a pimp's club. 16. Mingus was not unique in participating in this sordid business. His partner Roach rationalized that even that brief episode one had with the pimp thing, that is, enmeshed in this nasty commerce, was motivated by trying to become more independent. 17. Horn man Jackie McLean recalled a time in Cleveland when he gave Mingus notice that he was leaving the band after the bassist shouted at him during his solo. Bam, said McLean, Mingus hit me right in the mouth. I went in my pocket and took my knife out and opened it. I was going to stab him, he insisted. In fact, I cut him through his clothes, and the fiery Mingus promptly fired me. The union wanted me to retaliate, said McLean, asserting he's already hit somebody here in the union office. Mingus, he said, also smacked trombonist Jimmy Nepper, born in 1927. But McLean refused to seek expulsion of Mingus from the union, even though he was injured severely. I couldn't play, he lamented, since he'd knocked my teeth back. All those teeth were pushed back facing the back of my throat. But Mingus's fury was not simply directed at musicians and pimps. McLean was with him when the teenager Emmett Till of Chicago was lynched on spurious grounds in Mississippi after an alleged tempestuous encounter with a Euro-American woman. Mingus was furious and immediately dedicated a tune to his memory. 18. Perhaps contemplating his volatility, pianist Marian McPartland, born in Britain in 1918, commiserated with Mingus and his difficulty in launching debut records. That poor guy. I think it overwhelmed him. He wasn't a businessman. It's a shame because it was such a wonderful idea, as exemplified when others sought to emulate him. Bandleader Stan Kenton, she said, had a mail order company too. In fact, there were dozens of people that did that, as musicians sought valiantly to escape the stranglehold of capital. McPartland sought to break free from these monocles too. I employed a couple of girlfriends to fill the orders and pack the records up. I got as far as putting out 3 CDs on Halsey and her label, and then I gave up, frustrated by the ability to market without advertising and an adequate distribution network. She had been funded initially by the wealthy Sherman Fairchild, and she also worked with Hank O'Neill. I think he was still with the CIA, she said, and in the end I had to get a lawyer to get rid of him, further illustrating the perils of the business of music. 19. Despite the bravura impact of debut records, a few decades later the critic Playthell Benjamin was posing a question then in the air: will jazz survive? He asked in a comment on the state of the great American art. He pointed to the headwinds encountered by the label of drummer Rashid Ali, born in 1933. Survival was the ironic name of his enterprise, while Philly Jazz was the name given to that of saxophonist and flutist Bayard Lancaster, born in 1942. Artists often sell their records on the sidewalk outside jazz clubs and concert halls, said Benjamin, as they found it difficult to circumvent existing distribution networks. 20. It was not just admitted gangsters like Morris Levy who were a bane to the existence of musicians. Roach scorned Teddy Raig, yet another executive, who like a plagiarist got into the business with the knowledge he got from Otto Wilkinson, a Negro mastermind, but unlike the latter, went right to the top. 21 of Raig, who worked for both Levy and his fellow exploiter, Herman Lubinsky. It was said by an observer that he could easily have become a strong-arm enforcer for the mob, as he was seldom above using physical force. 22. These avaricious power-hungry hoodlums with close ties to plug uglies were accused credibly of counterfeiting records, depriving musicians of income through a black market, all of which required the protection of a muscular bodyguard. 23 Max Roach, an expert on virtually every aspect of the industry, knew that Levy, a Cuban Jew, was part of the mob, an association exemplified when his brother Irving was killed. Somebody shot him, yet another tough guy erased. 24. The up-and-coming saxophonist Sonny Rollins, born in 1930, was subject to similar forces. He was no neophyte in that his parents were Virgin Islanders and his great-grandfather was a doctor in Haiti. Growing up in Harlem, he found everybody was sympathetic to Garveyites. Garvey was a very sympathetic figure in his neighborhood. My grandmother was a Garveyite and I was marching up and down for the Scottsboro Boys and Free Tom Mooney. I grew up in that. It was just something that was normal to me. It made me feel that I was worthwhile as a human being, the latter two being political prisoners backed by the Communist Party. In those days there were a lot of people that were losing their apartments, he recalled, speaking of the ravages of the Great Depression. And there were always pianos out on the street from people who had to move, having been evicted. You'd go walk down the street, here's a piano. He was surrounded by musicians as he ambled along. The vocalist known as Bobs Gonzalez was living on the Hill in Harlem, likewise for Duke Ellington, Andy Kirk, Coleman Hawkins. All the top musicians lived on the Hill, while on my block there were people like W.E.B. Du Bois, the premier intellectual and organizer, and NAACP lawyer Thurgood Marshall. We would be playing ball and stuff, and I remember Du Bois coming home every night. He was rubbing shoulders with pianists Bud Powell and Willie the Lion Smith, often departing clubs then not mob-owned, but as you went downtown there was a palpable difference as the influence of Lucky Luciano and other racketeers grew. These were not the people that you would want to, have dinner with, a malign impact that he was forced to endure. I worked many clubs where I didn't get paid. I've worked places where my overcoat was stolen in addition to his labor. I've got a mental block, he confessed, so I don't have to relive those days. We just expected that as musicians, particularly not getting paid after playing. Once a fight breaks out, forget it. You're not going to get your money. You're lucky if you get your coat, good thing you have your horn in your hand. His neighbor Dubois once uttered words with which he agreed, it's the obligation of artists to be political, which brought him to the significance realized by Mingus. But this noble notion was seemingly at odds with the like desire to excel as a musician. I had discipline, he said, I practiced 15 hours a day with not any thought about it, leaving not much time for politicking. 25. The competitiveness of the business compelled musicians who wanted to excel to practice, at times in a manner that seemed excessive. Hank Jones, who started playing piano at the age of 10, said later in life, if I don't practice every day, or every other day, I have to put in 2 sometimes 3 hours in compensation, and if I want to compose something or get into something where I'm doing composition, I might spend the whole day at the piano. Again, this did not leave much time for politicking and lobbying, though Jones was among those who defied this logic by being a voracious reader. I buy too many books, he confessed. 26. Startlingly, in his early 90s, trumpeter Snooky Young admitted, every day I put in 2 hours of practice. 27. Mingus and Roach were not alone, in other words, in their political orientation. Mingus, in particular, was a fighter, and not just in his pugilistic acumen. Predictably, one of his signature tunes is Haitian Fight Song, a roaring anthem of resistance that captures the gathering militancy of the 1950s, when it was composed. Mingus thought of Buddy Collette as my best friend, my run-in buddy, we went everywhere together. 28. In turn, Collette gave him credit for the amalgamating of the formerly segregated musical locals, for in union battles he was always fighting the battle of the racial thing. The merger occurred in 1953 and delivered better health and welfare and pension benefits. It led to merit selection of musicians benefiting the exceedingly competent Negro artists, though there was a downside involved in relinquishing autonomy, no small matter when Negro musicians were more friendly to radicalism. Collette, who influenced the bassist as much as anyone else, admitted to receiving communist literature. It sort of opened up the mind, he opined. I was around Robeson during this time, he conceded. 29. And endorsed socialist views. No sectarian, Collette also raised funds for the American Civil Liberties Union, alongside drummer and club impresario Shelly Manne, though the group was sympathetic to anti-communism. 30. The amalgamation was a mixed blessing at best, in that it eroded an independent Negro power base in favor of diluting their strength in a mainstream yoke. Purportedly, a colloquy in a car between Mingus and Collette and trombonist Britt Woodman led to this 1953 merger. 31. Still, there was little comparison between the Negro Local 767 building on Central Avenue in Los Angeles and its counterpart on Georgia Street near Figueroa. As for the latter, said Collette, it was a fabulous building and it was really stunning. Despite the downside, in other words, it was understandable why amalgamation was sought, particularly when overall union boss James Petrillo objected. I don't see why we have to get together, he croaked. 32. The 1950s, in sum, was an era of incipient change, with positivity impelled by changing global currents and deeply bred Negro militancy. Mingus's partner, Roach, recalled moving from the fabled Dismal Swamp area on the Virginia-North Carolina border, the area where Nat Turner, heroic slave rebel, solidified his forces after his rebellion. 33. Roach escaped to New York City in the 1930s, though he brought with him a militant heritage. My great-grandfather is from Barbados, he detailed, and his are from Jamaica. 34. Both bastions of resistance to enslavement. 35. I can vaguely remember, he said years later, standing on those bread lines and they would give you a bag of Midland meal and some fatback. He made it to boys' high school in Brooklyn, but it wasn't until the 1940s that I began to be introduced to reefer marijuana and stuff like that. He was present at the creation of the bebop turn, adding that higher taxes and costs for big bands drove musicians into smaller combos, like the ones in which he excelled. 36. If you had dancing on stage, if you had singing on stage, a tax was imposed during the war. Big bands, they were finished then. There was no way a producer or entrepreneur could afford to do that anymore, shaking the business to the core. Everybody reduced their bands down and you just sat and people listened, which, in a sense, opened the door for debut records to be launched. There were no big ballrooms, as before. As people came and they sat and listened 37, one might as well listen at home on one's record player. Like Mingus, he found seeking to run a company difficult. We would have to take pistols to Boston to collect, they'd hold on to the records, Roach said, speaking of those with whom he had contractual arrangements. It was the mafia, and we took our records back. Perceptively, his interlocutor, the writer Emery Baraka, added, I also think it's because they didn't want that concept of musicians trying to run their own affairs, plus the black thing made it worse. 38 As for the pistol, everybody carried them, said Roach. It was common and also included Harlem Congressman Adam Clayton Powell. I know him, said Roach, and he too used to carry his pistol. 39 Yet, despite the sheer terror in embarking on a path of economic independence, Roach was resolute in resisting retreat. I don't like to think about going back to those periods when we were treated like animals, he roared in 1988. Less than animals. 40 Thus, in addition to debut, he proclaimed, I formed my own publishing company, Milma Publishers. 41. Roach was unsparing in his evisceration of record companies, compelling his entrepreneurial initiative. These barracudas, he charged, have no mercy. No matter how much you've done and how much money you've made for them yesterday, when you go to see them today, they're going to say, what have you got new? Hence, he said, you're constantly welcoming new challenges to come up with an idea, so you can stay alive in the business. This, he emphasized, was the impetus behind the constant innovation of his comrade-cum-competitor Miles Davis, which some of his admirers found so maddening. He knows the business is like that. It just won't permit him to go back. 42. Working in clubs was even harsher. When you worked downtown, he said, speaking of Manhattan, which was in the white part of the city, you work 7 days a week for 6 weeks straight. The 7th week you had a week off with pay. We worked from 9 to 3. Then uptown in Harlem we worked from 4 until 8 or 9 o'clock the next morning, 7 days a week as well. 43. The pile-driving drummer Elvin Jones had a similar experience. Like other musicians, he joined the military, then a band therein. It wasn't segregated, he said of this 1946 experience. Next, he worked with Wardell Gray, just before his unfortunate death, then a piano player named Philip Hill, working from 9 till about 1 in the morning, a condition made worse when he wasn't paid. So, I went out the door and saw these footsteps in the snow. And then I followed them 2 blocks before finding the man who ran off with the payroll and engaging in self-help to get paid. 44 Quincy Jones had a similar experience in France in the 1950s. The booker took the advance and disappeared, frustrating him and his bandmates. You talk about trouble, all these people looking you in the eye. 45 The drummer and trumpeter were not terribly unique. Horn man Benny Golson was hired in 1953 to write music for the comedy team of Stump and Stumpy. I was not paid, he groaned. The truth was that they didn't have the money, hardly a consolation. 46. Near that same time, Percy Heath recalled how he performed 6 weeks and got paid for 2, since these gangsters who owned the club, why they just put out bad checks. And one of those guys used to wave this .45 pistol around. In another case, before they paid us, somebody else bought the master of the recording and put it out and they didn't have to pay us. 47 Drummer Jimmy Cobb shed further light on why musicians might want to arm. I remember being on a stage once with Earl Bostic in New Orleans, a saxophonist born in 1913, where a guy pulled out a pistol. We were outside. These guys are shooting at each other across the street. They were like cowboys. Pow, pow. I said, whoa, wait a minute. Get me out of here. By then, Earl is probably up under the piano. It was like the Wild West. 48. Perhaps, but such incidents were more likely to occur in the Deep South, where Jim Crow was more inured. There, enforcing racism rigidly generated violence. Paul Williams, saxophonist born in 1915, remembered a time in Dixie when people in the audience would be fighting one another. "I never played a dance where something didn't break out. I saw some people get real cut up." Then in Panama City, Florida, his manager, Teddy Raig, went to collect the money after an engagement, and this big old sheriff with the white hat says, "You ain't getting no money here tonight," for Jim Crow also bred corruption and collaboration between law enforcement and bosses. Like others, Williams had burned in his memory a time when audiences were black, but a lot of times you had some white people there. They used to have a big rope to divide the races. If someone got out of line, like a white crossing over to the black side, an officer would get up there, stop the music and say, "Y'all get back where you belong." 49. While he was justing with racketeers in his debut records capacity, Max Roach also found time to attend Camp Unity, organized by the U.S. Communist Party for recreation outside of New York City. Herbert Aptheker was there, he said, speaking of the Marxist analyst of slave revolts. Mr. Robeson would come up there and sing. Apparently, the comrades were unaware that Roach's girlfriend at that time was a madam, and he was a kind of pimp. He was present with Charlie Parker when the now historic engagement took place in Harlem's Rockland Palace. Robeson was there, too, suggestive of the purpose of the fundraiser. "He sang freedom songs," said the impressed Roach, "in every language possible, including Chinese, Russian, French, Italian, with no accompaniment, topping it all off with Waterboy 50. Record companies, oppositely," said Roach, "used all kinds of unscrupulous methods dealing with musicians, necessitating debut and consorting with communists for that matter. That's why Mingus reacted," he said of his partner, though he could have been speaking of himself. "One company took a session of mine, and one of Art Blakey's, that were recorded years apart, and pretended we were at the same session and called it something like Drum Battle." Roach v. Blakey. Disgustedly, he added, "They've got a million tricks. The conditions of this business, how we are treated, that contributed not only to Brownie's death," referring to the auto accident that took the life of trumpeter Clifford Brown in 1956, "but to many others besides. We had to drive everywhere we went on tour. The money was so light we had to drive everywhere. You'd be tired on the road, speeding, trying to get to the next gig. How to explain why Brubeck was making more money with that small group than Duke's whole band?" Connecting the harshness of racist reality with the psyche of Negro artists, he contended, "When you think about the exploitation, it makes you hard to get along with." He maintained, "Bird didn't make any money. Duke didn't make any money, but Getz," he repeated, "could buy and sell Duke and Coleman Hawkins, Sonny Rollins, John Coltrane train together." He saw Paul Robeson and A. Philip Randolph as models, but apparently did not realize that the anti-communism of the latter, a prominent labor leader, vitiated in the 1950s the waning influence of the former. 51. Drummer Chico Hamilton had roots in Southern California. His mother's name was Pearl Gonzalez, and up until I was 21 years old, I had never seen over, maybe 100 black people together at one time in my whole entire life. Thus, instead of being attracted to the likes of Robeson, Hamilton met California Governor Earl Warren. "I met Richard Nixon, facilitated since his father was a waiter at an elite club. Thus," he exulted, "I'm a stone-cold Republican." Despite this political proclivity, he encountered difficulties not unlike his more radicalized counterparts. "Saturday night, man, they customers get to drinking and then they hate the band and all us black dudes besides." Thus, we had to fight our way out of the joint, a not infrequent occurrence. Similarly, he played alongside vocalist Lena Horne, who was part of a mixed marriage in that her spouse, also her manager, was white, so there were times when neither one of them could go with Lena to various places, and since I was the only black dude in her entourage, right, said Hamilton, I would have to go with Lena, and doing so, man, they put all this money in my hand and in my pockets, which he was able to parley to his advantage. I began to get a reputation as a Mac, or what used to be called a sport. That is, I began to get a reputation. It was good times, perhaps bolstering his class posture and blurring the racial disadvantage he faced. 52 After all, the drummer could take advantage of the growing popularity of the vocalist. You put my wonderful mother on the map, as it were, said her daughter, Gail Lumet, then carrying the surname of her husband, famed Hollywood director Sidney Lumet. She was addressing John Hammond, but she could just as well be congratulating Hamilton for his own good fortune as a result of Lena Horne's celebrity. 53. Lionel Hampton was also a Republican and not in sync with Roach or the developing militancy, but in his case, he and his entrepreneurial spouse held on to money, and, taking advantage of the erosion of Jim Crow, he eventually had his own company. 54. Hampton not only roughly wrung concessions from those he hired, though playing early on with bandleader Lester Hyde, he had his own problems in seeking to sell his labor. Later, he hired an Englishman, Jack Hamilton, who cheated him, Hampton claimed, which could mean his tightening up on employees across the board. From the time he was a youngster in Chicago, the precocious Hampton, by his own admission, had always been interested in politics. As a newsboy, he consumed what he was selling, the intermittently militant Negro journal Chicago Defender. By the 1940s, he made a lifelong and lucrative investment when he helped the young Richard M. Nixon get elected to Congress. Hampton says that 20,000 Negroes registered to vote with his and Nixon's help, and that the two became tight, meaning close. He made me his assistant campaign manager, says Hampton, who also had a hand in Nixon's pivotal and mudslinging defeat of Helen Gahagan Douglas, the first Democratic Party woman to be elected to Washington. From then on, said Hampton, whenever Nixon called, Hampton instantaneously drop-dead whatever I was doing to play for his campaign. Ultimately, George Herbert Walker Bush would attain this same priority. In 1980, Hampton was elected as a Bush delegate. I played on the campaign trail for his father, he said, speaking of yet another successful politician, Prescott Bush. Still, he liked Ronald Reagan, and I used my own money to buy ads in black publications for the GOP presidential ticket. 55. Vocalist Jon Hendricks may not have been as far to the left as Collette, but he was certainly to the left of Hamilton and Hampton and more in tune with the times than the drummer. He was at the University of Toledo School of Law, but the soon-to-be deceased Charlie Parker came to town and Hendricks sang alongside him. I was going to finish my law degree and offer my services to the NAACP legal department. That was my plan for life, but I was married to an Irish girl and I had a son, and there was a lot of animosity against that in this legal judicial system. Then, his financial backing from the GI Bill ran out 18 months short of my law degree. Still, he was so distraught with the adverse conditions to be endured in the United States, I wanted to move to Canada. So, by the 1950s, he was in Manhattan looking for Parker. He was startled by what he found: dope, dope, dope. Everybody was shooting stuff. Wages were sparse, so I had a day job for 9 years as a clerk. I worked in offices, usually typing invoices. However, having access to a typewriter allowed him to write a song a week. I received whatever the publisher saw fit to give me, because they were robbing people blind. The way they robbed people and still do in the music publishing business, he said in 1995, is something that's got to be addressed. It's just filthy to take a man's work and profit from it. I hate it. I hate it with all the passion I can muster. 56. Duke Ellington was in a category with Collette. In 1943, he supported the successful election campaign of Communist Ben Davis for the New York City Council 57 and subsequently started a publishing arm, presumably rescuing him from the thievery of his so-called manager, Irving Mills, while his son, Mercer, initiated a record-producing firm, not unlike Debut. 58, Quite famously, Charlie Parker played at a concert for Davis when the latter was under siege in the 1950s. "The communists paid better than the capitalists," said his future widow, Chan Parker, and this was one of his highest paying gigs. The famed saxophonist, she said, was unable to forgive the hurts of the world, 59, a trait not unusual among exquisitely exploited musicians like himself. It was important for Ellington to develop new revenue streams, given the need to support a large touring band. The promoter George Wine said the pianist had an acute fear of flying, hampering his ability to reach scattered, large markets. So, said Wine, Ellington was often chauffeured by his horn man, Harry Carney, the numbers runner for his valuable passenger. Carney, said Wine, made more money taking his and band members' numbers than he did playing the baritone saxophone. After all, Duke played the numbers nearly every day of his life. 60. Pianist Horace Silver also had his own company, Silvito Records, and quickly found, as did Mingus, that I had to deal with small distributors, who were not all completely honest. 61. When I left Blue Note, he said in 1985, getting into the record business was something I didn't intend to do, but he quickly found that becoming an entrepreneur was the most viable option, roadblocks aside. Silver, who grew up in Connecticut, may have had an advantage over others in that he was of Cape Verdean descent. Both of my uncles and father were fluent in Portuguese, opening avenues abroad many musicians did not enjoy. 62. Unhelpfully, the American Federation of Musicians ruled in 1953 that members were barred from record company ownership, as if the status quo of gross exploitation was preferable to alternatives. 63. Similarly, when Horace Silver had a financial problem with bandleader Art Blakey, he found to his dismay, the union didn't do shit. 64. It was as if the union heightened class collaboration in order to foil increasingly popular Negro musicians. 65. An unacknowledged setback for musicians occurred in 1954 when Frankie Newton died prematurely in New York. Born in 1908, appropriately in a town named after an abolitionist Wilberforce, Ohio, his performance on Billie Holiday's trailblazing anti-lynching hymn, Strange Fruit, was just one aspect of a richly varied career that amounted to becoming a vanguard thinker among artists. 66. Despite prevailing global currents propelling desegregation, a number of clubs dug in their heels and refused adamantly to employ black musicians. A club in Columbus, for example, refused to hire Negro performers, as did another in Allentown, Pennsylvania. They would not hire mixed units either, said Nat Hentoff. Moreover, there were musicians and booking agencies who go along with this. 67. That is, despite the U.S. High Court ruling in May 1954 that Jim Crow would no longer obtain, it would require more militancy before this edict reached fruition. Artists were not escaping unscathed either. Louis Armstrong was attacked by the Negro press for having played at a venue in Indianapolis where Negroes were barred, said the observant reporter. Satchmo denied that he was undisturbed by the racial barriers. 68. In short, the continuing malevolence of Jim Crow, combined with the opening against this abomination, delivered by official moves toward desegregation, meant that more musicians responded in the manner of Mingus and Ellington, seeking to grab financial and artistic control over their creativity. Still, it was not just those like Mingus and Ellington who had sensed new opportunities. By September 1955, John Hammond announced that 20-odd years ago there were exactly 3 record companies in America, Victor, Columbia, and American, which owned the Brunswick, Vocalion, and 25-cent labels, but by 1955, there were upwards of 40 labels bringing out some form of jazz consistently. Norman Granz and his popular jazz at the Philharmonic was seen widely as being in a category all its own in terms of exposing the music and compensating the artists accordingly. 69. Still, even the progressive Granz was accused of being unable to resist the pervasively corrupt climate, fueled by racism. Pianist Dave Brubeck was told in 1954 that there should be a nationwide investigation and subsequent exposure of the jazz impresario and booking racket, starting with the methods of Granz, since, it was stressed, musicians and the public must be protected from aspiring monopolists, like Grands, and their ruthless methods. 70 Ellington had his own beef with Grands, as they exchanged sarcastic rejoinders. 71 For various reasons, Grands was subjected often to scurrilous criticism, for example. Chan Parker, the widow of the Kansas City saxophonist extraordinaire, referred to him contemptuously as a screaming faggot. 72. But even Norman Grands, a counterpoint to Morris Levy and Bob Weinstock in terms of being less shark-like in his dealings with musicians, was still dealing with artists soaked in the brine of the odious past. Lester Young was among those, says his biographer, who found it hard to trust people, especially white people whom he didn't know well. Tellingly, while touring with Grands, Young rarely stayed in the luxurious accommodations on offer but, instead, retreated to small Negro-run hotels, where he felt more comfortable. Still, these were among the better-paying engagements he endured, in that a 6 or 7 week tour would bring him about $5,000 compared with about $800, minus expenses, at clubs over a similar period. The acerbic Young continued to maintain then that they want everybody who's a Negro to be an Uncle Tom or Uncle Remus or Uncle Sam, and he was unwilling to portray all three roles and then suffered a nervous breakdown. 73 The disc jockey, Daddy O'Daly, thought he knew what happened to Young. When he went to the war, meaning the Second World War, something happened to him. He was never the same. When Lester talked about working conditions, he was actually fearful. 74 Max Roach felt similar pressures. I was a replacement for Buddy Rich on a Grands tour, he said. Rich is mad because he's only getting $17,500 while Gene Krupa is getting $25,000. But I got a $1,000 a week for the whole tour. 75. In some ways, Young was among those buffeted by the contrasting winds of an official retreat from the more egregious aspects of Jim Crow in the 1950s, accompanied by a still regnant regime of racism. Yet, as ever, it was not just racism that was bedeviling artists, there was also an illiberalism that generated various ills. At the tip of the sword, as ever, was Joe Glazer, whose claws were sunk into many artists. Pianist Mary Lou Williams was told crudely, "Yes, I would say you blew your top. Yes, I would think you were crazy," further igniting the ongoing trend of fomenting angst among Negro artists. Just days before the U.S. Supreme Court on May 17, 1954, invalidated Jim Crow legally and constitutionally, Glazer was insulting Negro artists as usual. He also seemingly offhandedly but likely warningly spoke of "my friend on Downing St, Mr. Winston Churchill, a pro-colonial hammer who continues to be revered among U.S. grandees, would-be and otherwise." 76 But Williams was not alone in being bashed by Glazer. Promoter George Wine was taken aback when he heard Glazer refer to Ellington as a crazy nigger. How this agent could label him with the pejorative N-word was incomprehensible. "I was astonished," said the New Englander. 77. By 1953, Dorothy Donegan, singer and pianist born in 1922, was in uneasy straits. It was not just the fact that as a woman she continued to face barriers peculiar to her gender. She was also to have a dishonest manager. Corkscrew Jervish was her name for him. He was crooked and thought 10% of a dollar was 60 cents, a frequent miscalculation visited upon Negro artists. They take a commission off the top and one off the bottom for good measure. Her then spouse was into numbers, another drain of income. Still, when she came before a judge for the inevitable divorce, the judge declared, "She makes more money than you," reinforcing her core belief that men stick together usually. Like caring parents before and since, she felt very bad when she had to leave home for lengthy periods to perform. "They didn't deserve that," she said of Children Left Behind, an infrequent admission made by male parents. "I shouldn't have had no children," she said in 1998, weeks before expiring. "You have to earn a living, if you don't have a husband," leaving narrower options, she felt. She admired her own mother, who didn't marry a man unless he stayed gone all the time. "They must stay gone," she stressed, speaking fondly of railway workers. Like Mingus and Roach, Donegan and her ex-spouse sought to break the stranglehold over performing held by non-artists. They opened a club at 45th and Western in Los Angeles. Yet romance and finance clashed. He didn't want to pay me and then he wanted to be with every girl in the joint. The harsh taskmaster, some might say simply sexist, made me play, even when I was having a baby, which was common, she said. Otherwise, it was like a pregnant prostitute out of business, the women stopped working. Anyway, show women like herself too often get nothing but pimps usually. Their club, the Morocco, named for a North African nation with much purchase among U.S. Negroes, was funded in large part by his sister and brother-in-law, who chose to front it. The club opened in 1953 as the war in Korea was winding down and the United States, because of the press of global pressure, would be compelled to retreat from the more horrid aspects of Jim Crow. But, in many ways, Negro pressure aside, it was not easy to say if this epical maneuver had mass support among the Euro-American masses. This was creating swirling winds of change and reaction too. She was no novice, having been in Chicago in the 1930s when Joe Sherman, who worked for Joe Glazer, beat up Lips Page. He hit him in the mouth, she said of this once celebrated vocalist, trumpeter, and bandleader, born in 1908. The wise Donegan was able to snag gigs snatched from the similarly creative pianist and vocalist Hazel Scott, especially after her partner, the mercurial Congressman Adam Clayton Powell of Harlem, came under pressure. On the other hand, Donegan, who many thought was as attractive Scott, also carried a cross of penalty as a direct result, as when Lionel Hampton's spouse said bluntly, "You ain't gonna hire no broad in this band." She remained unhappy about the fact that men don't want to hear women play anyway and unhappier still about disparities in fees based on gender. "I should make the same money as a man if I'm playing better or as well," a novel thought for much of her career. After she joined a Negro local of the union at $30 annually, a white guy collected the dues nonetheless. She knew the once heralded Mayo Williams, one of the earlier and rare high-level Negro music executives, but his class position still meant that he paid as little as possible to artists like herself. "You never get royalties." This was occurring even as she practiced 12 hours a day. Joe Sherman, Glazer's enforcer, Joe Sherman wanted me to stay a slave for life. But the feisty performer replied, "I'll stay with you for a certain while, but if I get a raise, I got to go." But she went from the skillet to the fire when she then signed with the greedy corkscrew Jervish, whose maladministration dwarfed that of Sherman. She knew the game. "I understand that if they don't steal, they won't book you," but her motto was simple: "I don't want no pimps, the man as parasite." Despite her obvious skill as a pianist, she regretted that she had to shake her hips while performing, unlike her peers, Art Tatum or Ahmed Jamal for example. Based in Los Angeles, she managed a minor breakthrough in Hollywood, but if you're in a movie, she recalled, if you play a Lena Horne type, which she could do easily, you can delete it for the South or for homogeneous Southern audiences and the plot would not be disturbed. Like other Negroes of that era, notably those who were also rather light-skinned, she thought that in Europe a darker-skinned woman has a better opportunity than a light one. In the United States too, she believed, they want the entertainers to be dark, especially on TV, so pressured executives could better make a case, and because of a perceived unease brought by those once called mulatta. Her former husband was no prize, she thought. Speaking of her 5-year marriage too long, she said to John T. McClane, Sr. But she was proud of her son, a great music producer. He produced Janet Jackson and Dr. Dre and people like that, referring to popular music stars, with the latter soaring to the top heights of the economic elite. Her next marriage, to Bill Miles, lasted briefly after 1965, and her third, to Walter Eady, came soon thereafter. As a musician who did better than most despite difficult barriers in her path, she summed up her varied life by saying, "I should have stayed single and just practiced the piano." 78. Donegan was not the only artist singing the blues about fees and payments not determined by skill alone. This was also a repetitive complaint of Max Roach, who found it hard to understand why Brubeck owns radio stations across the country. They make a lot of money just for being white, just as Donegan espied some men who profited on a similar basis. Yet, when Duke died, groused Roach, he didn't have zip, nothing. Why compare Benny Goodman's estate with Lewis's, meaning Armstrong? The real money goes to these latter-day minstrels, he complained. 79. Vocalist Betty Carter joined the long list of artists upset with Morris Levy, who decided not to give her credit as composer and publisher for her own compositions, thereby denying her royalties. This led to her actually informing her many fans not to buy her record. 80. She faced problems endured by no man. George Wine was dismissive of her. She acts like a man, too butch for me. On the other hand, of another vocalist, Dakota Staton, manager John Levy, a Negro, said that if she had been better known when he met her, her record company would have recommended a white manager. But just as Lester Young, as an outgrowth of Jim Crow, had developed a distaste generally for those defined as white, Staton's partner, Talib Daoud, formerly Al Barrymore, a former trumpeter with Gillespie, didn't like white people, according to Levy, and really hated the Jews. 81. Inexorably, as the formidable edifice of Jim Crow began to crack in the 1950s, attitudes that had been suppressed began to be asserted. Art Farmer, then working with the Euro-American pianist Bill Evans, born in 1929, was told bluntly by him, "Art, I'm not able to finish the gig. I'm gonna go home, because some people were saying that I don't deserve to be here because there are black guys who play just as well or better than I do who don't have a job." Recalled was the plaint directed at Miles Davis, "What are you doing recording with those white guys?" speaking of Gary Mulligan and Lee Konitz. 82. Apparently, Ella Fitzgerald was not on record in expressing such questionable ideas, yet, it was during this same time, in 1955, when the authorities in Houston suddenly burst through her dressing room door, guns drawn. One noticeably aggressive officer, she said, put the gun in my stomach, all in aid of trumped-up gambling charges. Fitzgerald also was exposed to racist jokes by fellow singer Frank Sinatra, about Lena Horne and watermelon rinds. 83. Black musicians did not always respond ecumenically to such. Pianist and bandleader Horace Silver spoke of his sideman Tyrone Washington, saxophonist born in 1944, and his making anti-white comments out loud in the club and that just tore the band apart. 84. Is it possible that the stress generated by racism was then directed toward related ills? Gambling, for example, a kind of occupational hazard for musicians that seemed to increase as Nevada boomed in the 1950s, frequently drained the coffers of musicians. This left Martha Glazer, the manager of Errol Garner, frequently exasperated. In 1955 the diminutive pianist with the slicked back hair refused to answer any questions and was vague besides and very upset after she pressed him about gambling debts. He managed to blurt out that he had lost over $4,000 in the past period gambling and must have $1,600 at once to repay these gamblers. She was extremely weary from these pressures, conflicts, and from Errol's unaccounted for, excessive spending habits. 85. What she should have contemplated is if the onerous racism and official bigotry to which those like Garner were subjected routinely may have been a factor in forging a disassociating gambling habit. In sum, the United States still barely contained a poisonously racist atmosphere that official anti-Jim Crow decrees hardly vitiated. Thus, in 1955 the Board of Liquor License Commission in Baltimore effectively moved against the practice of segregating nightclubs. In response, August Bloom founded the Metropolis's Interracial Jazz Society. 86. Yet, near that same time, drummer Panama Francis, born in Miami in 1918, was confronted with an episode that continues to persist. He bore a political resemblance to Sonny Rollins. His father was Haitian, mother was Bahamian, in that, as he recalled, "When I was 8 years old I joined the drum and bugle corps at the UNIA, the troops of Marcus Garvey. I played my first gig, it was on the 4th of July, at the UNIA Hall in 1931, which led to a gig in a juke joint, where all the bad type of people used to come. Ironically, this was where I formed that fondness for upright pianos, because many a night when they got to shooting, that was where the whole band could be found behind the piano. Why the term juke joint? Whenever we played like a slow blues, he responded, the women would be out on the floor like they were having sex, only they were standing up then and had their clothes on, that's why it was called a juke joint. His father, a bootlegger, left the Roman Catholic Church after joining the Garveyites, since the movement had a church that they started of their own. Francis's father spoke English with a heavy French accent, thus he said sardonically he was viewed as not an ordinary nigger, he was a different kind of nigger in that there were a lot of stores that my father was able to go into and shop that blacks could not go into, yet another slap at perceived descendants of enslaved mainland Africans, the real and imagined foe of the Republic. This was occurring in Miami, not the nicest town, in fact, it was very bad, featuring lynchings and everything else. The indignities did not stop then, for when intermission time came, we had to line up and they'd let all of the white men out of the toilet and then we went in one by one and relieved ourselves. Rude patrons would come up to the bandstand and say, "Hey boy, do you know Sweet Georgia Brown, or when are you niggers gonna get hot?" The indolent atmosphere of the venues when he performed meant my mother would spend all my money playing numbers and loved to gamble and used to lose my money a lot of times, substantiating the supposition that racism may have fueled gambling. Moreover, his spouse had a problem with the bottle drinking and we got into the violence, which I deplored. Seemingly on the path of Lester Young toward a breakdown, Francis could be sitting down holding a conversation and I would just bust out in tears. Eventually, in response, he married a psychiatric social worker. "I got married to my psychiatrist," he mused, perhaps a response to the accumulation of tensions brought by racism and a sudden turn to anti-racism. "She used to sit and work with me when I was going through my problems." However, like other artists, he had his own run-ins with the likes of Glazer, who once yelped at trumpeter Roy Eldridge, no shrinking Violet himself, who then responded angrily to his erstwhile manager, "I tell you what you do, you play this goddamn trumpet, if you want to run my band." Francis was accustomed to confrontation, recalling a time in the 1950s when he was trying to flag a taxi in Manhattan with a drum set in hand. "They're passing me like I wasn't there," he said of the cabs. And it was raining. "So I stood there, waving and waving, so like darker-skinned men before and since, he began to walk. I'm cursing, I'm mad, you could fry an egg on my head, I was so mad." Fortunately, since he had also played with Cab Calloway and Duke Ellington, he had the wherewithal to buy a car and learn to drive. Eventually he fled to Uruguay. "I was a star down there. Though," he concluded bitterly, "I often say to my friends that in Europe I'm a king and in my own country, I'm Panama who." And like other musicians, the harsh conditions in which he was compelled to operate led to a diminishing of self-regard. "I usually look upon myself as a prostitute," he said with a stringency in that wherever the money is, that's where I'm going. 87. It was also in the 1950s that the pianist Horace Parlan fled to Denmark, frustrated by the state of affairs. 88 But for roadblocks, more might have followed the path eastward. London remained hesitant to ease the entrance of more musicians, even as the British invasion, just over the horizon, led by the Beatles and the Rolling Stones, mimicking the blues of Negro artists, was about to transform the entire music market. In 1955, Whitehall acknowledged the possibility of more British entertainers being allowed into the United States. British commercial interests in the United Kingdom, who are anxious to increase the flow of American artists here, have said that the Americans are now pursuing a freer policy on such matters, which conceivably called for reciprocity. But, it was noted, the practice here will be largely governed by the views of the musicians' union who, fearful of the preponderance of American musicians who would be suitable for employment here and of unemployment among our own musicians, would be reluctant to agree to anything more than a head-for-head exchange. Recalled was the reciprocity with Louis Armstrong and his band, given visas to perform in Britain on an exchange basis with Freddie Randall, English trumpeter born in 1921.89. We couldn't play in England because of union rules, said saxophonist Bill Holman, speaking of Stan Kenton's band in the 1950s. We could do some US air bases and stuff like that. So we played a concert in Dublin to great acclaim. In the street, it looked like the French Revolution down there. All that was missing was the torches. It was just jam-packed with people. They're all yelling and cheering. 90. As Kenton's mates were being cheered, George Wine pointed to the ultra-left-wing English Musicians' Union, which was a tough organization. The union often made it difficult to get groups into England, 91, which sent exiles to Copenhagen and Paris and Vienna instead. Flugelhornist Art Farmer was among those blocked in reaching England. We didn't play in London, he said, because there was a union problem there. He wound up in Europe anyway, a step up from New York City. I was working as a janitor in theaters, money was very low. I was making like $28 a week, $24 after taxes. I was paying $6 a week. Before heading to Europe in the 1950s, he had moved west to Los Angeles and wound up as a hospital worker, an X-ray clerk. After these dispiriting experiences, Europe was a tonic. I recall no racial, negative situations at all. None at all. Whereas in Dixie there were no black hotels then, we stayed in first-class hotels in Europe, unlike in his homeland, where you wouldn't think about staying in the white hotel because they wouldn't let you in there anyway, meaning tossing and turning sleeplessly on buses cruising through the darkness. In the South, it was hit and run, play, get on the bus, and race to the next town. Like others, he was unhappy in Lionel Hampton's band. Lionel always had a very negative reputation for paying people, very negative. Pay $17 a night, and out of that $17 you had to pay your hotel rent and everything. Complaining to the union, Local 802, brought no remedy since the band leader was close to Glazer, who, in turn, pulled strings with Caesar James Petrillo, who was the president of the union, and nothing happened. Like other younger musicians, he was inspired by the example of Gigi Grice, one of the first young black musicians to have his own publishing company, along with Quincy Jones. Corporate honchos didn't like it, especially when this led to a challenge to union scale of $41 for a 3-hour recording session. Thus, Grice was a paranoid who had real enemies, Farmer said, a trait not alleviated by an unhealthy diet. He loved fatty foods, especially ice cream. He used to eat a pint of ice cream every day, a habit that may have contributed to a heart attack. He didn't trust anybody, was compulsive, and was not a relaxed person, though ironically, none of this showed in the music. He had a money belt in which was tucked all of his money. He got fed up with the system. He always felt that people were going to steal from him. He was always looking to be cheated and was rarely disappointed as a result. "They're out to get me" was a pet phrase. Thus, he abandoned the usual routine of musicians, especially performing for peanuts, and became a teacher at his Queens home. He built a room inside of a room in the cellar with big concrete bricks where he could go in there and nobody could come in without his permission, since he thought that people were gonna go so far to come out there and go into the concrete room that he had to kill him or something. It was a tragedy and a pity, said Farmer accurately, that a man of talent was so blocked by racist and economic exploitation that he felt compelled to retreat to a bunker. As for Farmer, he wound up in Vienna and learned German. The beat is the foundation of life, he philosophized, starting with the heartbeat, but in his erstwhile homeland the beat was constrained by a strangulating exploitation. In Austria, Farmer felt freer. Quality of life, you gain on quality of life, he declared in assessing exile. In the place of his birth, on the other hand, sometimes you're in this take it or leave it situation. There's a lot of competition, meaning some musicians will undercut you. It was beneficial to get outside the United States, he said, echoing generations of musicians past, because when people hear Vienna find out that you make it over there, then they give a little bit more respect over here, when they know that you don't have to stay here. 92. Max Roach concurred about the value of travel, arguing that the Europeans are more cosmopolitan than people here. Maybe because they're closer to Africa. Europe, he said, was different than the crusty United States. 93 Trumpeter, conductor, and composer Quincy Jones, born in 1933, could sense the opportunities opening then, particularly abroad. I was 19 years old, he said, and studied Serbo-Croatian, Farsi, Turkish, Greek, French, Swedish, Russian. Yes, girlfriend's helped too, though this would have been for naught but for his own initiative. 94. Also fleeing the United States was singer Myra Taylor. By 2000, she was 83, but in 1932, when she was 15, she tired of working as a maid for $5 a week and became a nightclub singer in Kansas City, where she encountered the typical: a gangster entered the club where she was performing armed and pointed his gun at the drummer, insisting, "I told you I didn't want to hear any more music. But since you want to play, sophisticated lady." The drummer promptly complied with a smooth segue, as the rest of the band cowered. "Yes, of course, I was working for gangsters," she averred. Disgusted, as the second half of the 20th century dawned, Kansas City was slowly perishing as a hotspot, so she headed south of the border. There, she recalled, she played to a packed house nightly for a decade and made a lot more money than during her last years in the show-me state. From there, she made connections in Hawaii, Japan, Australia, Vietnam, and Malaysia. Her next stops. 95. Taylor was fortunate in being able to pull up stakes and head to another continent. George Big Nick Nicholas, born in 1922, singer and saxophonist, on the other hand, recalled all the talented musicians forced out of the business. Saxophonist Hilton Jefferson, born in 1903, became a bank guard, and trumpeter Jonah Jones was thinking along similar lines before he got his big break. Nicholas's spouse told me to go to the post office and get something steady. Speaking in 1980, he noted that trombonist J.J. Johnson was still in the post office, while drummer Roy Haynes became a whiskey salesman. 96. Guitarist Monk Montgomery seemingly would have opted for a similar career path, even though he was working regularly at the apex of the profession with Lionel Hampton's band. The routine of traveling, making one-nighters and going through all the aches and pains that go with a big band, especially during the time you were traveling by bus, sleeping on the bus, was enervating. Moving to Los Angeles for a more sedentary lifestyle was his alternative. For in his hometown of Indianapolis in the mid-1950s, he was working at a place out on the avenue on 16th Street, at a place called the Tropicana, and we had to go through the back door. There were no blacks in the club, as patrons. Trumpeter Freddie Hubbard used to come out to play. Born in Naptown in 1938, he was treated similarly. Ditto for multi-instrumentalist Roland Kirk, born in Columbus, Ohio, in 1935, who used to come down from Cleveland. Seemingly on the path of Lester Young and Panama Francis, he was very depressed. 97. Montgomery's fellow Indianan David Baker, composer, conductor, performer, and expert teacher, knew the bassist. It was probably in a club in Indianapolis where Baker was playing with a very fast-tempo bebop style and Montgomery was right along with him. The bassist's more well-known brother, guitarist Wes Montgomery, born in 1923 in Naptown, was really the mild one, said Baker. Their brother, Buddy Montgomery, born in 1930, was humming on the vibraphone at this memorable gig. Typically, a customer dude was drunker than a skunk, kept messing with Buddy, and in a final flourish reached up and grabbed one of Buddy's mallets, and while the assaulter was holding the mallet, the incensed Montgomery reached over and knocked him unconscious. "I don't think he missed more than 2 measures, said an admiring Baker of the accompanist, who hardly skipped a beat. Like too many Negro musicians, Baker continued to endure racism even as there was premature boasting about the erosion of this harmful tendency. At Indiana University, he studied classical bass trombone, but when he auditioned for the Indianapolis Symphony, the man in charge, Fabian Sevitsky, born in Russia in 1893 and highly regarded as a conductor in his U.S. home, sternly told Baker that he was probably the best bass trombonist that they were going to hear and certainly the best one that they had heard up to that time, but, sorry, he could not be hired. I realized this was an exercise in futility, said a sober Baker, that the higher UPS, the Board of Trustees, were not going to hire a black in a symphony orchestra, any more than they're going to do that now if they can avoid it, he said in 2000. It was a dose of reality for me, he said, as was the case for too many victims of racism then. But Baker knew that I could make it as a jazz player, then migrated to this competitive field. Even in the supposedly liberal college town where he was stuck, Bloomington, he encountered crusted bias. It was completely segregated, he said, as he couldn't get haircuts or other basics. Then, he committed the ultimate offense when he married a woman defined as white in Illinois, then returned home to find the vigilantes were looking for us. I'm serious, he contended. I was very tense. As he was enduring this 1950s drama, he suffered a car accident and was in a coma for a week. He started having trouble with speech as an outgrowth, meaning trouble with trying to play the horn, since he was playing on a dislocated jaw for almost 7 years. The pain, he exclaimed, was just incredible. So this musician of versatility switched to the cello and teaching, reaching the summit of the industry. I starved a lot for a while, he said, before emerging as a redoubtable artist. 98. There was a related pain involved when Baker contemplated the furious reaction to his interracial marriage, a flashpoint, considering musicians often possessed more than adequate income and thus the class cachet that was found attractive. I've had fights, said the physically attractive Max Roach, heavy ones because I was with white women on 52nd Street in Manhattan, the hub of the business. Though officially Jim Crow was in retreat, individual attitudes were not always in sync. As the 1950s were unfolding, he didn't find it surprising at all that music preceded the sports world in racial integration, though his industry was hardly avant-garde attitudinally on the racial front. 99. Perhaps unsurprisingly, saxophonist Bill Holman, born in 1927, thought that Stan Kenton, bandleader, often surrounded by out-of-sorts musicians battling depression, harassment, and worse, always had a secret desire to be a psychologist or psychiatrist. So he practiced on the guys in the band. Perhaps Kenton should have paid more attention to the working conditions of his bandmates than their psyches. For it was in the 1950s that his band was on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, when, recalled Holman, the bus driver nodded out and ran into the back of a truck. The whole trombone section had been lying down in their seats. So, when the bus stopped, they went and hit the seat in front of them and they got all their chops smashed, a condition not conducive to adept playing. Kenton also should have paid more attention to the makeup of his own band when engaging in amateur psychology. For his sideman, Holman noticed that with the development of West Coast or cool jazz in the 1950s, there was the fact that it was almost totally white. With all the good players in L.A., he said, they only used the white ones that were in our group, in your community, your pals. 100. In other words, just as bebop was a product of the hothouse created by segregating talented musicians, West Coast jazz, he suggested, was a kind of counter-revolution, engineered on racial grounds, mimicking the founding of the slave-holding republic in 1776.101. Wordsmith and drummer Roy Porter said, black jazz artists were left out in the cold because this so-called cool school of playing was too narrow a category for us to fit into. 102. Perhaps it was a case of physician heal thyself, for it was Kenton who seemingly required psychological aid after he claimed that polls ranking musicians were skewed in favor of Negroes. 103. Also on the move was Nat Hentoff. By 1950, he was in Chicago toiling on the staff of Downbeat, the Bible of the business, but he was in conflict with ownership. He was fired. Management, he said, was hostile to blacks, but ownership was anti-Semitic as well, or didn't like Jews, let us say. I did something that led to my termination. I wondered why we didn't have any black people on the staff. I never saw a black byline on the magazine. When he hired a dark-skinned Egyptian aide, the tipping point was reached. 104. Yet those like Hentoff were coming under increasing fire because of their critical judgments and their ability to make and break careers, making their working lives all the more unstable. "What is a jazz critic?" asked Martha Glazer, Errol Garner's aide, dismissively. "Who elected him? How does he get there?" Irritably, she concluded, "Jazz critics are terribly fickle." 105. Her client, she said reproachfully to one reporter, was not a sideshow freak. 106. Which is how he had been portrayed, in a manner that her off-the-record remarks buttressed. Bob Tila, label owner and producer, was equally dismissive of critics since they certainly do not understand how music is performed or created. 107. Max Roach found it very funny, that this is mainly a black music and that almost every book that has been written on it has been written by white people, and that is unfortunate, said the drummer, who early on dismissed peremptorily the very term jazz. 108. Sadder still, he said, black intellectuals don't give much credence to the music. Du Bois didn't deal with the music. There are no black critics in any major publications on the music, he said in 1996, including no daily newspapers. It is amazing that these people, that is, employers, still don't consider themselves racists. 109. Shirley Horne, singer and pianist, argued that few writers in the United States know what they're talking about. That I respect, since the majority of them will look at your bio, and take from that rather than dig deeper. They were derivative and tended to perpetuate mistakes effortlessly and relentlessly. 110. Concurring, Yusef Lateef said, I go along with something that Miles Davis said once. He said, I'm my best critic. I don't need anyone to tell me. 111. Davis had a point. Some critics had screwy ideas. For example, Gene Lees of Downbeat once cited the similarly boneheaded novelist Ayn Rand, a favorite of conservatives, and vociferated to hell with those who disagreed. 112. Yet Glazer and other formulators of sweeping condemnations of critics were a bit unfair. Flaws aside, critic Leonard Feather had a more insightful comprehension of the matter of race in the United States than most who were defined as white. 113. The fact that he toiled in an industry dominated by African Americans should not lead the unwary to conclude that this insight was understandable, even inherent, since others so situated were not as perceptive. Nevertheless, Dave Brubeck was informed bluntly that in writing about music, as opposed to racism, Feather's standards of criticism are a disgrace, and was told that this critic was little more than a charlatan. 114. Irrespective of the merits, or demerits, of Feather, the critic Frank Kofsky has a point when he says, all but a handful of those who have written books, articles, and even advertisements about it, as well as those who have owned and edited the periodicals and published the volumes that have dealt with it, meaning the music we call jazz, have been white men, and they have served to deny, obscure, rationalize, or otherwise defend the single most glaring iniquity with the production of the music, that black artistry has created it while ownership has profited disproportionately from it. 115. Midwestern guitarist Kenny Burrell, born in Detroit in 1931, had similar dispiriting experiences in his hometown. He admitted that because of the dominant automobile industry, the Negro working class often had more income than comparable communities and thus were able to buy some instruments for their children, accounting for the plethora of notable artists emerging from Motown. I went to Miller High School, he said, where Al McKibben, bassist born in 1919, went, along with Milt Jackson, vibraphonist born in 1923. But racist tension meant that growing up there were lots of fights and a lot of violence. I witnessed so many things where gangs were involved and it would just turn your stomach, it was so bad, he said with sadness. So many of the friends I had went to jail or got killed. Complicating matters further was the reality that at Wayne State University, a lodestar for up-and-coming Negroes, the word jazz was not looked upon very fondly, meaning negative experiences for those like Burrell. Traveling to Jim Crow, Virginia brought no surcease. In 1955, he was on a golf course with bassist Ray Brown and was told crudely, "We're sorry, we can't have colored people here." Despite these setbacks, Burrell was able to take advantage of the changing racial climate. The attorney of vocalist and pianist Nina Simone aided him in publishing his compositions. Fellow Michigander Thad Jones, born in 1923, had suggested I get my own publishing, and he did so, though it takes a lot of work to run a publishing company. In this, he was following the lead of the much-besieged Gigi Grice. "I always admired him," said the guitarist. 116. So did pianist Horace Silver, born in 1928. "I still carry with me a few emotional scars from Norwalk," he said later, speaking of the casual bigotry he encountered in Connecticut. "The things that a black person had to endure in those days," he sighed, "were a pain in the ass." He found that biased police officers, the Vice Squad, hounded musicians because of suspicions of drug habits and a desire to augment their arrest statistics. There was also the casual sexism that did not leave him unaffected. The curiously named King Pleasure, born Clarence Beeks in 1922, was a regular at a club in nearby Hartford and sold drugs and had a lady trickin' for him too. He also found that some of the white women only went for really dark-complexioned black musicians, while some of the black musicians only went out with white women, while the black women like light-complexioned black musicians with straight hair like mine, he said. When he was dating a Euro-American woman, her ex heard that she was going with a black man and threatened to take the kids away from her. Yet despite playing early on with stalwarts such as Stan Getz and J.J. Johnson, Silver maintained a day gig in a defense plant, making him appreciative of the ducats he accumulated finally from publishing. Both Gigi Grice and Lucky Thompson, saxophonist born in 1925, were the only black musicians he knew who had their own publishing companies. "Gigi turned me on to publishing," he confided, "a real plus since the music business is filled with unscrupulous people." Silver had varying experiences with record companies, including Blue Note, Prestige, Savoy, and various executives including Lubinsky, Orrin Keep News, and Bill Grauer, and was thus well placed to comment on unscrupulous people. Weinstock of Prestige and Lyon of Blue Note were always feuding, providing arbitrage opportunities for the wheeliest of musicians. 117. Among the more masterly musicians is Ron Carter, also born in Michigan in 1937. Though during his youth the renowned conductor Leopold Stokowski instructed him that he could not be hired because there would be racist objection, a common offense by those defined as white, as Mingus discovered in his encounters with Red Norvo. By 18, the skilled bassist was involved in heated disputes with pianist Harold Mabern, born in 1936, about how to play. "For a long time we didn't speak," he said, "it got out of hand," which was a not infrequent descriptor in a highly competitive and intense climate. "We were gonna go outside," he moaned, meaning fisticuffs. But all was not dismal for Carter. Taking advantage of the defeated and occupied Japan, like other African Americans similarly situated, he found that he was big over there, not least in lucrative commercials. 118. Carter could have also mentioned Canada as a factor explicating why so many Michiganders played a prominent role in the music. Pianist Hank Jones was among those who listened to CWOW radio there. They used to put a lot of Fats Waller records on, which shaped his own pianism. 119. Like enslaved Africans in the previous century, Roach was among the artists who also found sanctuary in Canada. As Jim Crow was on the cusp of retreat in 1953, the drummer joined Mingus, Parker, Gillespie, and Bud Powell at Massey Hall in Toronto in a bebop extravaganza. Roach and his bassist, Comrade Mingus, clandestinely, said the percussionist, arranged to bring an engineer to record, allowing future generations to enjoy their masterwork. "We didn't know that Norman Granz or Dizzy or Bird especially were part of the Birdland mafioso syndicate. They own bird, meaning Morris Levy 120, which meant problems of all sorts, though these thugs like the dastardly club owner presumably had less influence in a foreign jurisdiction. The increasing popularity of the music Roach performed also meant that new avenues for performing were opening. By 1954, the soon-to-be iconic Newport Jazz Festival was launched in Rhode Island, a former slave port. Given the Gilded Age aristocracy and heavy naval presence, said George Wine, the moving force for this event, Newport could be as tough for blacks as a southern town. 121 The dialectic of a Dixie atmosphere well north of the Mason-Dixon line was symbolic of the difficulties experienced by artists, even as Jim Crow was supposedly crumbling. 8 Kind of Blue. The post-war era was not only marked by the May 1954 official exodus from the horrors of Jim Crow. This epical turning point was followed by the mass uprising against school desegregation in Little Rock, Arkansas. These events were countered by the independence of Ghana, West Africa, which placed Washington in the difficult position of seeking to capture hearts and minds in Africa and Latin America, while those of African descent in the United States itself were treated like third-class citizens. When Moscow launched a satellite into outer space in 1957, it appeared to some that Washington was even more on the defensive, compelling more concessions at home. More openings were thus created for musicians. In 1959, Harold Batiste sought to organize a musicians' cooperative records, Inc. in his native Jim Crow, New Orleans. Next, the composer and arranger and teacher, born in 1931, tried to form the appropriately named All for One Records, then the National Association of New Orleans Musicians, and in a final burst of self-determination joined the Nation of Islam, which pursuant to the deft guidance of Malcolm X was growing in spurts. 1 He was always championing jazz musicians, said an appreciative Ellis Marsalis, pianist and patriarch of a renowned family of artists. 2 Times were changing. It was not so long ago that Charlie Shavers, trumpeter born in 1920, was said to have sold the hit Undecided for a mere $25. Fats Waller sold Wonderful Tunes for a like amount, and Clarence Williams, born in 1898, pianist, composer, vocalist, producer, and one of the earliest of the Negro publishers of music, found it necessary to depart the business in favor of a used goods store. As the dam of iniquity was breached, a flood of opportunities emerged and, predictably, resistance mounted simultaneously. 3 These opportunities included being sponsored by the United States, as Washington raced to sanitize its soiled Jim Crow image abroad by sponsoring legions of musicians in worldwide tours, which benefited the musicians by opening more markets for their creativity. 4 But even here, Washington could not escape Jim Crow altogether. Saxophonist Phil Woods, born in 1931, often felt insecure, since, he said, "I'm a white guy in a music where this group did not dominate." Dizzy Gillespie suggested that in order to learn and become a better craftsman, he should steal from his betters. Thus, when the trumpeter invited him on a State Department tour abroad, it was due in part because Washington said they couldn't send an all-black band as a representative of America, they had to get some white faces. They needed an Opie white, so I was hired to play an alto, a kind of tokenism that benefited those like himself. 5 Yet, despite the service to the state executed by Negro artists, they continued to be denounced by some. U.S. Senator Allen Ellender of Louisiana was so concerned with the impact of these sojourners in socialist climes that he denounced the music of Gillespie and others after they arrived in Eastern Europe. He demanded that only choral groups be sponsored by the government. 6 Jim Crow and its poisonous legacy erected barriers that were harmful to all, including those like Woods who could have benefited from more exposure to more talented musicians. Trombonist Curtis Fuller recalls that I wasn't allowed in one part of downtown Detroit. I wasn't allowed to go out there. In fact, when I went to Pepper Adams' house, speaking of the baritone sax man born in 1931, a couple times I had to go into the trunk of the car in order to arrive safely. I couldn't be seen riding in town with him, which was not just harmful to Fuller. 7 The attempt by Washington to deploy the music on its behalf was breathtaking in its chutzpah, though not without precedent. After all, as critic and historian Eric Hobsbawm articulated, it had not been so long ago that the aristocrats and the middle class first began to borrow the waltz from the lower orders and the polka from the peasantry. No better example of the contradictions embodied in this era was the example provided by the Republican Party activist and bandleader Lionel Hampton, the labor-crushing boss. By 1957 he was to be found in London performing a benefit concert alongside John Dankworth and Humphrey Lyttelton for the benefit of Nelson Mandela and his comrades then on trial for treason to apartheid. 9 This was just after the so-called Suez War, featuring a piratical attack by Britain, France, and Israel on Egypt. Of Israel, soon to be a byword for human rights violations, Hampton rhapsodized about the settler colony as his beloved and spiritual homeland. 10 Contradictorily, Hampton emerged as a premier backer of the Republican Party, which eventually was to emerge as a major barrier to Negro progress. His acumen, however, led him to form two music publishing companies, a record label, and the LH Development Corporation, which built a 355-unit building in Harlem. 11. Trumpeter Jimmy Owens, born in 1943, began his career at the tender age of 14. "I'd practice all day," was his subsequent reminiscence. He wound up with Hampton's band, $125 a week was the salary, 6 nights a week and your day off. You were always traveling so it wasn't a day off. We had to pay our own hotel at $7 a night and if we doubled up it was $3.50 a night. The bus that transported them had a section called Skid Row where guys were drinking and smoking, while in the front of the vehicle sat Hampton royally, the goody-goody section where he was reading his paper, the Christian Science Monitor. At times, they were on the road 11 months annually, quite useful in enhancing the bandleader's bottom line. 12 Vocalist Annie Ross, born in 1937, also performed with the rotund bandleader, whose face, seemingly fixed with a perpetual grin, belied his hard-line methods with musicians. "If any one of you make a record," he once belted, "you're fired." Rebelliously, she said, "We all made records because we weren't getting paid that much." He fired the whole band, she said, sounding stunned years later, which was hysterical. It was actually Gladys who did it, speaking of his spouse and manager. So Gladys was rich. She was rich, she emphasized, but so was he, as a direct result of his anti-labor praxis. 13. Saxophonist Marshall Royal toured Dixie with Hampton during the World War and found the only place worse was apartheid South Africa where he visited in the 1970s. With Hampton the money really wasn't that good, just $11 a day, a starvation circuit. Yet money was being made because Gladys Hampton was buying a $1,000 war bond every week. 14. Hampton was not the only Republican who attained more wealth as time passed. Frank Sinatra was earlier seen correctly as a kind of New Deal Democrat, but that began to change as his bankroll fattened. By October 1953, he obtained 2% of the Sands Hotel in Las Vegas, then upped it to 9%. A few years later he obtained 25% of Park Lane Enterprises, which controlled the Cal Neva Lodge in the Lake Tahoe region, even though the authorities knew that he catered to mobster Sam Giancana. 15 According to the Chicago authorities, by 1958 Giancana was now the top dog of the pinball machine and jukebox rackets in DuPage County with possible headquarters at Bensonville, Illinois, and was spending more quality time in Las Vegas. He was also the man behind the scenes in a distributing company, dealing in counterfeit phonograph records and underselling the market. 16 Besides being a cash business that mobsters preferred, jukeboxes created more leverage for them since taverns and others were often hostile to the collection of royalties. 17 Likewise, said one analyst, because records sold for cash, it was always a business that interested the mob. 18. Giancana's Confederates were implicated when young toughs using axes, acid, and hijacking fought to gain control of these coin-related businesses. One reporter said this was associated with a group that tried to monopolize the distribution of phonograph records to jukebox operators. 19. Pinball machines, cigarette machines, and the like were also part of these coin-related rackets. 20. Counterfeiting of records was an essential part of this tawdry business, and forcing jukebox operators to buy them meant facing a pincers maneuver from politicians tied to racketeers. 21 By 1958, future U.S. Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy, then Chief Counsel of the U.S. Senate Select Committee on Improper Activities in Labor and Management, was told of the muscling tactics of the Capone syndicate in the jukebox business. Kennedy was told of Diamond Records in Los Angeles, owned in part by Joe Sica, who was tied to both Mickey Cohen and Jack Dragna, Paramount gangsters. 22. Producer Teddy Rague was quite familiar with these scams, having worked for Bob Weinstock at Prestige Records, well known for paying musicians with drugs. One involved free records. The distributor would buy 1,000 records and get 500 free. Then he'd sell the 500 and send 1,000 back. Then the accountants came up with Chinese arithmetic about royalties to disguise the fraud. It was Herman Lubinsky all over again, he marveled, speaking of the disreputable entrepreneur, only much more sophisticated. 23. Corruption was not limited to the Chicago vicinity. A cabaret card was needed by performers in New York City to play at clubs, and police were seeking to manipulate the process to extract corrupt payments from desperate musicians. At a public hearing, a reporter noticed that the proceedings nearly came to fisticuffs because of contention. 24 By 1960, a cabaret was defined as a site where drinks, food, and live music were on offer, and New York City had a reported 1,200 such venues, supposedly 15 times more than in Paris. The police department assigned about 1,000 officers to inspect each and every one of these clubs, which created the possibility of bribe-taking and corruption to the detriment of musicians. 25 To their credit, Quincy Jones, Nina Simone et al. Brought suit against the cabaret card system, leading to reform. 26. The 1950s were also the time when Atlantic Records, which became an industry giant, gained liftoff. Founder Ahmet Ertegun, the son of a Turkish diplomat posted to Washington, had in 1935 been withdrawn from the posh St. Albans prep school because they insisted on instruction in Christianity. 27 The younger Ertegun was transformed in any case when he witnessed a performance by Cab Calloway and Duke Ellington at London's Palladium. A few years later in Washington, he organized so-called mixed-race performances at the Turkish embassy, which was technically not subject to the Republic's Jim Crow jurisdiction. Then, more conventionally, he organized sessions with nothing but Negro artists. By 1949, his business breakthrough came with the recording of Drinkin' Wine Spodod, a curious production by one raised as a Muslim. 28 Ertegun actually met his partner, Herb Abrahamson, in what he termed a communist front bookstore in Washington, D.C., where his brother Neshui was lecturing. However, when he hired prostitutes for a confab of disc jockeys in Washington, D.C., it indicated that he too could not escape the corruption that permeated the industry. 29. As Jim Crow bars eased, not least because of global pressure, the once stigmatized music was able to penetrate more markets. Australia is starved for good jazz was the message transmitted to pianist Dave Brubeck in 1957, the year of Little Rock, Ghana, and Sputnik. There was a tremendous appetite for it, he was told, though it was unclear if a similar warm welcome would be extended to the progenitors of the music, those of African ancestry, for example, given that continent's official policy of racialism. 30 Another member of the Anglosphere, Robert Larimer, cited the increasingly sainted Winston Churchill for the idea that nothing brings back to him so well the memories of past years with all of their mental pictures and moods and heartwarming associations as hearing again or humming the popular songs of those years, providing musicians with a powerful psychological lever that could be wielded profitably abroad. 31 But just as Little Rock and Ghana were juxtaposed, so was the open and closed doors for the music. Jazz in Toronto has been on the downgrade recently, Brubeck was told in 1957.32. The example of Brubeck, quickly becoming the face of the music, was symptomatic of the contradictions then emerging. The contradiction was sensed by the pianist himself, who mournfully asserted in mid-1955 that ever since the Time article anointing him as the music's savior, I have had a barrage of unfavorable criticism, such as Ralph Gleason and Leonard Feather, 33 He was an able musician to be sure, but it was hard to gainsay the point that his European ancestry was of benefit to him in making his mark musically. Fortunately, Brubeck was principled in this racial minefield, to the detriment of his bottom line. "You're canceling a concert in Dallas because of the policy of segregated seating," he was told in 1957, heartened one fan in Waterloo, Iowa. "I want to thank you," was the message. "I am luckier than the majority of Negroes," he wrote, adding, "It is impossible to be completely untainted. This whole core of rottenness that inhered in Jim Crow, affects everyone." Thus, Brubeck's correspondent tended to swing between feelings of great hope and deep bitterness, a not uncommon feeling as the United States strained to change in the face of massive resistance. Brubeck was told, "You can never know how much it means to me to know that there are people who react positively to injustices." 34. Brubeck was in the vortex of a gathering storm. Those in Dixie who appreciated the music at times found its presentation by him more appealing than, say, by Oscar Peterson, the Afro-Canadian piano master, born in 1925. As ever, Joe Glazer was embedded in the controversy. His Manhattan-based firm informed Dear Dave that they had arranged about 25 engagements at colleges and universities in the South and Southwest during the month of February, but the organizers just called and wanted to know if you had any colored boys sick in your group, which you do. My purpose in writing you, it was announced without subtlety, is to see if you could arrange to have an all-white group to play these colleges and universities because they will not accept you as a mixed group. The fee was not negligible, 25 dates for $1,500 per concert, and this was not to be sneezed at. This should be considered seriously, as college concerts are the backbone of your income. 35 Brubeck's refusal to play in Jim Crow venues was costly. Adhering to principle was expensive, in other words. The very system of Jim Crow dictated such, which also enabled incorrigibles like Glazer. Brubeck's attorney once said that Mr. Glazer appears to be a liar, a gross understatement. James Bancroft grouped the slimy Manhattanite with the critics and the financial opportunists who were beginning to consider you the target for plucking. This was part of the price of success, he said, but it is too bad things work out this way. 36. Even with opportunities abroad, Brubeck sacrificed by ditching Dallas and like-minded venues. Near that same time, fans of the pianist said that they were rather concerned in recent months about the apparent lack of promotion of Columbia Records, with which he was signed. In the Chicago area, it was stated, airplay for Columbia Jazz is at the present time practically non-existent. Why? 37. But what was the alternative to these monopoly concerns, which, after all, had advertising budgets and distribution networks that Debut Records was finding the hard way were all too necessary? Brubeck's attorney told the similarly small Circle Records of San Francisco that it was perfectly ridiculous to expect Dave to pay a portion of expenses over which he has no control, since half of the expenses listed on your memorandum are for advertising. Besides, he was not consulted before being billed. 38. But as one window closed, another opened, though at times ill gusts blew in unabated. Hugh Hefner, the myrmidon of smut, who accumulated a fortune through the commercialization of sexism, made Brubeck's music an essential part of the seductive armor wielded by his playboys. As early as 1955, he informed the pianist about the new jazz audience of which Brubeck was a key attraction. 25% of our audience is collegiate, he said, the biggest percentage of any magazine in the nation, making it a difficult venue for Brubeck to ignore. 39. Thus, by the late 1950s, Brubeck ranked with Ahmad Jamal, Errol Garner, Jonah Jones, and the Modern Jazz Quartet as the top-selling recording artists in the music that was their specialty. But since Brubeck was the only Euro-American in this group, even setting aside Miles Davis and Thelonious Monk who were close behind, it was not unrealistic to expect that in a still apartheid society, Brubeck had an advantage over competitors, whether desired or not. A typical album of Dinah Shore or Rosemary Clooney, said critic Ralph Gleason, sold 10,000 units, which was in the vicinity of what Quincy Jones was then selling, although he could sell 8,000 more in France alone, unlike these singers. Davis was also outselling those singers at home. At that time, the rising sales champion, Elvis Presley, was selling 100,000 units, said Gleason. Even then, Jones was complaining that the ubiquitous Morris Levy wants to own you, as if slavery had not been abolished. 40. Entrepreneur Bob Tila once worked with Roulette Records and admitted the existence of mob ties. Coyly, he said that it was impossible to be in any part of the industry, distribution, talent, management, retail, performance venues, etc. without an instant awareness that there are good fellows mobsters among the good guys and bad guys. This made it impossible for most independent labels to survive, as Mingus and Roach could have attested, for whoever controls the distribution controls the cash flow. And all roads led back to Morris Levy, who became incalculably wealthy by funding performers, music publishing, record manufacturing, and distribution companies, leaving Tila queasy and uneasy. Every day I felt I was improbably and inescapably trapped in a grade B gangster epic, an opinion magnified since Roulette also had ties to the gangster-connected International Longshoremen's Association. 41. Arguably, Levy felt empowered by the historic discrepancy in bargaining power, enhancing capital rather than labor, a trend that was bolstered post-war as unions were weakened and the situation was not assuaged by the official crumbling of Jim Crow. Indeed, the latter, as the violent reaction to Little Rock suggested, may have excited a counter-revolution capable of eroding any gains delivered by desegregation. During and right after the war, said trumpeter and singer Clora Bryant, born in 1927, before all the MEN had really come back, we had our pick, speaking of women artists like herself, then busily organizing bands. But, she said, the Caucasians started taking over the scene and creating categories, for example, West Coast jazz or rock and roll, and started making themselves the kings of those categories, meaning, she said wistfully, we lost a lot of camaraderie. 42. These new categories were a kind of secession not unlike the secession from London on anti-abolitionist grounds that created the Republic in the first instance. 43. A revolt against pre-existing categories where Negroes, men and women alike, had been dominant. Assuredly, some musicians fought back vigorously against right-wing influence. Vibraphonist Terry Gibbs, born in 1924, spoke disparagingly of right-wing leader, Gerald L.K. Smith. I'd like to go into a room with a lifelike dummy of him made of good rubber though and wail the hell out of it. 44. However, his was a voice not echoed sufficiently. Shirley Horne, born in 1934, was comparable to Dorothy Donegan in terms of being a singer and pianist, and to Bryant in terms of her perceptivity. Her two brothers, both hoodlums, assisted her early in her career in her hometown, Washington, D.C. I got $175 for 5 days, 5 days a week and 2 hours, a whole lot of money then. But then her dad and mom objected, they just acted ugly, and she departed hastily. Sadly, male musicians objected too. Why do they treat me so mean? She asked plaintively. I was always nice to the guys, she said with befuddlement. You know, come to my house. I'll feed you. But the anger did not subside. In fact, when they got on the bandstand, it was mean, it was ugly, as their gender-segregated domain was pierced. And I made up my mind, she said firmly. I said, whoa, I said, one day I'm taking over the whole Washington, D.C. This was an ambitious mission that was only thwarted partially. I had the first integrated band in Washington, and that was in Maryland over there with the rednecks and stuff, right? It was the Wheel, a joint, out on Bladensburg Road, definitely a redneck place, and then a couple of my girlfriends came in. Both of them were dark-skinned, unlike herself. They looked at us kind of funny, speaking of the patrons, at first, but did not react violently, which could not be ruled out. The music got hot, and they were dancing and everything. It was great. But the drummer, I mean the bass player, didn't feel very comfortable. But I enjoyed it. Horne didn't realize the historic weight of the occurrence, until my musicians union said, "You have the first integrated band in Washington in terms of personnel and audience." She also performed at the Bohemian Caverns in Washington, though then we weren't making no money, it was slavery time. We played Tuesday from 9:30 until 2, ditto from Wednesday, Friday and on Saturday, a matinee. Then there was a break, then we played until whenever that was. Then there was a matinee on Sunday. That was 8 something until something to 12. That's what I called slavery time stuff, and we did every week, she repeated. But you know one thing? It made us strong. There were some men who did not object to her presence, one of whom was the much reviled Miles Davis, who told Max Gordon, Manhattan club owner, "I'm not going to play unless she opens." That was something, she said, recalling the startling incident in 1996. It knocked me down that my sweet love, meaning the trumpeter, intervened. The same night that I did that, opening for Miles, she said, it was the opening of A Raisin in the Sun in 1959, yet another breakthrough for a Negro woman, the youthful playwright Lorraine Hansberry in this instance. Also bathed in a halo of admiration with Davis was the manager John Levy, the former bassist. He cared about me, she said with conviction. I just wanted to be one of the guys, he understood, and, as a result, he's my friend right today and he cares about me. Levy was a dream, a good friend, and I trusted him. We never had a contract. He understood her dilemma, for ever since day one when I came on the scene, number one, they don't know how to package me, number one, right, because I play the piano like a man, now that stops them right there. Critics say, no, but you've got to stand up and sing, and I said no, I'm going to sit down and play. Inevitably, she was denoted as a diva, and I want to punch him right in the snoot. I hate that. I mean, I'm bebop. I'm a musician, meaning I get the respect that lady divas don't get, because I'm one of the guys in that when I sit down and play, I've got the control, the boss, in other words. I control the money. But even the enlightened Levy said I was too fair or light-skinned for the movies, you know, I'd rather he told me you can't act. But don't tell me it's because of my color, you know. Her management also could not save her from an unpleasant experience in Chicago, a wrong booking. I shouldn't have gone in right behind this woman named Dusty Springfield. She was a risque woman. She'd done the dirty songs, prompting one guy to shout, "Give the nigger bitch a $10 tip." Again, it was Glazer who put me in a lot of joints that I didn't like, that didn't suit me. Above all, I tried to be a lady, but he simply wanted to profit lucratively. I didn't belong in Savannah, she said, at least put me in Atlanta. Ultimately, Horne was so disgusted with managers that she decided, I'm going to produce my own stuff. She was alienated by Richard Seidel, oh man. He thinks he discovered me, though it's all about getting his name on as a producer on one of her productions. He came all the way to Boston to that end. He came to bribe me, and he did bribe me to put his name, bribe me with a little machine so he could put his name on as producer. Her response? Any time that you want to be a producer, I'm going to lend you my wig and my red lipstick and you do it, baby, otherwise, she would handle this duty herself. I'm just kind of like a rebel, she maintained, I'm too old and I'm not going to let them push me around. She was not driven by the need for notoriety, not that being famous is that important, but you've got to have a certain amount of fame in order to make money. As for her attorney, Joel Siegel, he was more bitchy than I and really not my friend besides. I don't need to make any more money. It's not about money in the first place. So she was able to evade what the more famous Washingtonian, Duke Ellington, did not with his manager, Irving Mills. Recording with Verve, she had an experience with a man with a secretary, apparently the man in question was her attorney. She thinks her name should go on everything that's recorded. I said not on mine. The approach was to bury her in pages of a lengthy contract. They'll send you all these papers, papers and papers, and if you tried to understand and read all that crap, you'd be crazy, and then hope she would not read the document with care. Another important tip was supplied by another performer, Carmen McRae. One thing I can tell you, baby, is get the money up front before performing, not after, and that's what I do. Like Donegan, she found a contradiction between seeking multiple childbearing experiences and a career simultaneously. I didn't want a lot of children because I remember my grandmother talking about if you have too many children it's not good. Thus, after 4 years of marriage I had 1 child and that was it. He thought I was going to have a whole lot and be barefoot and pregnant, but I said to myself, oh. I'd seen over the years, I've seen women, mean, leaving their children, and I've seen what happened with the children, the kids suffer, kids all screwed up. Interestingly, women musicians were typically asked about family matters, while men, not so much. But she did have to deal with a jealous spouse. He has a problem, because people in show business. They hug and kiss. I had to stop him from coming to clubs where I was performing, right away, early on, because he was just jealous of everybody. He kind of doesn't like to share me. Once, enraged, he tossed a man down the steps of a club who seemed to be paying inordinate attention to her. She concluded, "You're going to find this to be true, a black man cannot handle a successful woman, wife, or woman, and I see that 45. As the invocation of Elvis Presley suggests, another contradictory irony of the era of Jim Crow's official retrenchment was the rise of Euro-American artists who mimicked the performances of Negroes, a trend that reached a zenith with the so-called British invasion featuring notably the Rolling Stones. In some audiences defined as white found it easier to swallow Negro music when it was not performed by Negroes. The man known as Magnificent Montague, who rocketed to fame in Black Los Angeles during the 1960s tumult 46 initially objected since black labels weren't paying shit royalties to begin with, facilitating the rise of white companies who were seeking to co-opt what little we had. Then they were joined by the likes of Presley, Pat Boone, and the like, e.g. Wolfman Jack, blacking up his face with makeup stealing Howlin' Wolf's dialect, who practically before we got it out of their mouths, they took it, and by 1957, Montague charged, it would get even worse, because the master robber, Dick Clark, would take his American Bandstand TV show nationwide. You wonder why black folk talk about conspiracies where white people don't see them, but exploit their handiwork. Clark aside, referring to the TV host featuring Euro-American teenagers aping Negro dancers, Montague found it difficult not to notice the number of Jews who ran independent companies specializing in black music. Art Rupe, founder of Specialty Records in L.A., the Chess Brothers, Phil and Leonard in Chicago, Sid Nathan, who owned King Records in Cincinnati, the Meaner Brothers in L.A. with Aladdin Records. Simultaneously, there was the discouraging story of how Black Swan, Negro-owned, formed in 1921 in Harlem, was squeezed out by the major record companies. A surface analysis found it simple to equate ethno-religious heritage with exploitation of Negroes, a tendency that accompanied the post-war rise of the Nation of Islam and the concomitant waning in influence of the class ideology of those like Robeson. Still, Montague admitted that just about the only white people who'd ever given me a break in this business were Jews. Then, there was payola, companies illicitly buying access to radio airwaves, which further advantaged the giant firms. 47 Perhaps Montague was too tactful to mention Ted Brinson, a proficient Negro guitarist in Los Angeles who once played alongside Lester Young and arranged for Mary Lou Williams but then became a mailman and wound up recording white surf groups and singing with them too, aiding their escalating popularity. 48. Though much has been made of the formal retreat of Jim Crow in the 1950s, too often this has not been linked with the simultaneous retreat of unions and class-based groupings, which hampered class solidarity and created fertile ground for the rise of racial and ethnic sensitivities. Most of the clubs in Hollywood and toward downtown were Jewish-owned, said Clora Bryant. 49 Shirley Horne, singer and keyboardist, spoke of Sheila Mathis at Verve Records, who was smart but thought they were going to fire her, because, they got rid of all the Jews at some point. Anybody who wasn't a Jew, fired them, right? 50 Even Jerry Wexler, journalist turned music producer, was offended that the Chess Brothers of Chicago, ill-famed exploiters of blues musicians, sometimes referred to contracted artists as chaya, which in Yiddish meant animals, indicative of their plantation mentality. 51. Shirley Horne captured the sentiment of many beleaguered musicians when she spoke of this era contemptuously. So much fighting between the musicians and the record companies, she groaned, so much fight, bite, scratch, with the performers often left vanquished, victims of unequal bargaining power. They were crooks, she said of the executives, speaking in 1996. Steeplechase Records, she said, right today, they owe me money. It's a kind of joke. 52. If she had been more expansive, Horne might also have cited the social double standards as further afflictions of women artists. Max Roach conceded that songstress Dinah Washington was playing the field, like we were, speaking of his fellow male rakes, but the latter were not castigated as frequently as she was, placing inordinate pressure on her as a result. 53 Thus pianist Marian McPartland was of the opinion that her comrade keyboardist Mary Lou Williams was known to be tough. The men respected her. Some of them were afraid of her. 54 But her toughness was often misinterpreted. Tragically, the barriers leapt by Horne were not only amassed in her difficult path. 6 Red, saxophonist born in 1928, had to moonlight as a schoolteacher because of diminishing opportunity. Said Feather, she talks with very little rancor of having been resented as a female, of being passed up for jobs, of seeing men walk off the bandstand as soon as she walked on. Arguably, the semi-sexist origins of the music in brothels and the like had not disintegrated even as the music gained acclaim as a distinguished art form. Feather boasted, quite earnestly and without irony in the pages of the Journal of the Playboy Jazz Festival, that during the 1940s and 1950s most of the recordings led by female instrumentalists were instigated and produced by me, and that of the all-female sessions, I was responsible for nearly 100%. Whatever the case, Feather's admirable intervention could not rescue Red and other women artists from having to cope with the never-ending flow of words laced liberally with sexual overtones made by bandmates and fans alike. Soon a rising feminist movement, buoyed by anti-Jim Crow measures, was to change things somewhat, but not soon enough to heal damaged careers. 55 The budding music mogul Nisui Erdogan told Dear Leonard that as a result of your enthusiastic recommendation, Red would receive a recording contract. Erdogan had never heard of this artist, further vindicating Feather's industry. 56. Clora Bryant and others had difficulty developing what was thought to be the correct political line given the other matters occupying space in her imagination. They don't even let me gig near the studios, she lamented, speaking of jobs in Hollywood. Name me one female horn player who gigs in the studios, though there were female violinists, pianists, flutists, only a few if any trombonists, saxophonists, or trumpet players, because the men guard these jobs. Inferentially, it was evident that she was not blaming all men for this paucity. When I speak with someone black, she said, it's a different feeling, I'm more comfortable. I don't say certain things to white writers for fear they may take it the wrong way or edit something I've said to suit their viewpoint, which has happened. Thus, every time we get together as a group to do something, she said, speaking of African Americans in 1985, they make a big deal out of it. But when they do their thing, no one else says a word. This pinched attitude had financial impact. The jazz music business has become a real political business. I have many problems with it, one of which is the money paid musicians, which was very bad actually. There was a spatial dimension as well, in that for years there has been a systematic movement in the jazz scene here from the inner city to the suburbs, meaning that if you resided in South LA, especially without a vehicle, it might be difficult to work in Laguna Beach, Hermosa Beach, or West Hollywood. 57. Women artists may have been hit disproportionately, but the cesspool of iniquity generated by capitalism left few unscathed. Critic Frank Kofsky once argued that there was a pattern of exploitation of black musical artists and, by extension, of white artists who perform in black idioms that extends at least from the 1920s, and the harassing of artists for drug possession leading to imprisonment suggests that he is largely correct. 58 Red Rodney, a trumpeter born in 1927, got swept up in a phenomenon that disproportionately snared Negro men: mass incarceration. It was almost as if those who strayed across the color line, irrespective of intent, merited punishment. 59. In the 1950s, drummer Roy Porter was imprisoned because of drug possession and found himself alongside saxophonist Dexter Gordon, who, he said, organized a jazz band that included altoist Fred Walters, Chris White on trumpet, in a group so highly regarded that that band played in a movie that featured football star Elroy Crazy Legs Hirsch. Speaking of Unchained. On the one hand, one response to the pro forma retrenchment of Jim Crow was a crackdown on prominent Negroes, especially jazz men, with drugs. On the other, incarceration helped to create a music school of sorts. It was while imprisoned that Porter learned how to voice chords properly, to write and compose. He immersed himself completely in music while I was there, he recalled. But to his dismay, when he was released from prison as the pivotal year of 1957 approached, he found clubs leaving Central Avenue, once the stronghold of the music, while remaining jobs were being gobbled up by white musicians, just starting that cool school of jazz. Most black musicians couldn't fit in that narrow category, perhaps not coincidentally. 60 This was even more ironic since the ebony-hued Miles Davis was a founder of this school of sound, and the very term cool. 61 Detached emotionally, shuttered behaviorally, and projecting an abrupt masculinity was symbolized by the enigmatic trumpeter responsible for many twists and turns in the music. Yet even Davis could not claim sole paternity for this phenomenon, as Lester Prez Young could also claim parentage. 62 Not to mention African Americans as a whole, who were compelled to project cool in the face of lynch mobs and less difficult crises too. The often neglected downside to the ascension of this complex phenomenon was that detached emotionality and abrupt masculinity did not enhance the health of intimate relationships. Lee Konitz, saxophonist born in 1927, with roots in Europe and often associated with the cool school, did not dissent. He was part of Stan Kenton's band and acknowledged that the problem seemed to be that he didn't have many black players coming through the band. There were some, Ernie Royal, for example, just as Konitz himself was part of the paradoxical birth of the cool sessions inaugurated by Miles Davis. But, says Konitz, there were not significantly enough openings for black guys, meaning bandmates. I don't know what disagreement Dizzy Gillespie had with Stan, but he really put him down strong. 2.63. As Kenton's bankroll fattened, the brickbats tossed at him increased in velocity. The band leader continued to be upset by polls that he felt did not reflect adequately his own presumed qualifications as a musician. There is a new minority group, facing bias, he charged, white jazz musicians. This brought him a sharp rebuke from Leonard Feather. Nobody heard a peep out of you when real prejudice existed back in the early 1940s. Refusing to holster his weapon, Feather asserted further that the graying Kenton, born in 1911, was riding your white charger to defend white supremacy, and ignoring that almost every major development in jazz history has been the work of Negro musicians. 64 As early as 1950, it was Feather who argued vehemently that such polls show a definite discrimination against Negro musicians, since most or all of the first-place winners were white. Ironically, he found Melody Maker, the music Bible of Britain and their French counterpart, did not exhibit the same tendency, but instead tended to favor European-born artists such as George Shearing. 65 The spunky Feather also broke ranks when he reamed fellow critic Stanley Dance for various transgressions, perceived widely as violating unwritten rules of the fraternity of critics. 66. Because their creativity generated so much wealth in a society grounded in white supremacy, Negro artists were noticeably vulnerable. Errol Garner's agent upbraided Baronet Records because of your unauthorized manufacture, sale, and distribution of the pianist's improvisation. 67 Giant company Columbia Records was accused by Martha Glazer of illegally releasing Garner's music from the inventory. 68 Trummy Young was aghast at what befell Garner. Timmy Rosenkrantz, an associate of the diminutive pianist, had very expensive equipment in New York City, and he used to bring Errol Garner down there and just record him by the hour, and he'd give him all the liquor he wanted and anything else he may want, have chicks for him down there and food. And when Errol got popular, man, all of that stuff came out in Europe, man. This guy made a fortune. All of these things started coming out in Europe, and it kind of really hurt his own recordings, depleting his income. His albums were selling for $5, $6, or $7, and this guy was putting these things out for $3 featuring a lot of the same tunes and a lot of the same things. This travesty occurred, though they were supposed to have been friends, leaving to the imagination what an enemy would have done. And it was not just Garner who was being shafted. When Young was with Louis Armstrong in Europe, they used to find trucks out in the back with all kind of electronic gadgets, picking up the whole concert for pressing discs for sale. This outrage was conspicuously occurring in Germany. Louis played the best concert halls in Europe where the acoustics were perfect, making him an obvious target for bootleg recordings. 69 companies, perhaps accidentally, undermined their productions. John Hammond is among those who found engineering to be inferior on jazz recordings, which simply opened the door for selling bootleg records, which may have been better engineered. 70. Most exploitation was more mundane. Lee Konitz was always in debt to that band. Speaking of Kenton's orchestra, I drew money for family needs, he said, in a kind of musical sharecropping, driving him deeper into a financial hole, and he was hardly alone. 71 But just as anecdotally, Euro-American football stars, a minority in a professional sport dominated by African Americans, seem to find more opportunities in broadcasting and executive ranks today than their melanin-rich counterparts. Leonard Feather, echoing Max Roach, found it remarkable that Shelly Manne, in some ways the epitome of a color-coded West Coast jazz, owned 6 valuable horses, acres of land in Northridge, the heart of the valuable San Fernando Valley in Los Angeles, a jazz club, and more. 72 Tellingly, one of the few musicians associated with this musical turn who actually hailed from the Golden State was Mexican-American drummer Chuck Flores, born in 1935, who played with bandleader Woody Herman and, insultingly, was termed a wetback or so-called illegal immigrant even by bandmates. 73 Again, there was a discrepancy between the easing of Jim Crow barriers and the continuation of a rancid status quo. The contradictory winds brought by the 1950s were also reflected when Miles Davis, becoming ever more popular, was beaten and bloodied by New York City police officers in front of Birdland in August 1959. 74 Just before then, in a less publicized episode that his son recalled, a Chicago club owner wanted to dock Davis $500 because he did not follow orders and went on first. I was standing there and I saw him, meaning his dad, get real mad. He just reached over this desk and pulled the dude out of his chair. Before I knew it, Miles had him on the floor and was whipping his ass. 75 With every blow inflicted, this was a metaphor for the past pummeling of Jim Crow delivered by generations past, allowing Davis to act without fear of lynching. Unfortunately, Davis's bloody experiences were not unique. Trombonist Curtis Fuller was accustomed to hard times, having resided in an orphanage and having endured bias in a military band. Yet this did not prepare him for an encounter in New Jersey when a state trooper pulled him over and bleated, "Get out of the car." Unhappy with Fuller's perceived dearth of alacrity in responding, "He pulled me out of the car," said the startled artist. "He put his boot on my back. He took out his magnum. I said, 'What's wrong, officer?' 'Shut up,' was the hard-bitten reply. Then he unleashed a fusillade of racist epithets. N-word, 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 was how Fuller daintily put it. 'He's terrified of a man on the ground,' the artist asked rhetorically. It's raining and I'm cold. He said, what's in that case? I said, my instrument, sir. He took it, opened it and looked in it and took it apart. He threw the bell one way and threw the horn over the bridge on the New Jersey Turnpike. Still dissatisfied, the officer was shaking and quivering. He's got the gun and the club, but he was the one shaking like a leaf. Fuller was ecstatic to escape to tell the tale. But he knew well that that color line is still here for us 76. There were other factors beyond police terror shaping the overall environment for musicians. The triumph of the Cuban Revolution on January 1, 1959, was one such factor. Even before Fidel Castro and his comrades arrived to take power, Havana had become risky for casino investments, and thus Las Vegas and Reno skyrocketed. Nevada was a magnet, attracting speculators from Cuba. William McPherson had been licensed to run a casino as early as the 1940s in Cuba. I put the first gambling in there when I bought into it, he claimed of Cuba. 77 But he too came to the sagebrush state. I sold out in the fall of 46, he said, as Las Vegas was taking off. Others followed him from the Caribbean after Castro's rise. Weeks after this turning point, the Nevada authorities were told that one investor found the situation in Cuba so parlous, that I do not know at the present time whether I will be in business in Cuba or not, no minor matter since it was impossible to dispose of his holdings. 78. With investors fleeing Cuba one step ahead of revolutionists, a number could either deepen their holdings in Nevada or start same. This could be good news for musicians seeking work, but, as evidenced by the contradictions of this era, this could also mean more opportunity to exploit Negroes, often unprotected by unions. Thus, in the prelude to the Cuban commotion, Hugh Duncan of the Silver States Esquire Club sought vociferously to protest his innocence, having no idea how the marked cards happened to be in the club, it was reported. They were planted, he asserted. Interestingly, it was also said that although Nevada gambling laws and regulations provide that illegal cards or dice cannot be used in games, they do not specifically prohibit their presence in casinos. 79. In 1958, months before the Cuban overthrow, the Nevadan authorities were probing Cuban gambling and the ramifications and implications of Nevada licensees participating in Cuban operations. There are 8 Nevada licensees presently holding interests in Cuban casinos. The list included the infamous Modalites, for there was the general impression that Nevadans are running Cuban gambling and are synonymous with it. Carson City was seized with the idea that the gambling element in Cuba, many of them ineligible to hold Nevada licenses, have become an issue between revolutionary parties and the then Cuban government. Inevitably, the migration of thuggery to Las Vegas from Cuba, post-1958, would introduce more instability, to the disadvantage of musicians. This tends to lend credence to the oft-repeated criticism of national racketeering syndicates which, by virtue of the factors developing in Cuba, now takes on an international aspect and implies that Nevada represents a hub in the alleged nefarious network, raising the possibility of commingling of funds in Cuban ventures of Nevadans and others aiding. Though these authorities were concentrating on the backwash of events in Cuba, Negro activists, for example, former Basie vocalist Bob Bailey, were urging them to focus more on Jim Crow. Drummer Jimmy Cobb, born in 1929 and best known as an accompanist of Miles Davis, on some of his best-selling albums, including Kind of Blue in 1959, could have served as an expert witness. No stranger to bigotry, he recalled playing alongside Billie Holiday, and at that time black people couldn't be out. I don't even know that black people could be in that club at that time. This was like Las Vegas, where you could go in behind the bandstand and come up on the stage in the lounge, then play, but exit quickly, avoiding discomfiting Euro-American patrons unaccustomed to having Negroes in their midst except when these artists were performing. When I was with Dinah Washington, Holiday's logical successor, you had to do that. We had a trailer out in the parking lot that they had to use instead of lounge facilities. There's a lot of things that happened, he said dismayingly and mysteriously, that a whole lot of people don't need to know about. So, I'm going to keep it like that. 81. As matters evolved, post-1959 Dalitz and his comrades were ousted from Havana, bringing more capital repatriation to Nevada along with more expansion of casinos and clubs, but this was not necessarily a step forward for artists. In any case, artists were often paid better in Cuba than Nevada. When songstress Eartha Kitt appeared for the first time in Cuba in the 1950s, mobster Meyer Lansky paid her a small fortune to perform at the opening of his new casino. 82 She was not alone, as, according to one observer, the Tropicana in Havana became a necessary stop for many American jazz musicians. 83 There were sad similarities between the sinks of sin that were Las Vegas and Havana. I was in Cuba 38 years ago, said Max Roach in 1989, and, typically, I wasn't allowed to go into certain clubs unless performing. 84. Gambling had taken off in Las Vegas in 1931,85 and now in 1959, it had reached yet another turning point. Institutionalizing a game of chance opened the door for all manner of underhandedness. Typically, considerable time was devoted in Carson City to discussion of conditions in the gambling industry and ways of controlling cheating and thieving games. 86 Product of a culture that could easily capture unwary musicians. Loaded Dice 87 and Edge Work 88 performed on dice were among the many tricks of a state overrun by grifters. The rise of Castro also led to a severe counter-reaction. Cuban exiles in the United States did not take kindly to any sympathy for Havana, nor those the new regime were thought to support, making particularly vulnerable musicians from nearby islands. Seedy elements in the business often compelled musicians to seek alternatives to the status quo. Eddie Palmieri, a pianist of Puerto Rican ancestry born in 1936, recalled the influence of the man known as Symphony Sid, Tarnopol, born in 1909, often credited from his perch on radio in popularizing the bebop genre. He was controlled by the record company, said Palmieri, and I recorded with same, and so he put his music on rotation. This helped to rescue him from the crassness of the Palladium Ballroom in Midtown Manhattan. Fridays you had all the gamblers and their ladies present, but, despite their affluence, pay was minimal. You played 16 shows in 4 days for $72 and they took out taxes. And you needed your cabaret card too, documentation from the authorities that you were above board, but this entailed racial profiling against those like himself, because there were too many blacks and Hispanics working downtown, it was said. As long as you stayed uptown, Minton's, for example, you were fine. So, like others, he headed overseas, France in his case. That's why I have a special thing for France, he said, even though they can't stand any American. Besides, I was accused of being a communist because of avant-garde ideas, and the CIA and FBI went to see my record company. In a companion maneuver, the ubiquitous Maurice Levy brought me and said, "Mr. Palmieri, what did you record for me?" He was referring to his composition, Mambo con Conga equals Mozambique, seen as an affront to the U.S. ally in fascist Portugal, the colonizer of this African nation, which became independent in 1975. The well-connected Levy was backed by the big mafia, the Gambino family and the Colombo family. So Palmieri had to take it seriously when the gruff Levy barked, "Don't record that shit anymore." But there was a related problem in that Cuban exiles in the form of Alpha 66, known to deploy terror, were upset with him and were threatening to blow up all the radio stations that played my music. He hired progressive Negro attorney Bruce Wright to protect his interests. 89. Bigots still plagued a state where somehow the mascot of the campus at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas was a treasonous Confederate rebel, though this state was far from Dixie, at least geographically. When Negro customers were admitted to certain clubs, they were charged more for drinks than others, hardly creating an atmosphere favorable to Negro artists. 90. On the other hand, the man known variously as Bufong or Bill Fong, a rare club owner in the state who was not defined as white, paid for a lifetime membership in the NAACP and was even saluted by the group. 91. The right's leader, former Basie vocalist, and accused communist William Bob Bailey accompanied fellow singer Nat King Cole when he was rudely turned away from a club on the Strip, with a fistfight ensuing that both singers managed to avoid. Bailey well knew that in order for a Negro musician to be hired in the thriving clubs in Las Vegas, one had to be a really jazz giant, really a giant of some type, and still today, he said in 1978, I doubt if half of 1%, or a half or an eighth of 1% are blacks, playing in the house bands. At once, this infuriated black artists and hampered class unity when those defined as white did not object strenuously, or at all. Despite being red-baited, it was Bailey who, by his own admission, subpoenaed people to testify about racism before official bodies. I've signed more subpoenas for owners of hotels here than the Kefauver Committee, a reference to U.S. Senator Estes Kefauver, whose Klieg-Light investigations became a staple of early television. That's a fact, he boasted with justification. That's an absolute fact, he emphasized. This was the Nevada State Equal Rights Investigatory Commission, appointed by Governor Grant Sawyer. Yes, he said with satisfaction, we did the job and got it off the ground and finally got the law. Finally got the law, that is, the state equal rights law, a landmark. Still, in a thinly veiled reference to the potent Church of Latter-day Saints, he remained very concerned as to the future progress of coexistence in a town where you have a very respected religion that by virtue of its own religious patterns, discriminates against a person because of the color of his skin. This is a rough road, he said. 92. While the musicians pouring into a booming Las Vegas had to pay attention to the chiselers and gougers who were rampant, as ever, New York City presented a different problem. As the Cuban Revolution was triumphing, a report was issued detailing widespread discrimination against Negro musicians in the symphony orchestras, Broadway shows, and radio-television networks. The heralded Philharmonic Symphony and the Metropolitan Opera Orchestra never have employed a Negro professional musician, and there were no Negro musicians on the staff of NBC, a major television and radio network. And since 1943, Radio City Music Hall has never hired a Negro musician on a permanent basis. All this was documented by the National Urban League. 93. Near the same time Horne man Ike Quebec, born in 1918, was driving a taxi, a job frequently taken by capable though unemployed musicians. Not long thereafter one of the most highly praised pianists of his era, Cecil Taylor, born in 1929, was washing dishes in a restaurant in order to survive. 94. Drummer Philly Joe Jones, born in Philadelphia in 1923, while stranded in Munich had trouble finding work, so he found a job dubbing movies into English. It was fun, he exulted. 95. Travel abroad was customarily the option pursued by Negro musicians blocked at home. This remained true. Clora Bryant observed that Dizzy, Blakey, and others have told me if it wasn't for Europe they wouldn't be able to make it. But given the nature of the Republic, she suggested, Negro artists had few alternatives, they took this land away from the Native Americans, and the racist pattern was established from the inception. 96. Among those fleeing to Europe was saxophonist Johnny Griffin, born in 1928. The government puts a lot of money into the arts, he declared in 1986, there were radio orchestras all over Germany, Denmark, and Holland. Since he had been through some very hard times in the United States, exile agreed with him. I live in the middle of the country in southern France, 97, said the satisfied musician, exemplifying a pattern that stretched back to the music's origins. Shirley Horne, like many, was enthusiastic about Japan, they respect the musician. I make a lot of money in France and Japan and you don't have to work yourself to death. 98. However, unlike Tony Scott, who traveled to apartheid South Africa in 1958, Negro artists were circumscribed generally in seeking to gain access to this lucrative market. I did make a profit financially, said the clarinetist happily. 99, When Clark Terry noticed Mingus assaulting Scott, choking him to death with the clarinetist turning green and blue, it was, apparently, not an inspired anti-apartheid protest. 100. Nevertheless, the Cape Town pianist then known as Dollar Brand, born in 1934, was often found playing alongside saxophonist Kip Imoaketsi, born in 1925, who was said to possess an encyclopedic grasp of Charlie Parker's work as well as South African folk traditions. Their music was a breakthrough for what was called South Africa jazz, and credit was given to the keyboardist eventually known as Abdullah Ibrahim, viewed as a scholar of Duke Ellington and Thelonious Monk, who found decades later when he was exiled to Manhattan that Ornette Coleman and Don Cherry were among his fans. 101. Just as Brand or Ibrahim moved across the Atlantic, so did the Nigerian percussionist and bandleader Babatunde Olatunji, and just as the South African was a living symbol of anti-apartheid with wider repercussions, the Nigerian was a living symbol of anti-colonialism, both transmitting undulating ripples. Olatunji arrived in the United States in the early 1950s to attend Morehouse College, the alma mater of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. We used to organize and ride the bus dressed in African clothing in Atlanta, a powerful message in itself, given the then reigning negative attitudes toward most matters African. We would sit anywhere and the driver would not move the bus. We would end up at the jailhouse in Atlanta. Undaunted, he reached out to Du Bois, Ghana's Kwame Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere, founding father of Tanzania, Sekou Touré, founding father of independent Guinea-Conakry. He had heard Duke Ellington on BBC in Nigeria before leaving home, leaving a deep impression. Reciprocally, Olatunji left a deep impression when he began to collaborate with Randy Weston and other musical leaders. 102. Stanley Turrentine, saxophonist born in 1934, might have done well by purchasing African clothing, since he admitted, "I had to literally think about my life when I was traveling down south, because when they had separate things, you couldn't stay in hotels and had to stay in those ragged buses." Perhaps with the proper garb and a phony accent, he could have taken advantage of Washington's desire to court a decolonizing Africa. "It affects the way you think and the way you approach it, it really affects your playing," he moaned. "I mean," he insisted, "you might have seen somebody killed that day and in reaction, you play that. You can't probably verbalize it, but you play it." 103. Crossing the Pacific in 1956 was Toshiko Akiyoshi. Born in 1929, her father controlled a textile plant in Japanese-occupied Manchuria, now part of China. She admits, "We were segregated from Chinese," though she railed against the comparison with Jim Crow. After the war, she moved to Japan, the land of her ancestral roots, and continued her piano study with Teddy Wilson, once known as the Marxist Mozart because of his advanced study of the piano and politics alike, and Bud Powell as her recorded guides. A few years after her arrival, she was married to saxophonist Charlie Mariano, born in 1923. However, she became a fount of information for the many artists who began reversing sale, finding fame and fortune in Tokyo. Art Blakey, she stresses, was really popular in Japan. She was struggling, however, until Mingus, she says, asked me to join his band. I was really alone and struggling, she emphasized, barely paying the rent. I decided maybe I should quit, because the world doesn't need another piano player. Fortunately, her fortitude prevailed and the world was not deprived of yet another excellent piano player. 104 For though she spoke movingly of what she termed sexual prejudice in her homeland, what might be termed gender prejudice here, in the United States, she found both sexual and racial bias, because Oriental Sikh were not associated with jazz. Shockingly, she said, I didn't meet one first-generation Japanese American who liked jazz, unlike Japanese, and very few second-generation either. They associated it with black people and found it undesirable in terms of their desire for status. 105 Suggesting assimilation to hegemonic white supremacy, the price of the ticket for admission to a certain status in the North American Republic. Akiyoshi could have added that many of Japanese ancestry in the United States had been singed when Tokyo was perceived in the pre-1945 era as being overly militant in speaking out against lynching and other racist ills, and the backlash bruised Issei, Nisei, and Sansei alike, contributing to their mass incarceration during the war. 106 As for sexual prejudice, Von Freeman, saxophonist, argued it is worth repeating that a woman has to be twice as good as a man to get any kind of recognition. Because this is a man's thing. They had to be just great, great, great before the guys would accept them. 107 An analog of the black experience generally. Speaking from Oppama, Japan, Dave Brubeck was informed that imitators are the rule in this Asian archipelago and the Toshikos the exception, in that the former pursued a literal transcription of both arrangements and solos, note for note. This lack of creativity applies mainly to hornmen and guitarists, whereas the rhythm sections, for example, drummers, seem to be more individualistic, although few pianists seem to have much chord sense. Yet indicative of why Japan was becoming a fecund outpost of the music was the conclusion that one can hear jazz here much more readily than in the United States. Though rock and roll has made its inroads, jazz hasn't the public opposition it has in much of the United States. 108. As Akiyoshi was arriving in the United States from Japan, pianist Hank Jones was arriving in Tokyo. The U.S. State Department brought him there in 1956, and by 2010 he had been there maybe 15 times, in his recollection. Born in Jim Crow Vicksburg in a horrid era 1918, he found Japanese audiences to be more attentive and they seemed to have a greater knowledge of what you are doing. 109. Though African musicians were escaping colonialism in the United States, African American musicians continued to flee abroad. By 1958, Britain featured 70 clubs sponsoring live jazz 7 nights a week, and increasing dependence of London on Washington in the aftermath of the disastrous Suez War of 1956 created a possibility for African American artists to grab some of these jobs. By that year, said critic Eric Hobsbawm, there was probably no major city in the world in which someone is not playing a record of Louis Armstrong or Charlie Parker, which at least created even more jobs abroad. 110. Compared to the United States, Europe proved to be an oasis for Negro musicians. I have not had a single bad racial experience since I've been in Europe, said Art Farmer. No one has ignored me as people will do here, in his homeland. Jon Hendricks began in Toledo as a drummer, and began singing. Similarly, once he landed in Europe, he made yet another fateful transition, spending more time performing in the nations of the old continent. Even serving 11 months in the brig after deserting the U.S. military in France did not sate his appetite for exile. In America we're still viewed as ex-slaves, he said, they're thinking in terms of racism all the time. They don't want no music that brings people together without thought or differences. The Europeans never had us as slaves, at least not to the same extent, so they can accept it for what it is, meaning the music and the performers. 2.111. Negro musicians continued to be dogged by the drug epidemic, though the changing political climate was opening more opportunities abroad. Producer John Hammond, testifying before the New York State Legislature, scoffed that the union has closed its eyes on this, leaving their membership further unprotected. 112 Thus, when Charlie Parker finally expired, his mother was distraught in recollecting that a woman who worked for the Italian mafia was egging him toward hard drugs. 113. This was not the only way in which unions left their members unprotected. Drummer Jimmy Cobb recalled a time when a recording was slated to be made with Columbia Records. You make a date. Then you have to wait at the union for 2 weeks or 3 weeks to get your money. Cobb managed to make a date to record Kind of Blue with Miles Davis, arguably the best-selling jazz record of all time. He received under $500, way under $500, and that would take you even a few weeks to get that. The record is still selling a lot of records, he said accurately, but sadly, I don't have no money to fight them. They got the advantage there, which was similarly accurate. If they were giving you what you was supposed to get, I probably wouldn't have to work as hard. At that point, his spouse added, Unprompted, sidemen don't get paid in this business, they don't. Jazz musicians really like to play. They don't like the business end of it too much usually, and the union was seemingly unable to compensate. Thus redoubtable artists like Lucky Thompson, saxophonist born in 1924, left the business, said Cobb. He just got disgusted with it for some reason. 114. Agreeing, producer Gus Stat IRAs, who also worked as a disc jockey, noted that you paid the musicians for 3-hour sessions. Right after the war, scale was $21.25 for a sideman, $42.50 for the leader. But even that sparse payment was too much for the likes of Herman Lubinsky, who never went by the union rules. He paid $10, $15 maybe, but that was too much also, so he'd pressure the executive in charge to get that extra tune out of the musicians. 115. George Coleman, saxophonist born in 1935, was more critical of Davis, whom he also accompanied regularly. He found the trumpeter vindictive, contributing to his high blood pressure, unhelpful since he was diabetic. 2.116. But even Davis's purported transgressions could have been handled better by Coleman if the union had been keener to protect all its members. Instead, in 1956-57 the white Local 6 in San Francisco vetoed a move to desegregate and join ranks with colored Local 699 by a vote of 799 to 554, leaving the latter on the outside looking in. As their members were often the most competent artists, effectively this created a Shangri-La for unscrupulous employers of musicians, able to feast with little pushback. In a stunning display of exclusion, the colored local not only had Negro members but Chinese, Japanese, Portuguese and others who could easily have been defined as white. But this local had only 350 members, while Local 6 had a whopping 4,000.117. Alert readers may have noticed by now that white supremacy was so deeply entrenched in the Republic that neither integration nor segregation, absent a dedicated strategy of mass education and global pressure, were sufficient to bring equity to the otherwise beleaguered. This veto vindicated the opinion that unions often were acting as racist job trusts for certain Euro-Americans than class-based groupings fighting for the class. But the dilemma of being black in a white supremacist society did not provide many viable alternatives, for when the locals merged due south in Los Angeles, the Negroes signed away assets, eroding an independent base, leading one scholar to term it a bum deal. 118. Unfortunately, the ascending liberalism encountered difficulty in navigating the tricky currents of desegregation, leading to one bum deal after another. 119. Nonetheless, with the changing political atmosphere, Ghana, Little Rock, Sputnik U.S. imperialism adapted by sponsoring junkets abroad by even Negro musicians under the banner of jazz, the once derided music being a symbol of supposed U.S. democracy, sharing, improvisation, and freedom. Yet this now familiar discourse ignored the point made by self-styled pianist Romano Mussolini, born in Italy in 1927, "My father, a founding father of fascism, was not against jazz. Indeed, during the World War he helped to engineer. In Italy jazz was a symbol of revolution and progress, and the keyboardist himself played Fats Waller records in the house, invoking no irritation from his busy father." 120. The wider point was that as the stigma of Jim Crow came under increasing assault, it was even more likely that the art form would find ever wider audiences. Billy Higgins, drummer, was among those who found that the thing about this music is that it is appreciated in other places more so than here, meaning the United States, making it a potent political weapon, especially against those who had been in solidarity with the domestic foe that was Robeson, who just happened to be a musician himself. 121. The state broadcaster Voice of America, which reached via radio virtually every corner of the planet, sponsored the music too, which had the benefit for artists of opening new markets in which to display their wares. Willis Conover, a Euro-American born in 1920, became the voice of the music abroad. He and the music quickly became wildly popular. John Chancellor, a leader of VOA and former leading television broadcaster, captured the sentiment among the U.S. elite when he claimed that Conover presented the most effective piece of American diplomacy, stressing that he represented the finest message about the United States that we would possibly send. 122 This brought more positive exposure for U.S. imperialism's bloodstained Jim Crow record, but when Louis Armstrong, who in 1956 joined the Royal Philharmonic in London for a benefit for anti-communist rebels in Hungary, 123 performing free of charge, 124 reproached Washington for the depredations perpetrated against Negro youth in Little Rock, 125 The downside of this new musical diplomacy was now evident. Along with the contradictory tensions of the era, Armstrong was aiding and reprimanding Washington from month to month. Conover claims that his employer dropped all jazz music during the Joe McCarthy period, but this was an exaggeration depending upon a narrow view of this era. 126 By 1959, Conover was heard daily by 30 million people in 80 nations, making him one of the most popular broadcasters of that era, and his overall message was clear: jazz corrects the fiction sick that America is racist, he claimed. 127 Thus, when he arrived in Warsaw in 1959 behind the Iron Curtain in the anti-communist parlance of that epoch, all seats were taken for his appearance, fans were standing in the back, crowding the edge of the stage in a manner that would have called for the fire department to intervene if such a scene had materialized in Washington. The applause overwhelms me, chortled Conover. 128. Warsaw was not unique. Across the oceans in Brisbane, Australia, Jeff Atkinson told Conover that his program has a very handsome following there. I know of at least 450 people that would listen at least twice a week, emphasis in original. 129 Bandleader Stan Kenton told Dear Willis in 1957 that during our recent visit to Australia I spoke to a great many fans who listen to you regularly, adding patriotically, you are doing a great work for the State Department as well as for Jazz 130. Given his sensitive post, Conover was dogged by detractors. George Wine, the promoter, said that Conover and producer George Avakian too were jealous and envious of me and wanted my job. They were not friends, Wine emphasized. He was upset at the aftermath of a failed 1950s attempt to organize a jazz festival in New Orleans, mimicking Newport. New Orleans wanted me to do it, but then they found out that I was married to Joyce, an African American woman, and so they said it was embarrassing to the mayor, that is, that he might be embarrassed if you're married to a black. Willis grabbed that job as fast as he could. 131 The global symbol of U.S. imperialism's new turn toward democracy via the music, opportunistically taking advantage of Jim Crow, a resonant symbol of a conflicted era. 9 I wish I knew how it would feel to be free. The 1960s, according to one analyst, was one of the worst periods for jazz in its history. Actually, this premature burial of the music became a staple with the rise of television's popularity, the British invasion, and the companion invention of a new form, rock and roll, which some saw as a whitewashed offshoot, in the manner of West Coast jazz, of what had been colorfully called rhythm and blues. It was true, however, that what was demurely termed racial strife erupted periodically, as had been the case since Little Rock in 1957 and Oxford, Mississippi, in 1962, then a turnabout of sorts with Los Angeles in 1965.2. The federal government enacted civil rights legislation in 1964, followed by the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which, ideally, should have broken the back of Jim Crow, but this system of iniquity was too deeply embedded to disappear readily, and touring bands often still faced rough injustice, particularly when passing through Dixie. Likewise, the music's sponsor-cum-exploiter organized crime was hardly squelched as a progressive anti-Jim Crow movement arose, complemented nicely by vibrant feminist and anti-war movements. By 1960, the Nevada authorities, with oversight over Las Vegas, a rival of New York and nearby Los Angeles as an employer of musicians, were engaged in a typical exercise, vetting an employer's credentials that were soaked with illicit ties. In 1960, the target was the curiously named Nig Rosen, closely associated with Meyer Lansky, the reputed brains behind the entity popularly denoted as La Cosa Nostra. They were business partners in Miami Beach, as well as Las Vegas. Rosen was no minor figure, in other words, and was thought to be implicated in the gangland-style execution of Lansky's erstwhile comrade, Bugsy Siegel, subjected to cinematic treatment in Hollywood. There was also Herman Taylor, connected with the ghoulishly named Murder Incorporated. He was a mob fighter connected with the Capone syndicate in a gambling setup, and along with associates over the years has been the worst possible front man for nightclubs 3. The problem for racketeers was their ability to continue or escalate their lengthy record of exploiting musicians shamelessly was being confronted aggressively not only by various initiatives by musicians to halt same but also by energized artists often radicalized by experiences abroad, for example, in Vietnam, where they often received firearms training too. Such was the case for the drummer known as Majid Shah, once known as Jimmy Hoskins, who played alongside Miles Davis, at the apex of the profession, and Los Angeles piano legend and bandleader Horace Tapscott. Then there was percussionist E.W. Wainwright, an Air Force veteran and member of the Jazz Pioneers, denoted as the Revolutionary Band of SNCC, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, the shock troops of the anti-Jim Crow forces. 4. Musicians continued streaming abroad, though at times more was promised than delivered. Japan had assumed mythic status in the minds of many musicians, but agent John Levy argued that the promoters he encountered there in 1963 were gangsters, domineering, almost arrogant. 5. However, saxman Sonny Rollins represented the gathering consensus in being taken with Asia India in his case. 6. Singer Annie Ross recalls being in Paris with James Baldwin. He and I used to collect milk bottles, cash them in, buy some food. 7. But that was during a time when the city as a whole was still reeling from wartime occupation. By the time the erudite saxophonist Marion Brown, born in 1931 and educated at Howard University and Wesleyan, arrived, things had changed. He proclaimed with enthusiasm in the 1960s that I only pay about $55 a month for a large studio with a bath, kitchen, and lots of space, 8. Not in Manhattan but Paris. Being in France meant he was more likely to be influenced by the radical currents there, much more manifest, even in 1968, than in his homeland. Also moving to Paris was pianist Mal Waldron, born in 1925, and passing away in Brussels in 2002. Educated at Queens College in New York City, he had experienced difficulty at home, with a heroin habit driving him in 1963 to a hospital, followed by, probably unnecessary, shock therapy and spinal taps. The white musicians got the jobs and the black musicians didn't get the jobs even if they had more talent, was his sour assessment of a dire situation that was hardly unique to music. In America, he said, if you were black and a musician at the time, speaking of his pre-1965 existence in New York, it was 2 strikes against you, whereas in Europe, he said brightening, it was 2 strikes for you. Thus, on the old continent he found so much respect and love that he didn't need any drugs. Hence, after expatriation, Waldron never looked back. However, he did not forget the United States, illustrating how exile did not mean forgetting to influence the place of one's birth. One of his better-known compositions was Of Pigs and Panthers, homage to the epitome of the militant 1960s, the Black Panther Party, and a rebuke of their presumed porcine foes, police officers. Like other African American artists, he found Japan comforting too. The archipelago, he said, with heartfelt sentiment, would always have a special place in his imagination. And in 1995, he was there on an official invitation for the 50th anniversary of the atomic bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. 9. One of the most profound crimes against humanity in world history. Tellingly, Coltrane visited Nagasaki in 1966 and insisted on visiting the hypocenter of the atomic blast before decamping to his hotel. He placed a wreath on the site, then prayed. The next day at a press conference he was uncharacteristically loquacious in denouncing war. With his own time on Earth rapidly expiring, he insisted, I want to be the force that is truly for good. 10. Settling in Copenhagen was Dexter Gordon. By 1969, the rumor was afoot that he was seeking Danish citizenship. He assured his fans that jazz gets much more exposure on radio and TV in Europe, while he termed his life in Denmark as very civilized, in apparent contrast to his erstwhile homeland across the Atlantic. 11 He was not alone in this thinking. A few years earlier, critic Leonard Feather had found about 100 leading jazz men, now settled abroad, mostly in France and in Scandinavia, with Sweden bearing the best and longest reputation. 12. James Moody, saxophonist and flutist born in 1925, was also among those choosing exile. He was in France for 3 years. People took you for what you were and they didn't discriminate against you, unlike his homeland. I pledge allegiance to a flag who wouldn't let me go into a restaurant and eat, who would do what it does to people that are of a so-called darker hue. The United States, he charged with incendiary fury, has double, triple, quadruple standards based on hue. If you're a certain hue and you do something, you become more rewarded for that than a person who is another hue. That's a drag, he sighed, but it's a fact. He knew the vocalist known as Bobs Gonzalez, born Lee Brown in 1919, from his days in Newark, and understood fully why he changed his name, because if you don't look like a Negro, then, like they figured, well, you could get away with a little more, if his name was Hispanicized, not Lee Brown, that is, meaning he wasn't a NGGR. Moody departed unceremoniously, because the government is wrong. I was just angry at the system, the way it was, but unlike others similarly situated, his craft allowed him to be mobile. He also spent time in Stockholm, where he created his signature hit Moody's Mood for Love, undermining the old saw that exile sapped creativity in that it supposedly removed artists from the fount of their artistry. He was energized musically by his exile. America's a land of mediocrity, he asserted, compared to a European audience, even an Asian audience, in terms of appreciation of artistry. Like many leading musicians, Moody had been soaked in the deadly brine of Jim Crow and fled in anger as a result. At the age of 18, he had joined the military and was stationed in segregated Greensboro, this after being born in segregated Savannah. They had the regular Air Force band, but they wanted a so-called Negro Air Force band, and he joined. He was stunned to find that German prisoners of war could eat where he could not. I had a little complex, he said shudderingly, saying, I wonder why people hate me? What have I done? His conclusion was simple: the minority is intelligence and the majority is ignorance. Then it was on to Newark, New Jersey, well above the Mason-Dixon line, but we would have to sit in the balcony and the Caucasians would sit on the first floor. Even when we'd go to a Chinese restaurant, we'd sit on one side and the Caucasians on one end. Performing in Jim Crow locales, predictably, there was a rope across the dance hall, and on this side, the Caucasians would be dancing, and on the other side, the Negroes, and you'd have white spectators, but at a white dance, no Negro spectators. He seemed to suggest that the rigidity of the binary also led to segregation on the bus transporting musicians, divided into two parts, the hooch hounds and the pot hounds. The back of the bus drank alcohol, the front of the bus smoked pot. Moody left Dizzy Gillespie's band after I took an overdose of Benzedrine. I was kind of paranoid after that, he said. However, he was determined. I wanted to be a musician, so he practiced and practiced. I had no thoughts or anything about making money. It didn't dawn on me. But the travails that ensnared him took their toll. I don't hear high pitches, he complained late in life. I can't hear it. That's why you never hear me trying to play high on a flute. Then Bell's palsy claimed him, meaning that he couldn't play my horn. I had no control over my lips, my eye was closed, and I had to wear a patch. 13. We have to go to other nations for our careers, said Abbie Lincoln with sagacity, agreeing with Moody. If there wasn't Europe, I don't know what we would do. Certainly, staying stateside was a virtual guarantee of immiseration. When I started to make $100 a week in Honolulu, I thought, wow, what a bounty, which it was for one of her ancestry. I had worked as a maid and I had made like $30 a week and now seemingly had ascended economically. But while performing, I would be sometimes the only black person in the room. They didn't want black people in Miami. A black man would frighten them, and the presence of women like herself did not necessarily bring a different level of unease. 14. Musicians were also exiling from Dixie. Charles Lloyd, born in Memphis, an unacknowledged hotbed of excellent musicians in 1938, remembered his early career performing there. Those white girls would go crazy, you know, since they had a thing at the theater where one night a week they'd have an after-hours show or something for whites only. Then one of the guys who worked down at the jailhouse and heard them sayin' they were gonna come that night to arrest us all as a result of this unsolicited feminine attention. It's the South and white girls and stuff like that, signified explosiveness. They liked us, Lloyd said, speaking of these Euro-American females. My mother woke me up, put me on a train to California, where he then established a long-term residence. I was 18 and I was just getting ready to graduate from high school, he said, and escaped one step ahead of the sheriff. They arrested Willie Sick and put him on a 72-hour secret docket. Speaking of trumpeter and bandleader Willie Mitchell, born in nearby Mississippi in 1928. They ran us out of town essentially, says Lloyd, which could be said for other musicians who fled to Europe, Japan, or California. 15. Musicians also headed to Manhattan, as it contained an infrastructure in the form of paying gigs at clubs surpassing those of other metropolises. Yusef Lateef arrived in New York City in 1960. These were rough years for me, he said, having $35 when I got there. He had some property in Detroit, from whence he departed, and I couldn't keep up the payments, and lost it. Chastened, the intellectual artist, perhaps preparing for moving further eastward, studied French, then literature at the Manhattan School of Music. I've written 2 or 3 plays and I've written a novella, a book of short stories and more. 16. Regrettably, the intellectual candle power of these artists is often neglected. Jackie McLean, for example, was a careful reader, speaking openly of my hunger for history. I'm interested in history from so many different levels, including being very fascinated with the Second World War. 17. As musicians streamed abroad, their music did too. By early 1961, the future-famed writer and director Maya Angelou was informing Dearest Abby and Max, speaking of Lincoln and Roach, that at a meeting of African exiles in London, where she was then visiting, Louis Armstrong was denounced for various transgressions, including doubtlessly his affect, which included incessant smiling. Apparently they had forgotten or were unaware of his critique of Little Rock. Understandably, Roach was praised. She also mentioned in passing that when Billie Holiday died, she was mourned in South Africa, at least among Africans, they had a day of quiet there. Like others, Angelou would never have known that Billie was liked or known or anything. 18. She may not have known that African American artists were hailed in Southern Africa. Roach's fellow Brooklynite, Randy Weston, also discovered that his scintillating album, Uhuru Africa, was banned in South Africa. 19. Weston notwithstanding, the easing of Jim Crow allowed some to open their ears and receive the sweet sounds in a renewed way. Pianist Ahmed Jamal, born in 1930, released an album in 1958 that sold 5,000 units in one day at a time when an album that sold 15,000 units all told was considered significant. One analyst argues that artists of Jamal's caliber and Miles Davis's and Gillespie's had more formal education than the blues artists and were careful in their business dealings, allowing them to retain more wealth and accumulate more power as a result. By 1960, this same analyst asserts that there were some 600 labels in existence, with 100 single records and 100 LPs, released every week, allowing arbitrage opportunities for more musicians playing off one label against another to their benefit. 20. Moreover, by 1961, Quincy Jones crossed over and became what agent John Levy called the first black executive at a major record label, a slight exaggeration but indicative of the perception of the widening opportunities. This was during a time when Levy told Nat King Cole that the only Negro he saw at Capitol Records was a janitor. Thus, the rise of black executives was more than a cosmetic alteration. These executives were a reflection of the changing times, which propelled them. 21. Also suggestive of changing times was the journey to Washington, D.C., of Buddy Collette, there for the 1961 inauguration of the newly minted president, John F. Kennedy. He journeyed at the behest of Sinatra, who had not yet moved as far to the right as he would eventually. Symptomatic of the difficult path ahead was the rancid bias the Horne man faced in neighboring Arlington, Virginia. 22. By 1963 the massive March on Washington featuring Dr. King had occurred. Accompanying the cleric were musicians such as saxophonist, John Handy, born in 1933, and Billy Taylor. Invidiously, Leonard Feather wrote that after a racist incident in Britain, the journal Melody Maker assembled 27 leading artists, including Ronnie Scott and John Dankworth, to protest, and ask accusingly, why has there never been a simple organized gesture like this on the part of the U.S. jazz world? Dizzy Gillespie was among the exceptions to this reproach, he noted. The trumpeter spent most of his time at the 1963 Monterey Jazz Festival selling core Congress of Racial Equality buttons at $1 apiece. He had voted to collect $1,000 to turn over to Martin Luther King. Meanwhile, the American Federation of Musicians was rebuked for sluggishness in tackling a key issue. Job opportunities for Negro musicians in general were growing worse. 23. Dankworth, visiting Manhattan, engaged in a typically white supremacist escapade with Clark Terry. When Terry ducked into the shadows, aware that he would not be picked up by a taxi, the Londoner, born in 1927, emerged curbside to secure a taxi to transport them both. 24. Critic Ralph Gleason was displeased with what he saw as the dearth of participation of musicians in marches. "I don't think any of the musicians are doing as much as they can in that regard," he said. "To the best of my knowledge, the only jazz musician in the Washington March was John Handy," refuting Feather's assertion to the contrary. "Where were all the Freedom Suite composers?" he asked, a dig at Roach. "It has never been my experience," he said, "that jazz musicians of any color mixed in any movements outside of jazz." 25. Gleason may not have heard that just before the March on Washington, Monk played a fundraiser for the Negro American Labor Council, one of the organizers of this protest. 26. Gleason may not have known that Nat King Cole was then in touch with the NAACP in an effort to back the most important forward movement that is taking place in the world today. "You have my deepest admiration, gratitude, and fullest support." However, Cole did not like the dissension and disagreement that had been vocalized among anti-Jim Crow leaders. Hence, to cement their fraying ties, Cole announced a giant benefit performance to subsidize the NAACP, CORE, SNCC, and Dr. King's grouping, all at his expense. Writing from his home in Beverly Hills, he was bent on utilizing the tremendous pool of talent in this area in the presentation of an annual affair to benefit the movement. 27. As promised, days before the March on Washington, a concert was held featuring Pearl Bailey, Dorothy Dandridge, Steve Allen, Burt Lancaster, Sugar Ray Robinson and Stan Kenton. 28. Prior to this event, there was a star-studded Jazz for Civil Rights benefit concert at Manhattan's Hunter College with Miles Davis as the headliner, joined by Art Blakey, Kenny Burrell, Bobs Gonzalez, Philly Joe Jones, Dakota Staton, Randy Weston, Billy Taylor, Horace Silver, E.T. Al. 29. And after the massive Washington March, Mingus organized a benefit concert for NAACP Youth. 30. Given the gravity of the moment, Gleason may have had a point. However, the fact remained that musicians spent so much time practicing and scrambling to make a living, and the Union was so deficient in providing political education, that at times it did seem like they were asleep at the switch. Still, Dave Brubeck, one of the more politicized artists, was a moving force behind a federal bill, H.R. 4347, which, he said, will give substantial relief to many composers, particularly those who have never been paid for jukebox performances of their music. 31 Marching on Washington inexorably provided impetus for such legislation designed to benefit scrambling musicians. Still, Gleason may not have known what pianist and singer Aretha Franklin told record executive Clive Davis subsequently. Her father, she said, was the area leader for the Detroit area's Great Freedom March with the late Dr. King in Detroit in June 1963, which preceded, she stressed, the March on Washington. My dad's dynamic leadership abilities and charisma have been credited with assembling over 500,000 people. 32 She grew up knowing and listening to Art Tatum, Duke Ellington, and Oscar Peterson, all of whom flocked to her Detroit home. 33 There was much to protest. Earlier, Feather claimed that the percentage of Negroes in radio, TV, and movie studio jobs is actually lower than it was 10 or 15 years ago, which he associated with a perceived alarming upsurge of anti-white prejudice, which found its outlet in the conversion of Negro musicians to Islam. The music had generated a bitter fringe of hardcore haters, though he saw the primary cause as the genesis of the whole chain, Jim Crow itself. Indeed, he said, most of the talent agencies, nightclubs, theaters, and other avenues of employment have been controlled by Jews, some of whom have built this holier-than-thou wall around themselves. 34 He also predicted the imminent downfall of the Nation of Islam, which today continues to persist. Willis Conover, U.S. imperialism's prime evangelist touting the virtues of a music once scorned, was an influential player as this music transitioned to Cold War weapon. One of his supervisors termed him the single most well-known personality of the Voice of America, the U.S. propaganda megaphone. His was the single most popular program on these airwaves, and it was thought that Conover would be essential as the United States moved to place jazzmen on postage stamps, another signal of their transformed status. 35 Leonard Garment, a key White House advisor, was reported to have asserted that Conover was the second best-known American in the Soviet Union, exceeded only by Richard M. Nixon, which was probably not an exaggeration. 36 Thus, it was Conover who informed the White House of Lionel Hampton's comrade, Richard Nixon, elected in 1968, that these artists could be quite helpful in sanitizing Washington's often ugly image, countering riots and rebellions in cities and war in Southeast Asia. In sum, Colette's invitation to Washington at Sinatra's behest was an indicator of what was shortly to come. Said Conover, invite Ellington to the White House and Bill Evans, pianist, and the modern jazz quartet, which carried a sophisticated image. Much of the liberal intellectual artistic establishment, he advised, will be surprised into applauding the president, desperately needed at that moment. Magazines like Downbeat will surprise you with their praise too. It reaches more than 85,000 jazz enthusiasts in 124 countries including the USA. I'm their unpaid international correspondent. This journal of record, said Conover, was critical, since often the most pro-American people in every country were reached by it. Then there were the 28,000 members of my Voice of America Jazz Listeners Clubs in 90 countries. Conover dismissed peremptorily the lower class and lower middle class Negroes in the United States, because the sophisticates of jazz are outside their taste. Still, with a worried eye on urban unrest, Conover argued that the frustrating steam could be drawn off right away by presenting such soul music performers as Aretha Franklin, The Supremes, Sam and Dave, Joe Tex, Muddy Waters, James Brown or B.B. King. As for the militant black intellectuals, their musical deity is Sun Ra, bandleader born in 1914, though he was not a militant himself. Europeans upset that U.S. imperialism did not honor the music more. A frequent complaint of the artists themselves would be pleased, even co-opted, by more attention paid to musicians such as Duke Ellington. Conover's 9-page, single-spaced missive was a blueprint for how Washington could reverse field and honor those previously ignored, a measure needed desperately as imperialism was besieged ferociously by national liberation movements and protest at home. 37 It was noticeably ironic that the music identified with African Americans was deployed in part to subvert liberation movements in Africa, along with their allies, to the ultimate detriment of African Americans. 38 But with more opportunity arrived more competition. Willis Conover, who had as good an understanding of the global dimensions of the music as any, found in 1961, 5,000 traditional jazz bands in England, 5,000 amateur jazz musicians in West Germany. And though jazz activity languishes in the Arab world, he reminded, in Tunisia the government radio station begins a program of jazz by Negro American Muslims for Muslim listeners. 39 Still, this association with U.S. imperialism at a time of Washington's marauding in Southeast Asia and elsewhere did not exempt artists from protest. Singer Annie Ross recalls a time when she and her trio, along with Count Basie's orchestra, were performing in Berlin. She detected an anti-American feeling and admits openly, "I couldn't understand it, especially since those at the concert were rude. They booed us off the stage in a terrible experience," though she also admits it was a political thing rather than a reaction to their artistry. 40 As Jim Crow came under assault, Negroes make that blacks were encouraged. Frank Foster was as well connected as any musician. The first cousin of his spouse, Cecilia, was Elvin Jones, that is, her father was the uncle of the drummer and his musician brothers, Thad and Hank. About this time, he said years later, speaking of the 1960s, the black awareness, civil rights activism was getting to its height. "I wanted to be in on the new revolution," he asserted unabashedly. "I wanted to be on the cutting edge of things. I was angry at the so-called white backlash to the black civil rights movement. I was angry at Governor Faubus, who railed against educational equity in Arkansas. I was angry at George Wallace, the governor who emulated him in Alabama. I was angry at Senator Bilbo and Senator Eastland, their Mississippi counterparts." And he acted accordingly. Simultaneously, he was being pressured by his first wife to get off the road, adding to the pressures upon him. Then there were his bandmates, most of them were black, because I was laboring under the philosophy that not too many black musicians get a chance to play with big bands, and, suffused with the spirit of the era, I thought I would single-handedly try to remedy the situation, so that they would be well equipped to deal with studio and Broadway gigs then opening up, after years of exclusion. Combining art and activism, he kept hearing about the silent majority. "I got so sick of hearing about that, since I was heavy into the social reform thing, black civil rights to which the purported majority had taken exception." Thus, his counterpoint was a band called the Loud Minority. Then he got caught up in the Jazz and People's Movement (JPM). That was a brainchild of the late Rahsaan Roland Kirk, the multi-instrumentalist born in 1935, and they grabbed headlines when they successfully disrupted a television show in protest of exclusion from these profitable jobs and others. They started making these musical noises in the middle of the show and they disrupted the entire show. With Jimmy Owens, he also collaborated with the allied collective Black Artists 41. Marching to a similar beat was the multi-instrumentalist Bill Dixon, born in Nantucket in 1925, who in the fall of 1964 organized a series of concerts which they termed the October Revolution in Jazz, a seeming salute to Moscow at a time of Cold War tension. These were exceedingly well attended and were seen as a way to circumvent the stodgy American Federation of Musicians. Dixon was also part of the Jazz Composers Guild that also included other visionary artists, such as Sun Ra, Archie Shepp, Cecil Taylor, Paul and Carla Bley, Mike Mantler, and Burton Green. 42. Their venturesome was extended to their music too, as those within their ambit experimented with sound and instruments alike, with the latter especially expressing a form of internationalism that had buoyed the music since its inception. Those within their ambit, such as Albert Uller, played bagpipes, others played the shanae, a kind of Indian oboe. Don Cherry, a fellow traveler, played Indian flute and dabbled with the gamelan, the traditional ensemble music of Java. Sonny Murray experimented with the balafone, a kind of xylophone, whose roots in Africa stretched back centuries. Perhaps more traditionally, Joseph Jarman, yet another experimentalist, played the oboe and bassoon while Alice Coltrane played the harp. Yusef Lateef experimented with music from the Arab world, while Sun Ra's band often featured timpani or kettle drums. 43 This experimentation, again, was also, in a sense, a rejection of a homeland status quo that highlighted Jim Crow and its torturous legacy. Hence, Foster had a point. Jim Crow richly deserved to be placed on the defensive. If anything, JPM was long overdue. As of 1965, according to Buddy Collette, the blockbuster evening featuring presentation of the Oscars for movies had yet to hire a Negro musician. 44. Max Roach asserts proudly that he and his spouse, Abby Lincoln, were heavily involved in the civil rights movement, contrary to Gleason's recollection. This was not simple altruism either. He said, "I had a rough period with major record labels, which soured him further, engendering militancy. It's like gold mines. We're the material akin to gold and diamonds that they go into South African for. They take it and process it and sell it and make billions, leaving crumbs for the actual creators of wealth." 45. Roach's musical response was the Freedom Now Suite, a militant musical intervention that he recalls playing at the NAACP convention in Philadelphia almost 60 years ago. 46 It was composed, said the percussionist, to celebrate the centennial of the Emancipation Proclamation. The triptych section grew out of a statement of Marcus Garvey's which actually linked the civil rights movement with the liberation struggles in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. 47 According to the state NAACP leader Roy Wilkins, addressing his troops, the performance of this piece at the Philadelphia convention of his organization was a smash success that aroused tumultuous applause, shouts and cheers. The assembled were taken by the fantastic modern and African drum duets in songs of piercing intensity, in thrilling dance sequences and in big screen projection of NAACP young people in action. It was a stupendous dramatic performance, he gushed. That merited an encore nationally as a money-maker for your branch and for the national office. 48. The enormously significant cultural contributions by Roach and Lincoln were not necessarily embraced warmly by critics. Lincoln was outraged by the response to her politicized lyricism. "I wrote a lyric to Julian Priester's unjustly neglected composition Retribution that was scorned by the critic Ira Gitler, whom she retitled Ira Hitler. He called me a professional Negro," she said later, still smarting from the intended insult. Undaunted, Lincoln acknowledged what was obvious: Dr. King, Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad were making a great impression and many of the artists came to help forward the so-called revolution. Thus, the justly praised Freedom Now Suite represented a takeoff from work created by similarly progressive Oscar Brown, Jr. This Chicagoan was born in 1926 and was well regarded as a lyricist and singer and ran for office repeatedly. She knew that when you're getting ready to do something that's really valuable and important, the opposition is always great. Lincoln was a figurative descendant of Robeson, in the aftermath of his sidelining. "I did know Malcolm and we did things for him at Town Hall and sometimes uptown." Her career was on the upswing despite this radicalism, leading to a choice movie role starring alongside the rising actor of the era, Sidney Poitier. "After I made For Love of Ivy, in the 1960s, she said ruefully, all I had to do was heel like a dog and I'd have made some other things, exploiting her looks and carriage. But she chose to traverse a different road, meaning fewer riches but more self-respect. A prostitute is not a romantic character. She's a victim," was her conclusion. 49. Roach and Lincoln were not just benefactors of the movement through their incessant fundraising, supplying musical services free of charge, they were also becoming actors in the militant wing of the movement, as evidenced by her sojourn in Conakry. One of the leaders of the Revolutionary Action Movement in the United States, Max Stanford, to be known as Muhammad Ahmed, briefed the Dearest Roaches in April 1964, as if they were fellow commandos about the activity of the man then known as Stokely Carmichael, who was in charge of ousting neocolonials in one sector of West Africa while another comrade was disrupting their seats of comfort in Ghana. As for Stanford, he was headed to New York and wanted to confer. While praising the ongoing socialist project, he mentioned T.D. Baffo and his wife, personal friends, and his paper always puts forward the Afro-American point of view. As for Malcolm X, already assuming sainted status even before his murder within months, he sounds like the best thing that has hit colored town since Marcus Garvey 50. The Roaches unfortunately subsumed the identity of Abby Lincoln. It was during this tumultuous era that she made her way to Conakry, Guinea, at the behest of the famed South African chanteuse Miriam Makeba. It was there that Paramount leader Sekou Touré, as she recalled it, rechristened her, naming her Aminata for his mother and sister and the surname Mosca. This was more than a cosmetic alteration, reflecting a deepening commitment to a decolonizing Africa, with a good deal of the southern part of the continent then involved in armed struggle against U.S. allies in Lisbon and elsewhere. Lincoln most notably observed that the NAACP didn't like us and I can't stand them either. Yes, we performed the Freedom Now suite one time for the NAACP in Philadelphia. When I started to scream, the epicenter of this riveting work representing the pain inflicted on Africans historically and contemporarily, the guards broke into the room with their guns drawn because they thought something terrible had happened, which, in a sense, was accurate. Thereafter, we would do things for CORE. We did things for the Muslims, adding, unnecessarily, we were radical, a descriptor applied to the NAACP only in the dankiest precincts in Dixie. The NAACP didn't want nobody like us. They still don't, she said in 1996. I never was a fan of theirs either. 51. Roach's fellow Brooklynite, pianist Randy Weston, was similar to her. He was disgusted after joining the military and finding it segregated. You couldn't play in the band if you were black. He then worked as a cook in the Berkshires and on the staff at Riverside Records. A turning point arrived when he joined Langston Hughes, Lionel Hampton, Booker Ervin, saxophonist, born in 1930, and others in a rhapsodic tour of Africa. So inspired by 1961, he joined with fellow pianist Sadiq Hakim, born in 1919, to form the African American Musicians Society. Why? We were disgusted with our situation and our conditions, Weston explained. We picketed and we protested and they were frisking us, as they pressed to reshape the discrimination clause and union contract at Local 802 in New York. Musicians, he argued, were the victims of nightclubs in particular. 52. Musicians, in sum, were hardly exempt from the strictures of Jim Crow, nor the protests against it. Drummer Roy Porter, like thousands of others, was caught up in the Watts Revolt of 1965, a truly tumultuous hinge moment, and was jailed. He was among those crowding the cells where plumbing hadn't worked for years. I saw people drink water out of toilet bowls. 53. Jimmy Owens's experience was typical. As a young man, said the trumpeter, I'd practice all day, this after having worked at Lincoln Hospital in the Bronx as a stationary clerk for a good deal of the day. While traveling in Dixie in the 1960s, we had a plan if we ever got stopped by those racist cops, who would shoot who, and we got stopped a number of times in a manner that was quite frightening. Owens, like Shep and Weston, and the more politicized musicians, observed, I was bold and whatnot until the Emmett Till incident happened, referring to the teenager slain in Mississippi in 1955 on racist grounds. That's what changed my mind. 54. Even when not as explicitly militant as Roach's creations, the music since its inception had not been immune to change and, predictably, when musical transformation occurred in the midst of a challenge to a Jim Crow based on centuries of racist oppression, peals of outrage were emitted. Coltrane was a bloody bore, howled Leonard Feather, in a confession to John Hammond, I had to run out half hysterical before the first set was over. 55. Critic Ralph Gleason recalled having a long discussion, with a highly intelligent man, an executive of a large corporation dealing with the news who argued passionately that Coltrane was playing Hate 56 for his part. Hammond confessed to Feather after listening to Mingus's pianistic improvisations at the Village Vanguard, that it was one of the grimmest experiences of my life and interminable. 57. It appeared that disgust with the turn in the music was inseparable from disgust with the political impulse propelling it. Hammond, for example, was upset with 1960s black supremacy and the black nationalism, being shouted. 58. Saxophonist Branford Marsalis was moved to dismiss the critics. Jazz reviewers don't have any power, he contends. They say this is the greatest record in the world, it sells 100 copies. They say this is the worst record in the world, it sells 100 copies. So, there is nothing to fear from them. 59. Maybe so, though Marsalis's acerbic dismissal may downplay the ability of jazz reviewers to shape critical reception. On the other hand, critics often disagreed among themselves, as exhibited by Whitney Belayet's attack on the aptitude of James Lincoln Collier, which captured the attention of Leonard Feather. 60. In short, the ascent of a kind of black nationalism was then reflected in a musical turn that certain critics found disconcerting. An embodiment of this trend was the writer once known as Leroy Jones, then Amory Baraka. A fellow critic answered affirmatively his own inquiry, "Is Leroy Jones a racist?" a charge rarely leveled at the bevy of club owners, executives, and critics of European ancestry. 61. Dan Morgenstern, born in Munich in 1929, was not conservative, openly expressing distaste for the fact that at Downbeat we were always conscious of the fact that there were very few black writers who got into writing about jazz. He repeated the widely held opinion that John Marr, the publisher, was a racist, the dearth of diversity on the staff not being accidental. But the 1960s delivered a new twist in that he faced probably the most pressure that I had encountered, mostly from the people who saw themselves as the champions of the avant-garde, which identified itself at that time with civil rights, a combination in its then form he found to be specious reasoning. Singled out for critique was Archie Shepp, saxophonist born in 1937, and the exemplar of the politicized intellectual as artiste. But for the Munich-born critic, he was simply the most verbose spokesman of the avant-garde. 62. What may have been at issue was that African Americans like Shepp were more than willing to confront U.S. imperialism abroad, its weak point, which may have been irksome to those who saw the Republic as a refuge. It was at the height of the anti-imperialist upsurge of the 1960s that Shepp arrived in Algiers, then the exiled headquarters of the Black Panther Party, alongside other politicized musicians, such as Graham Moncur III and Sonny Murray, among many others. There, Shepp embraced BPP leader Eldridge Cleaver, then on the lam before his ideological reversal. After performing with Tuareg musicians and experimenting with their unique instruments, the stunned saxophonist exclaimed, "I have just lived one of the most profound experiences of my life." 63. Shepp's embrace of the BPP was not unique to him. When party founder Bobby Seale arrived in Copenhagen, exiled saxophonist Dexter Gordon joined him at a picket line at Washington's embassy there, just as Gordon was no stranger at picket lines in Denmark protesting the war in Vietnam. 64. Leonard Feather was not conservative either, yet he charged that Algiers' close ally, G. A. Nasser of Egypt, was an anti-Jewish dictator whose government swarms with former Gestapo officers. 65. These critics' peer, Willis Conover of Voice of America, was well positioned in that he too was a key figure in determining whose music would reach ears. He was importuned by the U.S. legation in Belgrade to send more artists to Yugoslavia. The festival organized there attracted professional men and women from the surrounding region. The most recent festival could only attract Buck Clayton and Big Joe Turner, but the former's interest in liquor and women apparently exceeded his interest in his own or other musical performances, while the latter was an authentic illiterate and unable to converse, thus not useful for propaganda purposes. 66. Conover, in short, was at the center of the music, not unlike Hammond and Feather, and thus denounced left-wing critic Frank Kofsky, a promoter of black nationalism, and Coltrane alike. Finding him a pain in the ass who sees villains everywhere, he was pathetic, with a footnote fetish too. Invoking Moscow, he called him Lysenkovsky, equating him with a defrocked scientist. The reviled Kovsky, he said, was swimming in remarkable self-contradictions, though he was dogmatically, blindly sincere. 67. Conover and the music he was said to admire would have benefited immeasurably if he had deployed his rhetorical arsenal and vast array of connections to improve the conditions under which musicians had to labor. For assuredly, Conover exerted vast influence because of his weight on the global stage. Iola Brubeck told him in 1958 that among the jazz fans we met behind the Iron Curtain were devotees of his broadcasts. The constant use of Dave's records on Your Voice of America program inspired gratitude on her part. She also mentioned in passing that English was being learned from Conover because of his slow and steady cadence and simple broadcast vocabulary. 68. By 1960, Louis Armstrong had spent 4 months touring in Europe, partially sponsored by the U.S. State Department. He played Israel, Lebanon, Yugoslavia, and 1 or 2 other places, was the message to Iola Brubeck, who helped manage her spouse's career, and the pianist too would be inclined to follow in Satchmo's footsteps. Although, according to the trumpeter's aide, after all the sweat and tears, we were not paid off entirely, plus the fact in both Yugoslavia and Lebanon, he noted with a veritable shout, the money is still resting in the bank there in their currency and we haven't a chance in a million of getting it out. 69. Meanwhile, the increasingly popular Playboy Jazz Festival founder Hugh Hefner had adopted the music as part of his repertoire of seductive sophistication. Informed Brubeck in 1959 that the pianist's performances were one of the highlights of the greatest weekend in the 60-year history of jazz. 70. Hefner, a self-described aficionado of Brubeck's oeuvre, also congratulated Dear Dave. 71. Brubeck, said Hefner in 1960, was a winner of the Playboy Jazz All-Star poll, and besides, a favorite of our almost 1 million readers. 72. Yet, despite this enhanced popularity, Brubeck was informed irritably in 1960 by his attorney, Michael Maloney, about the opaque dispersal of royalties by his record label. I am more disgusted than ever with ABC accounting, it was said. There is so much money involved that one would think they would take pains to be accurate. 73. Brubeck's lawyer was exasperated to the point that he rebuked Alfred Lorber of Columbia, wondering why this profitable enterprise finds it necessary to try to haggle its way out of paying a fair mechanical royalty on a promising record by one of its best recognized artists, noting that it is a puzzle to me. We have no choice except to request that the Brubeck-Leonard Bernstein record, a reference to the composer and conductor, be withdrawn from sale and that all distribution cease. 74. Then Maloney declared himself incensed about, basically unfair royalty treatment. His client was most unhappy that Columbia has charged another $5,148 to him, in addition to approximately the same amount charged on his previous royalty statement. It was wholly incomprehensible to me, said the eagle-eyed lawyer, that such a fine recording being discussed, listed regularly as a top-selling jazz LP by Billboard, could result in financial loss to the artist as well as to the composer and publisher. 75. Absent terribly creative accounting procedures. At issue was Brubeck's classic tune, Take 5, an instrumental single which to that point had sold 200,000 copies, and its parent album, Time Out, then pushing sales of 200,000 too, which was more than slightly impressive. 76. Despite Brubeck's individual heroism, he continued to have rivers to cross. His label, Columbia Records, an imposing giant in the field, was, according to Iola Brubeck, afraid of a Negro cast for the pianist's proposed musical. Forget about Louis Armstrong, he was told in early 1959, stay away from Negro cast or at least do not emphasize the color line, still a sensitive topic, particularly for those who might have benefited from it. She was dumbfounded by this response. Sorry, I cannot agree, she replied. I don't think Columbia gets the point that the show is a mixed cast, she stressed. 77. The production, added the pianist, was a jazz musical that was specifically written for Louis Armstrong and Carmen McRae, vocalist, born in 1922, and had a mixed Negro and white cast that was, in fact, required 78. Unsurprisingly, there was less resistance to other Brubeck productions. Brubeck's shows on the subject of theology and jazz have been one of the most exciting ways of getting Christian faith across to high school youth, was the conclusion delivered from Tony Gross Point, whose overt religiosity did not preclude vigorous attempts to bar African Americans straying from nearby Detroit. 79. Iola Brubeck, who superintended her spouse's career, was also provoked as a result of her dealings with Joe Glazer's firm, ABC, which handled the pianist's bookings. Frankly, she told him in 1960, "My biggest problem is in the handling of ABC commissions and deposits, that is, sometimes there is a delay before we receive the money, allowing the sly entrepreneur to invest it on a short-term basis for profit. Sometimes we are paid in cash at the engagement, inconvenient and making one vulnerable to robbery. Sometimes all the money goes to ABC, again allowing for short-term investments. Sometimes there is a deposit and there are 3 ABC offices with different methods of handling commissions, a fertile basis for all manner of chicanery. Hollywood bills me, Chicago deducts from the check usually, New York deducts commissions from deposits." The pianist wondered about the difficulty in a new system of ABC grabbing all money earned, then doling it out accordingly. Thus, if a shaky promotion occurred, he wondered further if the promoter could be trusted to mail you the money due immediately after the engagement is played. "For at this moment," she said, her team was trying to track down over $7,000, reputedly mailed to us, but we have no record of having received, and with all that, it took us 1 year and a tax audit to discover this discrepancy. 80. It was not just slick bookers and finagling record labels that dogged Brubeck, one of the more financially successful musicians performing the music. In 1963, he performed at a free concert with Benny Goodman, clarinetist, born in 1909, and the results were recorded and Benny kept the entire tape, the pianist complained. "Knowing Benny," he said, "he will send to engineer Teo Macero the one track, where he sounds good and I sound bad, enhancing his reputation and eroding Brubeck's. Knowing Benny," he continued, "we will never get a copy, though it was promised." 81. Trumpeter Joe Wilder, born in 1922, also had trying experiences with Goodman when he toured with him in 1962. He seemed to regard any of the talented people he had working for him as a threat. He seemed to delight in hiring people who were qualified and then trying to denigrate them in whatever way he could. In addition, he cheated bandmates out of money. 82. Wilder might agree with trombonist Tom McIntosh, born in 1927, who argued that being a musician is the second most insecure profession in the world, just behind acting, with applause and critical acclaim so necessary for the survival and flourishing of both. 83. Thus, Dave Brubeck, despite his prominence, continued to endure manifest problems in the 1960s. It was almost impossible for Dave to be with the family more than a week or so at a time, groused his overworked spouse in May 1960, speaking to a correspondent in Warsaw, because of the incessant touring he had to abide precisely in order to support his growing brood. "The boys have now reached the stage where they definitely need a father as much as, or perhaps more than, a mother." 84. Gene Lees, of Downbeat, doubtlessly captured the sentiment of her spouse when he announced that every creative artist needs a wife like you. 85. It may not have been coincidental that Iola Brubeck was addressing Poland, since Brubeck's staunch stance against Jim Crow was circumscribing his audiences at home. It was also in 1960 that a student at the University of California was effusive in praise for the pianist because of his strong stand against segregation. "It was rather upsetting for me to learn," said his correspondent, "that 10 centers of higher learning would not accept a jazz band because it contained a Negro. However, your commendable action partly erased the cynicism that I was beginning to acquire." 86 days earlier, NAACP leaders saluted Brubeck and expressed deep admiration of your courageous stand against Jim Crow. 87 Then justly celebrated playwright Lorraine Hansberry and her then spouse, Robert Nemiroff, gave effusive thanks to Dear Dave since his concert at Manhattan's Carnegie Hall. A salute to Southern students then mounting the barricades in Dixie, had garnered a profit of $8,000 for their activism, with 1,500 turned away. 88 Union leader A. Philip Randolph, then on the verge of sparking the monumental March on Washington of 1963, enthused about your great generosity and human involvement in helping to raise hundreds of thousands of dollars for the civil rights movement. Now he wanted the busy pianist to do the same for the event that catapulted Dr. Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. 89 Brubeck may have known that Dr. King was a lover of jazz, according to Billy Taylor, and was a devotee of the paradigmatic tune, I Wish I Knew How It Would Feel to Be Free. 90. Brubeck's progressivism was comforting to those in Dixie who harbored deep resentment of the apartheid there. Ginger Cool found that there were times when I feel that Lincoln should have just let the South go. Strange words for a white living in East Texas. 91 J. M. Haynes told Brubeck that Negroes everywhere are grateful for your great courage and farsightedness. My limited knowledge of jazz prevents me from judging you musically, he admitted, but no one of goodwill denies the soundness of your principle. 92. Negroes were less resistant to hosting Brubeck's heterogeneous band. We are aware, said an admirer in 1960, that Brubeck's is a mixed group and we are proud to present him at our college, in Petersburg, Virginia. This being a Negro college, they were well aware of this fact of heterogeneity before the date was ever consummated. However, thanks for calling it to our attention, as I also would certainly not want any last-minute mix-ups. 93 More likely in nearby Charlottesville, for example. Still, critic Ralph Gleason was among those who was told that Brubeck's music is considered a radical departure from Dixieland and traditional style of jazz, and the latter increasingly was associated with a kind of cultural conservatism, just as, for example, Coltrane's music was tugging in an opposing direction. This might have entered into his cancelled tour in the South, because of the presence of Negroes in his quartet. 94. It is probable that Brubeck, because he was Euro-American, may have accumulated more plaudits for opposing Jim Crow than, say, Max Roach. Perhaps it was thought he would inspire more Euro-Americans to evolve progressively, perhaps it was just another aspect of Jim Crow, privileging the pale male. Whatever the case, Brubeck's posture was welcomed by those suffering from the lash of bigotry. Nevertheless, drummer Chico Hamilton found it necessary to apologize to Brubeck, as the pianist was featured prominently in reportage concerning the increasingly cited neologism Crow Jim. 95 or, somehow, bias against those defined as white in a musical form where they were a minority as artists but not necessarily as club owners, managers, record executives, critics, and so forth. Hence, even after it was thought that Jim Crow was buried and interred safely, the great bassist Milt Hinton approached Conover to send a reference that would attest to my qualifications and experience. 96 Not vice versa, a reflection of the dynamic of power and influence in a society still stained by white supremacy. It was those like Conover who pursued a kind of affirmative action in sponsoring the music of certain artists abroad, just as some of the same forces were opposing this policy at home in other spheres. Most of the State Department sponsored tours, says pianist Randy Weston, kind of specified that there had to be a white musician somewhere in most of the bands. 97 As Phil Woods had attested. Thus, though Glazer seemed ecumenical in his shameless exploitation of artists, as Iola Brubeck might attest, the fact that society had been formed on the basis of enslavement of Africans made it appear that he had more leeway in bludgeoning black musicians. You seem to feel that I and my associates do not have the interests of Charles Mingus at heart, was Glazer's unabashed message to the Jazz Workshop in 1962.98. The Mingus-Roach venture, Debut Records, had tough sledding, encountering especially roadblocks in distribution. By 1961, sensing exhaustion, a competing record label offered Mingus a new deal, citing the many advantages of affiliating yourself with Frank Sinatra, a performer who because of connections, mob ties, and white supremacy had encountered fewer difficulties in establishing a record label. Reprise, the crooner's label, offered a seemingly sweet deal, including booking you at the top nightclubs and for added appeal, inclusion in his TV specials and in scoring music for his new Essex film business. All this is very possible, it was said tantalizingly, and incidentally, it was noted in passing that Sinatra is deeply impressed by your works. As for the competition, Sinatra's consigliere, M.O. Austin, ridiculed the information that John Coltrane receives $15,000 a year from ABC Paramount, a hefty sum then. They claim that he only receives $5,000 advance per album and a total of $10,000 for 2 albums a year. Sinatra, the bassist was told, pays Elmer Bernstein $25,000 for scoring a feature film, speaking of the award-winning composer and suggesting that Mingus could expect something similar. Frank has surrounded himself with the top tough pros to build a successful company, speaking euphemistically of the singer's less refined partners. The competition was also repudiated. Don't forget the lousy way Columbia treated you in the past, not inaccurate but self-serving. Then there was the prospect of rising in rank in the much scrutinized downbeat poll. When we get into the big-time money, Mingus was told with a flourish, I will buy 500 copies of Downbeat and fill in the ballots like Lionel Hampton used to do every year, which obviously paid off handsomely for the vibraphonist. 99. Sinatra had leverage that Mingus or any others so concerned could hardly ignore. The Nevada authorities knew, for example, that the singer was quite friendly with Sam Giancana, well known as a racketeer, who often resided at a Silver State site controlled by Sinatra with the latter's knowledge and consent. The sinister Chicagoan was lavished with food and beverages by employees of Sinatra who for a number of years last maintained and continued social association with this disreputable character, well knowing his unsavory and notorious reputation, and he has openly stated that he intends to continue such association in defiance of the law. So bolstered, Sinatra was not above seeking to intimidate the Nevada authorities. On August 31, 1963, the actor and charter member of the aptly named Rat Pack, called Edward A. Olson, chairman of the State Gaming Control Board, the putative overseer of casinos, and who used vile, intemperate, obscene, and indecent language that was menacing to the extreme and was designed and intended to intimidate and coerce the chairman 100. By then, Sinatra's investment in the Sands Hotel in Las Vegas was worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and he was seeking to expand his vast empire. 101. Hence the reaching out to Mingus. Unvarnished, Sinatra's words were surveilled when he exchanged insults with the Nevada authorities in vile terms. Don't fuck with me, he shouted. He was emotionally overwrought, Olson noted understatedly. There was speculation that the Rat Pack leader had been imbibing his favorite alcoholic beverages, inducing his vitriolic logeria. 102. Apparently, the backing of the likes of Giancana emboldened the Bantam Rooster crooner. By 1967, the Chicago authorities continued to assert that the jukebox racket has been able to flourish through collusion between trade associations dominated by underworld characters and representatives of labor organizations influenced by gangs shaped initially by Capone in collusion with the record business, giving these mobsters a prominent role in determining musical tastes. 103. Besides Sinatra and Giancana, it was well known that Sidney Korshak, a close comrade of Glazer, wielded immense influence in the music industry. By 1962, those in the know in Chicago knew that this attorney was a shill for gangsters and was then currently in touch with Capone's syndicate members. The tricky Korshak even made the concession to prevailing winds by reaching out to J.B. Martin, that rare bird, a Negro with capital who reportedly set up a drug store in Memphis, and it became one of the largest drug companies in the South. Then he owned the Chicago American Giants baseball team and for 14 years had been president of the Negro American Baseball League, a business that generated mounds of cash, which watered the appetites of money launderers. 104. But reaching out to Martin or Mingus should not be interpreted as manifesting a kind of merger of entrepreneurs in the manner that Negro locals were being cajoled into marriages with white locals. Although lionized, Mingus, one of the more entrepreneurial musicians, continued to receive negative publicity, which undermined his value as a keystone artist. He was negotiating with Playboy, a growing player as a promoter of the music, to publish his autobiography. McGraw-Hill had paid him a $12,500 advance, then assigned the prominent Negro author Louis Lomax as his amanuensis, but he wasn't up to the task, Mingus was told bluntly, and Hentoff was then considered. Yet even Playboy, the merchant of smut, seemed to be taken aback by the many lurid sex tales spun by the bassist. 105. Even if Mingus had bonded with Sinatra, it is unclear if the singer-actor-businessman would have served as a savior. Capital was hardly interested in demolishing the Great Wall that often separated them from Negro capital, and unions were hardly predisposed in that direction either. That was the dilemma of the musician as a new era dawned with Jim Crow in ostensible retreat. In a pattern that would be replicated nationally, segregated locals of the Union merged in 1966 in Chicago. Previously Local 208, according to one scholar, could count more members than any other black local in the AFM American Federation of Musicians and the majority of white locals as well. Their 1,500 members included such eminences as Ahmed Jamal, Willie Dixon, Bo Diddley, Howlin' Wolf, and Buddy Guy. 106 By 1960, Jamal was asking, and getting, a substantial $3,500 weekly for engagements, after performing for $350 only recently. Still, the closing of Chicago's Blue Note Club was an ominous signal, losing $38,000 steadily by early 1960, perhaps inducing Local 208 to run up the white flag. 107 The merger was certainly in tune with the emerging ethos of integration or even the analytically distinct desegregation, but practically it eroded an independent base of power controlled by African Americans with their potency swallowed whole by a more influential white-dominated union in a society in which retreat from Jim Crow and white supremacy was both agonizing and grudging. Still, it was a kind of package deal that brought more customers to desegregated settings to pay to hear musicians and the concomitant liquidation of Negro locals. Jamal was not singular. Fellow Chicagoan Ramsey Lewis, pianist, born in 1935, hit the jackpot after his rendition of the hit The In Crowd climbed the charts in September 1965. Our income jumped sky high, he declared, maybe we were making $13, $14, $15, $1,700 a week. His trio was getting offers soon of making $2,000 a night. Oh boy, he exclaimed. Yet more money delivered more problems. By November there were grumblings in the group, known after all as the Ramsey Lewis Trio, underlining the dispensability of the drummer and bassist. Their attitude had changed once the wives had put pressure on them, and our relationship got worse and worse, and we broke up. Like others, he credited the popular disc jockey known as Daddy O'Daly, who was a mass popularizer of rhyme in a manner that foreshadowed the rise of rap. He was Pops for providing him sound counsel that allowed him to avoid the fate of too many who recorded with Chess Records. He was the man, says Lewis, though he could have added that the changed environment of the 1960s made it easier for sound advice to be followed. Money is owning the masters, he said, speaking of the source from which copies of the final mix of an album are made and which often were not controlled by creators of the underlying music. The money is also accumulating masters in addition to controlling marketing, promotion, selling of merchandise, that is, the business side of the record business, becomes very important. Sensitive to the political economy of the nation in which he resided, Lewis concluded querulously, why are jails now big business? And as big business, who are the majority of the people in those jails, blacks and Latinos? Why are blacks and Latinos put in jail for having an ounce of cocaine on them, and white-collar guys on Wall Street can cause this country to almost fall to its knees because they found a way to sell fraudulent instruments, yet escape unscathed? 108 Moreover, there might have been more squabbling and scrambling in the music business because the stakes were not as munificent as in other branches of the culture industry, igniting more furor and recriminations. As Moses Avalon, a notorious producer, put it, the entertainment industry is like a big casino. Motion pictures are the backroom baccarat tables for the millionaires with the $10,000 gold chips. Television is the $100 table for the yuppies, theater the $25 table, and the record biz is the $2 table, essentially for the bargain shoppers, where racial and ethno-religious minorities rumbled for small stakes. 109. This scramble for bucks, as was the case historically, continued to afflict artists. Abby Lincoln remembered a time when she shared the bill with Nellie Lutcher, singer, born in 1912, at the Say When Club in San Francisco. The club owner ran off with Nellie's money. Some of it was ours too, she added sourly, in a manner in which the very memory fueled enhanced militancy. We never saw him again. The overall environment did not aid the attempt to improve wages and working conditions. I'm jealous when I see ballet dancers in their settings and classical musicians in their settings, she said with rancor. That's when you bring your best, not when you're in a smoky, dark, funky room without a dressing room. Okay, she confessed, I railed and railed about that, which did bring plaudits from cabaret operators. Jazz rooms were originally brothels where people with shady characters come and pick up each other, she said, speaking as a historian. The sound is an abomination, and there's nothing romantic about poverty, and that's what jazz joints are. 110. Yusef Lateef concurred, I don't think the music belongs in the club with all the smoke and the smell of alcohol, for too much blood, sweat, and tears and labor has gone into music for it to be there, that is, put into what Albert Heath calls the smoke cellars. 111. Lee Konitz agreed, adding that most musicians I know find the club setting difficult to function in, influencing the music negatively, in light of the noise and the drunks who often could be found there. 112. Saxophonist Charles Lloyd also concurred, adding the ultimate exploitative factor, child labor. I played every night of my life growing up from age 10 or 12, he said. Yet, after escaping from Memphis to California, he encountered another kind of exploitation. When I was away all those years in the Big Sur, he said, my record company had blackballed me. I couldn't record for someone else because they said, we still owe him and he still owes us, and they offered me another glorified 10 cents to record again, and I said no, with his career and bank balance suffering as a result. 113. Jimmy Owens reflected on a perilous moment when he was performing alongside Hank Crawford, saxophonist, born in 1934, then returned to his hotel, but then the leader went and disappeared. Actually, they didn't pay us. They went and disappeared, he repeated as if he still could not believe it. They unhitched the U-Haul trailer, took the station wagon, drove someplace and came back, though the culprit leaders wound up spending the money, a whole lot of money. Expectedly, the guys in the band were pissed that we weren't getting paid. This is the kind of stuff that used to happen with some of the black bands. Guys would go out and party and didn't have the money to pay the band, he said with disgust. Some of the rigor to which musicians were subjected was ostensibly self-inflicted. Jackie McLean says that John Coltrane died prematurely in 1967 because he played his horn too much. He was playing for an hour and 15 minutes on one tune, then go home and continue to practice at home at night, then get up the next day, practice, all day. Very hard, not just faking exertion. 114. Was McLean accurate? Was this self-inflicted harm? Did Coltrane love his horn too much? Or did the stiff competition and strenuous working conditions drive musicians over a cliff? Or was the sensitive artist unduly and negatively impacted by the racist tumult then erupting, which was reflected in his 1963 recording of Alabama, a here trending dirge recorded just 2 months after white supremacists bombed a Birmingham church, slaughtering children? 115. Fellow saxophonist Branford Marsalis tends to agree with McLean. He opined that the brain is only able to absorb about 4 hours of serious practice a day. By all accounts, Train was practicing 8 hours a day, toward the end of his life, and his mouth was bleeding. You can't practice 8 hours a day without having physical repercussions. 116. Still, Coltrane notwithstanding, the pro forma retreat of Jim Crow may also have improved, if only slightly, certain otherwise onerous conditions endured by artists. By 1956, Jackie McLean was playing alongside Art Blakey, and it was during that time that he lost his cabaret card authorizing him to perform in New York City. He was without it for years, he said, but, coincidentally, he got it back in 1965, as anti-racist rumblings roared. It took a long time, he said, though this Pyrrhic victory then allowed him to re-enter smoky cellars. Coincidentally, 1965 was the year he chose to abandon drugs, with which he had a difficult experience. Like others, he had been influenced by Charlie Parker, who was expiring as McLean joined Blakey. The Kansan Pondan instrument that I was using he and I were both using, he added. He too had sparred with Bob Weinstock of Prestige Records. It was like a factory, in that they didn't approach recording the music the way they did at Blue Note. At Blue Note they were more considerate, unlike the shady Weinstock, who was not above doing 2 dates in one day, which was incredible with a $300 advance for a leader of a group being normative for this junkies label. Even Blue Note changed, he said, when George Butler assumed the helm in the 1960s. Thus, McLean wasn't making a lot of money and was reduced to going to a store, and buying cigarettes and candy and malted S and cream, and then I would sell it at Slugs, a then popular club on the Lower East Side of Manhattan, after his gig ended. He was even jailed for a while. On Rikers Island in New York, where he was jailed, there were a lot of musicians, including Ike Quebec and Freddie Douglass, a great alto player from the Bronx. A forced connoisseur of imprisonment, he found that the Tombs, another jail, had no music, but even Rikers was like slavery. 117. On the other hand, the formal retreat of Jim Crow was a boon to black singers of various stripes, which also meant it was a boondoggle for the legions of exploiters. Consider Sam Cooke, for example, born in 1931, but as he lay dying in 1964 in a seedy hotel in Los Angeles, his manager, Alan Klein, instead of seeking to preserve his musical legacy and attending to the needs of his heirs and estate, instead managed to acquire the rights to his catalog and rolled the assets into the company he founded. Klein routinely structured deals so that he held artists' assets, paying the musicians fixed accounts while keeping profits on the float or subject to short-term investments for his benefit. He was accused of shafting the Rolling Stones, leading to decades of litigation. He was finally prosecuted in the late 1970s on charges that he had conspired to sell promotional copies of Beatles records off the books, the Beatles being a group he also managed. 118. Lashed by contrasting currents of still stinging racism and official pronouncements lauding the premature burial of Jim Crow while continuing to be beset by still difficult working conditions and shameless exploitation, musicians found it difficult to survive both materially and psychologically. The manager John Levy ascertained that songstress Dakota Staton, born in 1930, had a mental problem in that she did a lot of crazy things and then she became very anti-Semitic, very strongly. In fact. 119. As the Freedom Now suite was premiering, Max Roach, its primary creator, was enduring depression, enveloped as he was in a nervous breakdown induced, he said, by either alcoholism or something else. 120. Artists often tend to be sensitive, allowing them to identify with the suffering of humanity to our benefit but making them more susceptible to unfair critique. After a critic slammed pianist Phineas Newborn, born in 1931, in a manner that Marian McPartland deemed to be very inflammatory, even she was upset in the treating of him like he really wasn't a jazz player. It was a bad thing. The result? That was at the point that Phineas became weird. 121. There was also a fair amount of isolation involved in reaching the summit of musicianship, which was antithetical to forging the kind of social bonds necessary for sound mental health. Hubert Laws, born in 1931 and part of a family that rivaled the Marsalis clan in contributing to the music, seemed like a slacker when he said, I can practice my flute 8 hours at least. This was a family tradition, since his father worked 2 jobs, he said, 15 hours daily for 35 or 40 years consecutively. Unfortunately, bias prevents a keen analysis of the impact of a history of enslavement in shaping the often excessive work habits of African Americans. In fact, the stereotype steers toward the risible claim of their alleged laziness. Certainly, the toxicity of Jim Crow in Houston, where Laws spent his early years, was sufficient to induce unsteadiness. There were separate locations on the bus, he said. You had separate drink water fountains, separate facilities where we could eat and drink. Touring Dixie in the 1950s, we couldn't stop and use the bathroom, placing tremendous pressure on the bladder and the psyche. We had to have bottles to pee in, an emblem of disrespect. Then there were the horrific working conditions. You played late hours and I'd tear my embouchure, deadly for a flutist. It would always kill me sometimes, playing those gigs with torturous long hours, exuding angst, he added. It took so much out of me, comparing it to exhausting manual labor. It wasn't that gratifying, he said grimly. We were just doing it for commercial purposes. Drummer Nesbert Sticks Hooper, fellow Houstonian, born in 1938, a charter member of the most financially successful of combos, the Crusaders, was politically minded and influenced those around him, including Laws. He too charges rampant theft of the work of others, enough to drive creators batty. Both Bridge Over Troubled Waters, associated with Paul Simon and Art Garfunkel, now a U.S. classic, and Let It Be, associated with the British invasion and the Beatles, he recalls hearing growing up in Houston. Decades before both were released to acclaim, the name was changed to protect the guilty, he added acidly. Finally, in the 1960s, driven by global trends in the first instance, especially national liberation movements allied with the socialist camp, Washington reluctantly began to yield. It was then that the flutist conversed with Leonard Bernstein, rapidly gaining notoriety in Manhattan as a conductor, about blacks being hired in orchestras. They had hearings about it, where black musicians felt like they were being overlooked when it came to hiring. It was during that period of time that they actually got hired, a real breakthrough. They even offered Richard Davis, bassist, born in 1930, a gig without even having him audition. But those halcyon days rapidly disintegrated to the point that by the time of his speaking in 2011, Laws concluded unhappily that even now, it hasn't changed that much in these orchestras. Indeed, it was pretty much the same thing all over. Thus, the L.A. Philharmonic, a leader musically, was a laggard otherwise. There aren't too many blacks in their ranks, he said. There are maybe 2 or 3, but what can you do, he said resignedly. Speaking a bit of Spanish, betraying his borderland origins, he accused conventional religions of being the main culprit for keeping people enslaved. Why? Because it's counterfeit, he said subversively. But the central issue is government. However, music was culpable too, since bad music can create bad behavior, particularly since music has deteriorated, and it's caused society to be deteriorated as well. 122. Clark Terry benefited from this mass pressure. By the early 1960s, he had become the first black musician to be hired by the giant broadcaster NBC. The salary was $350 a week, plus the double overtimes, a not infrequent occurrence. This hiring was not only the product of his talent as a musician, but ratcheted pressure exerted by the National Urban League. Each network had about 175 musicians on staff, and when Aaron Levine of NBC threatened to fire his comrade, Snooky Young, a fellow trumpeter, born in 1919, Terry threatened to leak the news to the press, and Levine swiftly changed his mind. But even then, there were not a whole hell of a lot of black musicians who were doing the jingle business, he said, speaking of commercials. 123. Once that golden door opened, Jimmy Owens walked in. In the 1960s, he was making $55,000 yearly working on the widely broadcast television program hosted by David Frost, the equivalent of $375,000 or $390,000 per year, by the first decade of the new century. The conscious artist had joined the union in 1959. You have to audition to be in the union, yes, and wisely made his first pension contribution that same year. He said that most were not as wise as he in this regard. This, he understood, since the union was not about protecting jazz musicians, especially black jazz musicians. He understood fully why many musicians are not in the union. I can't blame them, he said with commiseration. By the time of this 2011 interview, he acknowledged that instead of paying $210 in dues annually, I only pay $80. I'm a life member. Despite the inadequacies of the union, Owens persevered, seeking to emulate Gigi Grice, which brought him grief. Maybe I knew too much, I was passing on too much information to too many people. I went many years without a recording contract, at times a kiss of death for a working musician. Despite the hurdles, Owens took the next step from Grice when he and other artists decided we can't wait for Columbia or Blue Note to produce and distribute their creations. Besides, there were many issues with musicians who had recorded with record companies and their publishing rights had been given to the record company and they had very little control over anything, and they knew nothing about copyright. Thus, in the late 1960s he was joined by pianist Stanley Cowell, born in 1941, and bassist Reggie Workman, born in 1937, to form Collective Black Artists with dues of $2 each per artist, per week. That was the nucleus from which Owens, Cowell, and trumpeter Charles Tolliver, born in 1942, began a record company, to be known as Straight East. More ambitious than Roach and Mingus, they also put together what was called an Institute of Education, including classes on the business aspects of the music industry, the history of African art, and other topics designed to forge a musician of the new type. The need was real. Here I'm working with musicians who are full-time musicians who never made $5,000 in their lives in 1 year. They were supported in general by their spouses, contributing to the hoary saw, what do you call a drummer without a lover? Homeless. More seriously, artists were selling hundreds of thousands of records and taking home next to nothing. CBA continued until 1977, and by then Owens was collaborating with music aficionado Congressman John Conyers of Detroit, a founder of the Black Caucus on Capitol Hill, along with trumpeter Donald Byrd, Baraka, and David Baker on various initiatives to uplift the art and the artist. 124. Yet another New Yorker, Randy Weston, near the same time organized the African American Musicians Society in conjunction with the sadly unheralded Gigi Grice, John Handy, and Melba Liston, trombonist, arranger, and composer, born in 1926. They picketed the site of the rising Lincoln Center in Manhattan, a glaring example of exclusion in that it displaced a once thriving Negro neighborhood and then for years excluded their music. At that time, he declared, there was hardly any work for us, allowing plenty of time for picketing. They didn't want blacks in symphony orchestras, they didn't want blacks in society orchestras. When you worked in a jazz club, if you were a leader, you might make $125 a week, with sidemen getting $90 a week, and I'm talking about top clubs. Then this inimitable crew organized an important conference to plot future moves, though Ornette Coleman, saxophonist, born in 1930, was the only band leader who came to our conference. We missed Max Roach, we missed Charles Mingus, he said sadly. The Jazz Guild, an integrated musicians organization, fared little better. The 60s, concludes Weston, were a hard time for all jazz bands. 125. Why the Jazz Guild, and Straight East, and CBA, and JPM were needed was reflected in the continuing travails of the pioneer, Charles Mingus. In 1964, he was selling his albums at $10 a unit, which could only be obtained via his good offices and unavailable in stores. Now he was backed by his old friend Colette and basketball star Wilt Chamberlain, another beneficiary of the eroding Jim Crow. "What would you do," asked the bassist and composer, "if you made more money in 4 months by mail order than you did in 8 years with regular record companies?" 126. Like so many others, before and since, Mingus was emulating Grice, a trailblazer in the difficult business of artists reclaiming control of their creativity. "He was a real warrior," said Weston of Grice, "but he dealt with a lot of racism. He tried to get all of us to protect our music, but the establishment didn't want to deal with that, so a lot of pressure was put on him as a result." Weston absorbed the lessons imparted by Grice when he negotiated with Maurice Levy's Roulette Records after the pianist had created the wonderful Uhuru Africa album. "He wanted a certain percentage of the publishing, higher than normal," said Weston of the gangster/businessman. "So, Levy, who owned the premier club, Birdland, countered by threatening, 'You guys are never gonna work Birdland again, forget about it.' Then he executed and put the freeze on, barring him from this prime outlet." Grice, the horn man, composer, arranger, educator, and organizer, also continued to encounter barriers. "He died rather mysteriously," said Weston, speaking of the 1983 demise of this man born in 1925. "There was speculation among musicians that he was actually killed." 127. 10 Song for Che. Ornette Coleman and Charlie Haydon were stunned. The saxophonist and his bassist, born in 1937, were performing in Portugal, alongside other musicians. It was 1971, a scant 3 years before the fall of the dictatorship, an event that would in turn contribute mightily to the liberation of Lisbon's beleaguered colonies, Mozambique in 1975 and Angola, once a hunting ground for Africans to be enslaved, by 1976. However, benighted forces still maintained tight control over this European nation. There were about 10,000 in the audience when Haydn boldly decided to perform his stirring song for Che, a brilliant homage to the Argentine-born hero of the Cuban Revolution. Coleman gave the okay to proceed, but, said Haydn, "before I'd finished the dedication, pandemonium broke out. At least half the audience applauded, and the applause lasted through the number." Haydn had been warned there might be repercussions, and predictably, the next day's concert had been cancelled by the police. A comrade suggested that they depart forthwith. They raced to the airport, and Haydn was then taken to the security room and told I would have to come with the policeman. "I began to get scared," he said. At the police headquarters, he was interrogated for some 5 hours, before somehow being rescued from further misery by a representative of the U.S. Embassy. 1. Times had changed, though not enough. Jim Crow was eroding, but barriers to equity persisted stubbornly. Musicians continued to stream overseas, yet, as Haydn discovered, even their hurdles were strewn about. Fortunately, Max Roach and Archie Shepp encountered no such difficulty a few years later when the Chinese leader Mao Zedong died and they were asked to perform a benefit concert on behalf of Soweto in apartheid South Africa. This led to their recorded performances of Sweet Mao and Suid Africa 76, and they were invited to France to recreate these works. Roach scoffed at the remonstrance of critics, declaring, "Leonard Feather hasn't been able to hear any music since Louis Armstrong and Coleman Hawkins too." Roach, in contrast, was proud of his handiwork. "It isn't taboo to be on the left like it is here," he said of Italy and France. "The Italian Communist Party, then a giant, invited us to participate in a huge manifestation in Rome, while he also wrote a suite for Mao, and this was only released in Paris." The music traced the history of Mao and his long march to triumph. 3 During this time, Lee Konitz was also importuned by the Italian communists to perform. 4 Roach was nonplussed by his alignment with those frowned upon by some. The music aficionado J. Bregman, for example, was beyond furious at Shepp, saying the saxophonist's aim is to either sow strife among musicians both black and white or he is misinformed. 5 It is likely that this angry critic was also displeased with Shepp's active support for freedom of the radical Michigander, John Sinclair, who had received a lengthy prison sentence because of possession of a small amount of marijuana. 6 Roach was more concerned about the generally accepted posture of musicians aligning with the powerful, citing the deployment of Noble Sissles and UB Blake's I'm Just Wild About Harry as a campaign ditty on behalf of President Truman, not to mention the recruitment of bandleader Lionel Hampton and multi-talented performer Sammy Davis, Jr., by President Nixon. These latter instances, he said, were examples of music used as a political and social depressant, akin to apolitical message songs, then so fashionable, and opposed to music for enlightenment, the form he preferred. 7 Roach knew of what he spoke. In 1972 his Freedom Suite was adapted for film by the Italian cineast Gianni Amici and won top prize at the heralded film festival in Locarno. It sneaked into South Africa, said Roach, until they heard the words Oscar Brown, Jr., put to it. Then it was barred. 8. What was changing was the spectacle of artists invading the inner sanctums of the elite, hoisting the banner of liberation. That's what Leonard Feather detected in 1971 when he turned on his TV for the Ed Sullivan Show and watched agape as Shep and Rahsaan Roland Kirk reaped the victory of the Jazz and People's Movement, JPM, and performed Mingus's combative hymn, Haitian Fight Song. The dumbfounded Feather wrote accurately, January 24 was a unique night in the history of jazz on the small screen. 9 In an apparently unrelated occurrence, Mingus received a handsome grant from the Guggenheim Foundation, this after JPM besieged their tastefully decorated office. 10. Roach was no dilettante or even a simple purveyor of radicalism while safely abroad. The activist then known as Max Stanford of the Revolutionary Action Movement, best seen as a formation similar to the Black Panther Party, reached out confidentially to Roach in 1972 on the stationery of the Allied African People's Party, headquartered in Cleveland. I need a base in Africa, preferably Algeria, in aid of consolidating the Internationale, that is, his global movement, while informing the drummer that you can help on the Algerian asylum aspect. We will need to raise lots of bread money for what must be done and you could probably help on this. Unreservedly, he implored, we need your help on economic matters since we have the potential of another Garvey movement but on a higher and more scientific level. 11. Roach was not alone. Multi-instrumentalist Clifford Thornton, born in 1936, was barred from entering France in early 1971 on the questionable grounds of being a Black Panther Party suspect and placed on a plane heading back to New York. However, later that year he appeared in Paris in a benefit for the BPP and from then on was working with greater frequency in Europe than at home. 12. Buoying the musicians and their music was its continued popularity in defiance of the repetitive proclamation that jazz is dead. By 1970, trumpeter, composer, and bandleader, the appropriately named D. Toussaint Elovitch Bird, otherwise known as Donald Byrd, was teaching a class at Howard University in Washington, D.C., the self-proclaimed capstone of Negro education. One of his classes, said a student journalist, that focused on the history of jazz was the largest in the university in terms of enrollment. 13 This is the only black music department in the country, said Byrd, recently installed as chairman of the new Afro-American Music Department. Byrd, said an inquisitive journalist, had worked with such greats as John Coltrane, Coleman Hawkins, and Charlie Bird Parker. 14. This vibrancy at Howard may have been difficult to ascertain because of ideological blinders. Disconcertingly, the dominant ethos in the United States promoted a liberal form of integration at times at odds with the increasingly radical bent of artists and which often meant disbanding long-standing affiliates of musicians' unions dominated by African Americans, or ignoring trends at Negro colleges, for that matter, depriving these artists of an independent power base, won against tremendous odds, in favor of consolidated unions dominated by Euro-Americans, often leery of these competitors, often seen as more talented and more able to compete for a finite number of jobs and worthy of being blocked at every turn. Thus black musicians, in particular, continued to seek work overseas, and though this provided a kind of haven from the indignities of the United States, The experience of Coleman and Hayden in Lisbon demonstrated that there were no pristine safe harbors, at least not yet. A poignant moment arrived just after Hayden's escape, when trumpeter Lee Morgan, born in 1938, suffered the ultimate hazardous working condition when he was slain on the bandstand in Manhattan, a victim of intimate partner violence. 15. Intriguingly, in what was billed as his last interview, Morgan sounded notes that were to resound loudly in coming years. He lamented the fact that the music in which he specialized was admired more abroad than at home, signaling the continuation of exile. He was seeking to purchase a club himself in California, the Lighthouse, and hailed the JPM, of which he was a leading member. 16. Further punctuating the harrowing encounter endured in Portugal was the vicious attack on Hayden and his Liberation Music Orchestra in the pages of Downbeat, enunciated even before his startling performance, indicating the uphill climb yet to be traversed by musicians of unquestionable integrity. 17. In early 1970, in New Orleans, putative birthplace of the music that had now swept the planet, there was taking place the merger of two locals of musicians after 3 years of negotiations. There was acceptance of the merger by members of the predominantly white Local 174 and rejection by members of the predominantly black Local 496, according to Downbeat. The latter had greater per capita wealth, unsurprising, given the well-recognized creativity and artistry of the musicians. Moreover, there was the fear of possibility of loss of black representation due to the greater numerical strength of the white local in a town where Jim Crow lingered angrily. There was an alternative. The two-union system could have continued in a manner similar to the setup in the city's Longshoremen's Union 18. In Pittsburgh, another center of the music as Art Blakey, Stanley Turrentine, Billy Eckstine, Mary Lou Williams, Errol Garner, Ahmed Jamal, George Benson, and Billy Strayhorn could well attest a similar scenario unfolded. The two segregated locals signed a merger agreement in 1964 at a time of undue racial optimism, and at the end of a 5-year period the unions were supposed to have integrated their members. However, in 1969 it became painfully obvious that the merger had not benefited black musicians. In fact, they had lost by just about any measure. They were underrepresented among the leadership of the merged union. In response, Black Musicians of Pittsburgh BMOP was formed, and a lawsuit was filed against the union and its officers. After 5 years of litigation, BMOP lost when the suit was denied. 19 This unfortunate result ensued though top-flight attorneys Melvin Wolfe and William Gould, soon to be a law professor at Stanford University and a leader of the National Labor Relations Board in Washington, pointed to a statistical exclusion from executive board positions of the union. 28 Distraught Gould admitted to his clients, "I am most disappointed. The situation vis-a-vis the union is a lost cause from a legal point of view, though, as was typical of the times," he added incautiously, "I hope that you will not lose faith in the process." 21. The merger was a bigger loss than had been thought initially. More distraught than Gould was close observer Shakira A. Saber, who lamented that when we merged with the all-white musicians union, Local 60, our records got lost, somehow, after we turned them over to the white union. Now we have to prove our membership to get our benefits, a difficult task at best. Some black musicians have even died without insurance, it just hurts. Moreover, segregation in Pittsburgh prevented black musicians from performing in the higher-paying sections of town. But when segregation ended formally, nothing changed in that regard. Class collaboration had been a byword of the settler colonial regime in North America from its inception, and, unsurprisingly, major white club owners wound up sitting on the executive committee of the white union, and wielded undue influence on the merged union to the detriment and dismay of black artists. The all-white musicians' disciplinary board would increasingly impose discipline in the forms of suspensions and fines against black musicians who defied the unspoken ban against performing in all-white clubs. Also unsurprising, where the major sports team was called Pirates, the city at the juncture of Three Rivers had its fair share of gangsterism too. Unsettled, Saber dazedly proclaimed, "How we lost our case, I'll never understand. We even lost our appeal," he said, apparently laboring under the illusion that a sound legal argument was sufficient to prevail in an adverse political climate. The court maintained that we were active participants in the negotiations that limited us to 3 years of representation on the merged union board of directors, though there was no mechanism in place, then or now, to undo discriminatory practices. All the white union had to do was wait us out, which they craftily did. That's essentially what happened, that is, they waited until the transition period ended was over and went back to business as usual. When the integration transition period ended in 1971, so did black representation on the musician union's board. We run for office but we don't get any votes. The biggest tragedy, Saber said resignedly, is that too many black musicians have also stopped playing, frustrated, as they were, with the rigged process. It was quite a come down from the heady days of 1960 when the Afro-American Musical Association was chartered, preceded in 1908 by the now defunct Local 471.22. Musician John Hughes, born in 1924, joined 471 in 1940. We started young in those days and spoke movingly of their building as a one-stop shop for legal aid, food, and other amenities. An arriving musician from out of town could stop by for briefings and fellowship. Educated at Duquesne University, this educated artist also regretted the compelled merger. 23. I didn't like the idea of the merger anyway, said Joe Harris of the former Negro Local, because it was like we were merging with Local 60, 60 wasn't merging with us, we were merging, and that affected me. Harris, a drummer who was to perform in Europe, continued, I felt that we should have just stayed in 471. His interlocutor, Charles Austin, reminded him, the federal law mandated that we merge in response to the mania for integration, and we were one of the last cities to merge. We didn't want to merge, and it was an abrasive time. After all, we had a $1,000 death benefit and they only had $500 on theirs. So when the merger came up, in some kind of way, then everybody got the $1,000 coverage, which was a plus for them but, at best, a standstill for the blacks. 24. Herman Hill was also sour about the merger. He did not see Local 802 of New York City, a desegregated affiliate, as a model. Like others, he had honed his craft in a military band, playing trombone and other horns, before decamping to Lionel Hampton's Draconian band, then to the band of the singer Lloyd Price. Bitterly, he recalled about his hometown, I played in a nightclub over there on the north side with all them faggots. Yet even this epithetical experience hardly prepared him for the rigors of the merger. It was so abrasive, he said, using that frequently cited adjective for the process, since we didn't want to go, so everything we turned in they put on the third floor in boxes and left them to sit. They didn't go through it, they pitched everything out, destroying records and puncturing memory. 25. More than this painful process also served to discredit integration, if not desegregation, which advantaged the Nation of Islam. A similar controversy concerning merger of segregated locals also erupted in the other seedbed of the music, Kansas City. By early 1970, Muhammad Speaks, the organ of the ascendant Nation of Islam, detailed the fracas in what it termed the Union of Charlie Parker, that is, KC Local Musicians Union chooses not to integrate with white group. The observant journalists saw the music as a legacy of Africa Congo more specifically and objected to what was seen to be the hijacking of it. Richard Smith, one of their sources, concurred, averring, we can stand alone, speaking of African American musicians, not least since we have been here as an organization since 1918. There was fear that a merged union would not protect the essential integrity of the music. Also in this newspaper was an account of the farewell address of Benjamin Mays from the leadership of Morehouse College, where he mentored Dr. King. He predicted that a new battle was then emerging with liberals in light of the undetected conflict between desegregation, which was supportable, and integration, which was problematic. 26. James McConnell of Kansas City found the merger of locals 34 white and 627 Negro not to be in good taste for the black musician, since the latter was not treated fairly. Consonant with the national trend, he said, it was ascertained that black musicians are farther away from playing the nice, decent jobs than ever in history. Why aren't there any black musicians playing in the Police Circus Band? Why aren't there any black musicians playing in the American Royal Group? Why don't black musicians play some of the good jobs? Why and who started the lie that black musicians are never on time? One of the canards deployed to prevent their being hired. Why and who started the lie that black musicians can't read music? He could have asked also why non-black musicians who might have an interest in undermining stiff competition could be depended on to refute canards leveled against that same competition. Why are the black musicians beginning to feel that the merger was the worst thing to ever happen to them? Why do black musicians get less jobs now after the merger? McConnell had first-hand evidence of what he was alleging. I have never been called for any job from Local 34-627, the merged union. I am a college graduate with a major in instrumental music. Yet McConnell was blocked from employment repeatedly. Addressing pointedly the parent body, the American Federation of Musicians, he instructed, analyze this letter carefully, before all black musicians lose complete confidence in our so-called Local 34-627. With biting sarcasm, he ended his astringent message with the word musically 27. Yet despite the manifest difficulties thrown up by these mergers, there were those who were wedded ideologically to integration and tended to overlook the downside. Among this group was critic Ralph Gleason, who complained that some of the leading local jazz musicians who were Negroes were against it, meaning the merger, and many white jazz musicians didn't vote at all. He attributed this to the point that all jazz musicians are apathetic on political and social issues. 28. As in Pittsburgh, where an overlay of gangsterism complicated union politics, the same held true in Kansas City, perhaps more so. These thugs exercised influence in clubs where musicians played and were not known to be equal opportunity employers, placing their thumb on the scales in favor of Euro-American artists, with the latter often insufficiently politicized to object. A few years after the merger, Clarence Kelly, then heading the FBI, asked tellingly if organized crime was worse in western Missouri than elsewhere. 29 Kansas City, said the paper of record in this metropolis, tolerated the presence of a powerful organized crime group for 50 years and counting. 30. One of the key men in this cabal was Carl Savella. By the late 1970s he was, like many of his comrades, described as wealthy, a turnabout from the time at the age of 10 when he was deemed to be incorrigible in his lust for the fruits of crime. A decade later, he was viewed widely as a hoodlum and a suspected but to that point not convicted robber. He was also close to City Hall, not unusual, and useful in securing ill-gotten gains. Thus, he was identified early on in the machine gun killing of a bank messenger and the theft of hundreds of thousands of dollars. He was charged in dealing morphine illicitly, as an epidemic of drug addiction coursed. For the latter, he was convicted, but his sentence of a year and a day was seen understandably as a veritable slap on the wrist. Afterward, he fled to Chicago, citadel of gangsters, after hometown comrades threatened to liquidate him, before returning after an interval. In his absence, racketeering displayed its malleability in welcoming into its leadership Max Jaben, described as a Polish-born Jew. He joined other Eastern Europeans, and Syrians. 2.31. The expansion of criminal ranks also meant an expansion of business interests, all of moment to musicians, including alcohol, vending machines, bars, taverns, and restaurants. 32 Through their influence within the Teamsters Union, a conglomerate of workers and racketeers extended their tentacles into far-flung pores of the political economy. Many of the top leaders of this influential union actually came from Kansas City, including Daniel Tobin, who once drove a horse-drawn streetcar and was elected the leader of the union in 1907, and Roy Williams, undisputed chief of the Kansas City affiliate, the city's largest union, for more than a quarter of a century, before climbing the greasy pole to the top of the Union. Williams was tied to Savella. 33. Kansas City's fashionable River Key district, once the site of car bombings when mobsters first began flexing their muscles, had by the 1970s become a bastion of their influence. It was estimated then that almost 80% of the bars and entertainment businesses were owned outright by mob associates or subject to their hidden ownership. Inevitably, the scene featured go-go girls and prostitutes and rampant money laundering. 34. The Kansas City Teamsters were the connective tissue linking mob capital, Chicago, to mob paradise, Las Vegas, with all three sites seen as loci of hiring of musicians. 35. Their influence was not limited to those three cities. And, as well, African Americans wondered why they should be barred from scooping up this filthy lucre. Thus, in Cleveland, Don King, a Negro, was one of the biggest numbers bankers there by the late 1960s and, smartly, was seen by a critic as close to Italians in the traditional mafia. King owned a tavern at 78th and Cedar where pianist Errol Garner often performed. And King often played what sterner critics derided as the race card when he asked why those of his ancestry should be excluded from lucrative income streams, an unanswered question that then propelled him to the top ranks of boxing promoters and unimaginable riches. 36. Meanwhile, back in Nevada, rapidly developing a reputation as the premier state of crime and a home for entertainers, musicians, especially mobsters, did not relinquish their tight grip on affairs. Indeed, mobsters were extending their reach. Ralph Gleason commented that a pivotal figure in this unholy business, Frank Sinatra, swapped Charlie Lucky, a reference to the Paramount gangster, Charles Lucky Luciano, and the other mobsters for Spiro Agnew and Ronald Reagan, and who is to measure the difference. 37. Contributing to the less than resolute approach by the authorities to crush organized crime was the romanticizing of these cutthroats. By 1972, there was an Al Capone memorial jazz band in Chicago and, said a journalist, members of the group are businessmen bent on memorializing a disgraced figure. 38. Also applying for a casino license was Abe Phillips, once arrested under the name of Sam Golden. I met Mickey Cohen, infamous crook, when I was about 10 years old, he confessed. Next time I met him was about 1956. I was his personal bondsman and then his personal companion. We were friends as kids and it's pretty hard to ignore somebody because they want you to have dinner with them, he rationalized. But it was not just Cohen, this prospective club owner was on intimate terms with a murderer's row of Los Angeles gangsters, including John Rosselli, known to have connections to U.S. intelligence agencies at the highest level. I met him at the Friars Club, said Phillips/Golden, and every time I went there, lo and behold, he was there and I'd talk to him like I talked to the rest of them. Yes, he said, I knew Alan Smiley, yet another racketeer, accused in the murder of a founding father of modern Las Vegas, Benjamin Bugsy Siegel. He was sitting on a couch beside him when he was slain by an unknown assailant. 39 other unsightly men, including Robert Sunshine, a convicted perjurer and embezzler, were making applications for licenses. 2.40 Lyle Stewart was questioned about the obscene books he was known to publish, along with pornographic literature when he applied to invest in the Aladdin Hotel. I am certainly not in any way mixed up with gangsters, he contended. I have never violated the law. He was disbelieved when the State Gaming Control Board moved and seconded that the application of Mr. Lyle Stewart be denied on the grounds that he has an unsuitable background. Motion is carried unanimously. 41. Jobs for musicians in Las Vegas continued to be coveted. Organized labor was coming to play a preeminent role, and by 1970 Leonard Feather was marveling that even on the lower echelons, casino employees do well. Musicians make $246 per 6-day week. 42. Due west in Los Angeles, complaints proliferated not unlike those from musicians in Pittsburgh and Kansas City. When I first came out from Omaha, said saxophonist Preston Love, I felt sure that as one of the very first Negro alto men I would be able to specialize in lead alto work as numerous white musicians do, but this proved not to be the case. For actual livelihood, he told Leonard Feather, I was forced to take rather menial employment outside of music while I watched musicians of less ability than I reaping a bonanza through being in a clique. His furor rising possibly in distortion, Love pointed the finger of accusation at fellow artists, paradoxically the worst enemy of Negro musicians, he charged, has been certain other black musicians who as arrangers, contractors, producers, and A&R men discriminate against Negro musicians in a manner worse than any white leader or contractor. In fact, he said accusingly, they practically decide who will perform about 40% of the recording in Los Angeles. This stitch-up was controlled by certain Negroes, mostly arrangers, with Quincy Jones fingered, along with Oliver Nelson, horn man, arranger, composer, and bandleader, born in 1932.43. Seeking to escape the clutches of the smoky cellars where the music was often performed and the barracudas, sharks, and other predators that operated same, artists began seeking income elsewhere. Cecil Taylor, pianist, applied for funding to the Rockefeller Foundation in order to subsidize a residence at Antioch College in Ohio. I do not think of CT as a black nationalist, said an evaluator of his proposal, Howard Klein, a descriptor seen as negative. He may be open to the inclusion of white jazz musicians, it was said, as race by Rockefeller was seen at least as important as talent. Yet, since he sees jazz as basically a black art form, it is reasonable to suppose that white involvement would be minimal. 4. Klein announced irritably, in the middle 1950s many black jazz groups began to practice what was called crojimism, the ostracizing of whites from their groups. Less attention was paid to the exclusion of African American artists from various venues, including film studios, Broadway, and symphony orchestras. Still, black innovators such as C.T. Ornette Coleman and others are going begging for chances to practice their art, though the important white musicians who gravitated in the jazz field have also run against a wall of indifference. Such performers as Stan Getz, Gary Mulligan, Paul Desmond, Lee Konitz and other sensitive players have dropped from the scene or else become entirely commercial and have lost the desire to experiment. There was a related fear that a black nationalist musician could provide succor to like-minded students, creating further problems for some. There is a strong militant group at Antioch, the Afro-American Studies Institute, which would like to capture this jazz project. Fortunately, the student Bill Brower, who went on to become an expert and promoter of the music in Washington, was seen as being extremely bright and a natural leader. 44. Despite the sympathy for Taylor, there was apprehension, as the Rockefeller Foundation was informed, that those from inner-city ghettos, the target audience seen as disruptive to the status quo and in need of assuaging, might not find the pianist's performances appealing since they respond to music which impels them to dance, and Taylor's music was not seen as conducive to this manner of frolicking. Thus, the impulse was to fund music with more grassroots appeal. 45. The overriding fear, however, was that black nationalists at Antioch might be bolstered by a Rockefeller grant, and thus, the application was rejected. Yet these funders' skepticism may have been vindicated when Taylor lectured at the University of Wisconsin-Madison in 1971 and proclaimed, "My being here is a result of the black student strike in 1969, this in the midst of lambasting the 1820 sharecropper mentality among club owners." 46. Facing rejection from munificent foundations, musicians also turned to themselves and their ancestral community for support. Brooklyn, which produced both Max Roach and Randy Weston, was a hotbed for this strand of black cultural nationalism. The site of choice was the East, a shrine to this trend, which accommodated performances by such musicians as Pharoah Sanders, McCoy Tyner, Roy Ayers, Rahsaan Roland Kirk, Dewey Redman, Sun Ra, and Lee Morgan. There were also lectures by the likes of the activists once known as Stokely Carmichael and H. Rap Brown. More controversially, the proprietors were also close to the regime of Forbes Burnham in Guyana, seen by Washington as a reasonable alternative to the communist-backed Chetty Jugun. 47. The East was joined by Boomers, a night spot for the music at 340 Bleecker between Christopher and 10th Streets in Manhattan, billed as the only black-operated club in Greenwich Village 48. By 1975, vocalist Jolie Wilson, born in 1935, was reported as joining the growing list of musician club owners with the debut of the Ladies' Fort at 2 Bond Street in Manhattan. 49 The reference may have been to Sam Rivers, horn man and pianist, who by 1975 was the proprietor of Studio Rivbia on Bond Street. 50. Further uptown, a guide to New York jazz clubs listed Salam No. 7, 115 Lenox Avenue in Harlem, part of a black Muslim mosque, providing dinner jazz by top musicians. 51 Critic Stanley Dance knew that during this era it was quite hard to discover who is playing uptown without phoning the joints or taking the A train, which Ellington memorably characterized as the quickest way to Harlem. 52 By 1972, Billy Taylor and his partners were able to buy what was described as a black radio station in Savannah, the 15th out of 7,000 stations to be controlled by African Americans, though it was unclear if the format would allow for more playing of the kind of music that characterized Dr. Taylor himself. 53. Collective black artists, yet another agglomeration of musicians, continued to stir then, receiving praise from bassist Richard Davis, born in 1930, and his fellow master of the instrument, Ron Carter, who asserted that the group sought to replace them, meaning agents, promoters, and their sort, and to give the black artist a bigger share of the take, to obtain better conditions to work under. 54. Artists continued heroically in their ongoing attempt to seize control not only of their creativity but the means of production too. Iola Brubeck recalled a time when the first 4 sides Dave recorded were peddled to every label, small and large, and no one was interested. By paying for the records himself, Dave got them on a local San Francisco label owned by Dixieland musician Jack Sheedy. When the records started to sell, Dave was able to buy the masters back and started his own record company, with Max and Sol Weiss. 55. By 1970, the entrepreneurial and well-connected Quincy Jones had formed Symbolic Music Productions with bassist Ray Brown, born 1926, which was involved in record production and management. 56. In short, musicians continued to be attracted to politics, embracing various parts of the spectrum. The Panther 21 Black Panther Party leaders and members on trial in Manhattan during this tempestuous era were able to escape a dire fate because of the energetic fundraising of artists such as Wynton Kelly, Cedar Walton, Jackie McLean, McCoy Tyner, Elvin Jones, Pharoah Sanders, Alice Coltrane, Graham Monker III, Freddie Hubbard, Anthony Braxton, Leroy Jenkins, Steve McCall, Leo Wadada Smith, and many more. 57 John Hammond tried to get singer Nina Simone, born in 1933, to do a benefit for the Panthers in New Haven, then facing ghastly travails. God knows, he said accurately, this is about as controversial as anything can be in this day and age, but I thought it might stir some fond memories of the past. 58. In a similar vein, pianist Herbie Hancock's pulsating composition Ostinato, Suite for Angela, was a musical salute to Angela Davis, who maintained ties to both the BPP and the U.S. Communist Party. 59 Pianist Horace Tapscott released an album in league with BPP leader Elaine Brown, but as so often happened, their rousing rendition faced severe challenges in being distributed in record stores. Multi-talented singer and songwriter Eugene McDaniels collaborated with horn man Eddie Harris and keyboardist and vocalist Leigh MC Ken on their Still Powerful Compared to What, which reprimanded lyrically the president and his war, referring to the bloody conflict in Vietnam then unfolding. It was the Protean MC Daniels who collaborated with Tapscott on compositions in homage to slain BPP leaders John Huggins and Al Prentice Bunchy Carter, and, again, it was the very same lyricist and pianist who wrote music in honor of yet another slain BPP leader, George Jackson. MC Daniels also worked with bassist Ron Carter, perhaps the most recorded musician ever on his instrument, in writing music critiquing President Richard M. Nixon. 60. A similar group of artists emulated Hancock and raised funds for the trial of Angela Davis, including Harold Battist of New Orleans, who was to join the Nation of Islam. 61 Trumpeter and bandleader Gerald Wilson, born in 1918, organized benefit concerts for the NAACP. 62 Raising funds for the Congress of Racial Equality were Thelonious Monk, Ben Webster, Brubeck, Roy Haynes, Weston, and many others. 63. Vocalist Nancy Wilson, born in 1937, was proud of her assistance to Dr. King, being there for Martin's lieutenants, she said, making sure that they were housed and fed and going to the Justice Department to make sure that they were protecting blacks running for elected office, going to Selma, to protect voting rights. I remember the rifles that pointed at my head. But I had to do it, she insisted. I was the hostess for the first UNCF telethon, she boasted justifiably, referring to the United Negro College Fund, which performed yeoman service in raising funds for higher education. What was her inspiration? I got the first Paul Robeson Award too. That was special for me. She was also vice president of the French Club in high school, providing her with the linguistic acumen to advise musicians interested in exile. And, like many women artists, she had to endure the discomfiting disruption of some elbowing aside of her spouse as they sought to reach her. 64. Other innovative artists, finding it difficult to survive in an adverse climate, fled to other occupations. Pianist McCoy Tyner, who had seemed to rocket to fame after accompanying the sainted Coltrane, was reduced to driving a taxi after Coltrane's passing in 1967. His comrade, drummer Sonny Murray, born in 1936 and who would die in exile in Paris in 2017, did the same. Those were the days, said Tyner, of the Starvation Band, an ironic accoutrement of the celebration of the demise of segregated Union locals and the supposed new birth of freedom that was expected to ensue. 65 According to Tyner, before his career took off, Coltrane was considering becoming a construction worker. 66 Ironic in light of the wealth the saxophonist generated. 67 Also, driving a taxi and toiling for years at the post office, providing him with the sobriquet the Wailing Mailman, was saxophonist Roger Buck Hill, born in Washington, D.C., in 1927. 68. Likewise hustling for fares was saxophonist Dave Liebman, born in 1946, who eventually hit the jackpot with Miles Davis. I realized, he said later, that the only way I'm going to get good, is playing man-hours spent on the horn, that is, serious 8-hour a day practicing was his path to Davis. Back then, he said, everybody, meaning those like himself, was driving a taxi or working as a bartender or whatever. This was during the late 1960s and early 1970s when jazz was at a very low point. He hooked up with 10 Wheel Drive, a rock band, and garnered $125 or $150 a week, then with Elvin Jones, which allowed him to quit his job as a substitute teacher in the Bronx, rescuing him from death. 69. Bassist Monk Montgomery became a construction worker in Los Angeles, building swimming pools, and found that this setback affected his confidence in his musical ability, generating insecurities. Then, the career of his brother, guitarist Wes Montgomery, ascended skyward, which had the opposing problem of adjusting to stardom. The bassist had to adapt with difficulty to being an accompanist of his younger brother, and there was speculation that the resultant tension may have contributed to the latter's heart problems and premature death, though, said the bassist, he was a chain smoker and he was smoking these cigarettes made out of lettuce. Then, the bassist had to fight the system when he sought to organize a music festival in gangster-infested Las Vegas. I had posed a threat to someone, he said ominously, and, undaunted, he made a big issue out of that and there was a big scene. He got threats on my phone, but, wisely, knew I couldn't go it single-handedly. That's why I formed the Jazz Society in 1975, organized in conjunction with comedian and drummer Bill Cosby. Soon it boasted of a membership of 500 as the beleaguered music received a boost. 70. Yet Nevada was not altogether reflective of national trends. Pianist Andrew Hill, born in 1931, surveyed the landscape in 1973 and lamented, "I see some of the best musicians in the world on welfare. And that's really a shame. 71 and an outrage too, he could have added. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that the erosion of Jim Crow had opened opportunity for those in a position to take advantage. Trumpeter Eddie Henderson, born in 1940, had a profitable sideline as a physician and psychiatrist. 72, as well as touring intermittently with keyboardist Herbie Hancock. 73, born the same year. Stride pianist and composer Lucky Roberts, born in 1887, was able to do sufficiently well enough that his grandson, Charles Willis, was running for an elected post as a judge in New York City. One of two black judges in upstate New York was the message conveyed to John Hammond. 74. The pitfalls befalling musicians were no better illustrated than the experience of Ornette Coleman, not just being harried in Portugal, but later he admitted that there had been furious disapproval of his musical innovations, which did not enhance his bank balance. "I've had people come up to me," he said in 1973, "and spit in my face and try to beat me up." 75. A sturdy perennial had yet to disappear, erosion of Jim Crow aside, as drummer Roy Porter ascertained. "In my experience," he declared, "most managers, book agents, and accountants, black or white, will steal from their clients if they can." His comrade Charlie Parker died a pauper, yet the record companies that recorded him are still making money off of his records. He was particularly harsh in assessing record producer, discographer, writer, and radio presenter Bob Porter, terming him a fast talker who creates a good deal of animosity with his egotistical and heavy-handed work methods. In fact, I heard from others who were involved with various projects involving him that they never received a cent. The besieged drummer was sufficiently concerned that he began packing a pistol. Nowadays, he concluded wearily, sad to say, the jazz musician is treated as a third-class citizen in the world of music. 76. Composer, bandleader, and multi-instrumentalist Don Ellis was of like mind. Born in 1934, this native Angelino told John Hammond that "You are one of the few people in this business that is completely honest and fair and that can be trusted." Earlier, he had signed a deal with Irving Mills, ill-famed for cheating Duke Ellington repeatedly. "That accord," said Ellis, "deprived him of 50% of my royalties. I only signed this agreement," he explained, "because he promised to back the band to the tune of $25,000, which he soon reneged on." 77. Mills, who could be grouped with Joe Glazer as a dominant exploiter of musicians, apparently bought the mega-hit Caravan from Juan Tizol of the Ellington Band for $25, which was not extraordinary, said the Puerto Rican composer and trombonist, born in 1900. He was asked, "Things with you and Duke Ellington with Irving Mills's name, he didn't write any of the music, did he?" Tizol responded, "No, no. I don't think so. No." His spouse said of Mills, "He didn't write the music, Juan wrote the music." Tizol was ill-positioned to object, given his colonial status in the United States. 78. Charles Mingus had a similar experience, though his was not with Ellington. "I hardly played 1 year with Lionel Hampton," he said. "I wrote a lot of arrangements, but he never paid me. That's why he's a millionaire. I had a copyright on Mingus Fingus myself, but his wife said they wouldn't record it unless I assigned it to their publishing firm. A lot of people do that." 79. Mingus's partner, Max Roach, was similarly vociferous in his denunciation of club owners, agents, promoters, all of whom provided only bad contracts, low salaries, inferior working conditions and cultural discrimination. 80. Of course, club owners faced their own pressures. For example, in 1968, when a club in Raleigh was targeted by white supremacists with the threat of violence, this after Thelonious Monk was slated to perform. 81. Dexter Gordon may have concurred with this dyspeptic outlook when he returned to Los Angeles in the 1970s from his sinecure in Copenhagen. "I was shocked that there was no press interest in Dexter in Los Angeles, especially since it is his hometown. I noted that they had a Chick Corea Day and he is from Boston." Such was the dismaying message conveyed to Gail Roberts of Columbia Records in words that likely influenced how Gordon would be promoted and how his album sales would eventuate. 82. it may not have been recognized that Korea had an advantage in that he was a member of the Scientology religion, which was known to boost well-known believers so as to attract others. Lee Konitz also was part of this group in the early 1970s. The only time I really played with Chick Corea, he said, was in the Scientology connection at different places. 83 Dave Liebman, saxophonist, also did Scientology for a while, though he said he was Jewish. 84. Perhaps more concerning was the message to Gordon's Danish attorney that his globe-trotting might mean that he had tax liabilities in more than one nation. 85 These manifest problems notwithstanding, the lanky horn man could be comforted by the support he received from fans like Lou DeCaro, who told him that your music has really contributed to my emotional well-being, amidst loads of study and pressure. Moreover, he said, it seems to proclaim the majesty of God. 86. During this conflicted era, the U.S. ruling elite continued to build bridges to practitioners of a music once scorned. President Nixon, whom Leonard Feather had reason to believe had organic connections to racketeers. 87 Invited an elderly Duke Ellington to the White House and bestowed upon him the highest civilian award of the Republic, the Medal of Freedom. The visibly touched band leader responded by bussing the smiling politician 4 times on both cheeks. 88. This was a belated recognition of the luminosity of the resourceful composer, an example of the best of times, worst of times dialectic of the state of the music during this era of contrast, with the latter often exacerbated by inexpert marketing. Shortly after the White House ceremony, producer Norman Granz recalled that some years ago, when I was managing Duke Ellington, I had a long meeting with Goddard Lieberson, president of Columbia Records, and suggested that they should record everything the composer wanted to put on tape, and added that it shouldn't cost more than $100,000 a year, and for a company grossing more than $100 million, and with its parent CBS close to $500 million, and considering that half of this would be borne by the U.S. government by way of tax deduction, this would be a profitable venture indeed. Lieberson flatly rejected the idea, saying that the sales figures of Ellington didn't warrant this project. This unfortunate decision was made 3 or 4 years ago, circa 1967, though the negative vibrations of this monumental omission continued to reverberate, arguably to this day. 89. This sin of omission was compounded by sins of commission to which the band leader was subjected, raising the disturbing point that if one of his stature could be rooked systematically, one can only imagine what befell others of less elevated status. Poring over his files, John Hammond found that the first sign of domestic royalties that he found in any of the correspondence in the Ellington files at Columbia Records did not appear until 1939. Who knows what kind of side deals there may have been between Irving Mills, his alleged agent, and the American record company, that he supposedly faced across the negotiating table. I worked for Irving Mills, in 1934, said Hammond, and found that the artists themselves ended up by owning 1/3 of themselves, a helter-skelter retreat from the 3/5 of a person that was the designation for Africans at the Republic's founding. After 1939, said Hammond, Ellington broke away from Irving Mills, whose name remained on a number of the pianist's compositions nonetheless, meaning the deprivation of Ellington heirs. 90 Apparently, the executives at Columbia did not consider Ellington's continuing fashionableness overseas, a trend assisted by his own generosity, such as when his orchestra arranged a well-attended benefit concert in Japan and donated over 900,000 yen after a devastating earthquake. 91 When Togo, the small West African nation, placed Ellington on a stamp, it was clear that it was folly to ignore his fame abroad when contemplating record sales. 92 The failure to capitalize on Ellington's evident popularity was even more troubling when one considers his parallel role as a tastemaker, suggestive of his having a thumb on the pulse of commercial appeal. Iola Brubeck pointed out that Duke Ellington heard them, speaking of her husband, Dave Brubeck's group, on the West Coast, and was the first person to recommend them for a job in New York in the early 1950s. 93. Fellow producer George Avakian argues that Hammond never liked Ellington and, thus, his comments should be viewed with this in mind. Ellington and Armstrong were the musicians who wouldn't talk to him, not least because he was a strange person, very eager to grab credit, peculiarly self-centered and insecure. 94. And if Billie Holiday is a guide, those that exploited these artists systematically remained in a position to profit from their art eternally. By 1972, she had been dead for years, but then new interest was stirred by a new movie and play about her storm-tossed life. "Just 1 minute of Billie on record," said Hammond, "is worth more than anything in either the play or the movie, and since all of the best Holiday material is on Columbia, this company was destined to profit handsomely." Bad as they are, Hammond continued, both the film and the show are going to do business and are going to make people want to know how Billie really sounded. 95. Hammond knew of what he spoke. A few years later, he was determined to produce a record with Helen Humes, the best jazz singer around, in his opinion. "I want to do an album," he told Bruce Lundvall of Columbia, "and feel I can bring it in for under $7,000, a bargain since there won't be any arrangements and a maximum of 7 musicians." 96. The stinting was bound to produce a bonanza, given the growing popularity of this vocalist. Miles Davis, the son of a dentist, was able to do relatively well financially, despite the negative publicity that often attached to his stage persona and off-stage disputation. Abby Lincoln recalled a time when he was taking home $5,000 a week. 97. By way of example, in the early 1970s, at the height of his popularity, Thelonious Monk still could be paid $2,500 per week for club engagements, minus his booking agent's 10% commission. 98. Davis's sideman, Jimmy Cobb, recalled a time when the trumpeter bumped into Sly Stone, then a keen purveyor of wildly popular music, who said, "Yeah man, I worked in Madison Square Garden last night. I made 83 grand. Miles says, 83 grand. Right after that I went by Miles's house. He had a closet full of funny-looking little suits and hats and all that stuff. I say, oh, wait a minute. So he went into the music, meaning Stone's variety. He had the wah-wah pedals. Boy, he went all out." 99. Enhanced income did not curb Davis's disputatiousness. Producer Teo Macero, with whom he frequently collaborated, took note of an article detailing the trumpeter being shot in Brooklyn. 100. Given the rebelliousness of the era, Davis's bad boy image might not have harmed his record sales. In 1970, John Hammond pointed out that an artist like Miles Davis usually does around 50,000 albums domestically and still is a tremendous name in European countries. Davis's chameleon quality, adapting to emerging trends, was wise, according to Hammond. "Miles has been smart enough to maintain contact with the young," he said, referencing Fillmore East in Manhattan and Club Baron in Harlem. Thus, his profile was heightened, though sales of old-time artists in jazz such as Willie the Lion Smith and Eubie Blake are disappointing to say the least, and big bands like Basie and Buddy Rich usually make their costs, although sales are by no means spectacular. Interestingly, the British invasion, thanks to the pioneering work of the English group, as he put it, had given a boost to the catalogues of those like Bessie Smith, Robert Johnson, and other blues performers. However, the popularity of these Europeans might have sliced into the overall sales of Davis's peers. "There were then about 10 spots with decent jazz in New York," said Hammond, "and even artists like Bill Evans and Gil Evans are having trouble getting either engagements in clubs or on records, and except for Newport and Monterey the festival outlook is dim." The hopeful sign was the fact that increasingly trendy chat shows hosted by Dick Cavett, David Frost, Johnny Carson et.al. tended to hire house bands that were then pressed by JPM and other groups to diversify the ranks of musicians hired. 101. It was not just chat shows that created paychecks for musicians. Trummy Young spoke of the hundreds of shows I've done, starting with Life of Riley and Gunsmoke and Hawaii 5-0, though these television shows brought no residuals or continuing payments when rebroadcast, which happened with these programs that were often shown worldwide. He also worked with comedians Flip Wilson and Carol Burnett. The absence of residuals irked him. "The band gets nothing. That's one of the beefs we've had," since our union leadership is really not on our side. The myopic union boss, James Petrillo, at the outset of this new medium opined that he really didn't believe that TV was going to last, indicative of his dearth of vision. That's a fact. Young insisted, speaking of this wrong-headed prediction. Consequently, the musicians' contract with the TV networks regarding filmed shows was ridiculous. We get nothing. Still, spending 3 years in Hawaii was not exactly stressful. Besides, said Young, I didn't start to make any money until I disassociated my name from jazz and migrated to TV and movies. Here he had advantages and disadvantages. People always thought jazz musicians couldn't read musical notation, especially in Hollywood, yet another excuse for excluding blacks, especially typical black musicians or typical black people, but sometimes I didn't fit the typical role because I had red hair and freckles, so they'd stick me way in the background. Point 102. Clark Terry also made his mark in Hollywood, but when Skitch Henderson left The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, one of the most profitable shows on the small screen, it was rumored, said the trumpeter, that I was up to lead the band. But the word came down that if they had a black person in front of the band, it would ruin the ratings in the southern market. Justifiably, Terry exclaimed, I was pissed at this racist crap. 103. Hammond was sufficiently sagacious to combat racist crap when he helped to produce an album by enlightened folk singer Josh White in 1939. Bayard Rustin, the activist who happened to be gay and who was to aid Dr. King, was one of the singers in that group, and Hammond almost lost my job at Columbia because of my insistence on putting this album out. But with the onrushing anti-Jim Crow movement flexing its strength, there was absolutely nothing that we cannot put on record having to do with protest or injustice. 104. Near the date of Lieberson's unfortunate decision, Louis Armstrong's agent, Joe Glazer, exposed the reason why the business was suffering poor management decisions when he said the trumpeter and singer made records 20 and 25 years ago that are still selling and bring in thousands of dollars today and more than new ones other people have made more recently. 105. Glazer had a point. The record of Dave Brubeck, not generally viewed as a pathfinder in the music, unlike Armstrong and Ellington, helped to prove the point, though, arguably, his not being black may have aided his sales, trailblazing aside. In 1969 Iola Brubeck declared that if you measured success by the number of single records sold, then the apex for his quartet would have been about 1963, with the middle 50s being the years of rising popularity. Dave signed with Columbia in 1954 and before that had recorded only on his own label, Fantasy, which incidentally cost more to run than was ever made and had small distribution for promotion. Dave's rise in the 50s was not due to phenomenal public relations, she said. As for the time and money spent on actually recording, she continued, a great deal more goes into a Miles Davis record or Monk sessions, because of the way in which they work and their temperament. Ask Teo Macero, she said, speaking of the recording producer. So I do not think any favoritism is played within the jazz ranks at Columbia, a frequent accusation. Thus, if you care to measure commercial success by the contract price per engagement and the size of audience, then 1967 was undoubtedly the peak year for Brubeck. Serving to propel Brubeck into the stratosphere of popularity was the endorsement of such stars as Bud Powell, Charlie Parker, Cecil Taylor, Willie the Lion Smith, Louis Armstrong, all of whom at one time or another put in print remarks to reporters their admiration of the group and for Dave. She did not say so, but, like Elvis Presley and the British invaders who were thought to gain popularity by performing African-derived music even though they did not share this ancestry, Brubeck's popularity may have been propelled by the imprimatur placed on him by those seen as the originators of the music. Brubeck paid his dues, in any case, she said, since he worked his way through school by playing in Negro joints in town and during summers he was a cowboy on a large cattle ranch. 106. It was true, as noted, that Brubeck was on the side of the Angels when it came to disregarding the strictures of Jim Crow performance, and he risked lucrative engagements in order to do so. It is also possible that the evident difficulty that proficient pianists like Tyner had in surviving financially during this same era may have been a result of a backlash against black artists, driven by anger at the erosion of Jim Crow and assisted by the companion rise of those like Presley and the British Invaders, factors that may have impacted Brubeck to a lesser degree. Max Roach discerned, for example, that British-born pianist and singer Elton John was by 1976 one of the biggest, if not the biggest, earner among musicians. 107 Though black musicians could benefit from these new musical trends, Panama Francis was a drummer on Buddy Holly's tune, Peggy Sue, which climbed the charts. He still saw this cultural turn as derivative. Francis was in a position to comment since he also drummed on Bobby Darin's first big hit record, Splish, Splash. "Listen to Presley," he said, "you will hear Otis Blackwell because he sang Don't Be a Cruel and all shook up exactly like Otis Blackwell sang them note for note. But after Darin's tune became a big hit, that's when he did the album, and they used the all-white band," he said dolefully, "and I met him a couple of days afterward and said to him, I said, look, Bobby, man, why didn't you call me to do your date?" He replied, well, you know, when you move up in the world, you change company. Yet Francis had a deeper sense about what was at play. When the bebop era came in, he said reflectively, the music made a change. Instead of jazz being the music they would dance to, it became music that they listened to, and, presto, rock and roll was able to have such a foothold because people were able to dance to it. Jazz will never die, but it would and could evolve, as it did in the 1940s. 108. Saxophonist Big Nick Nicholas encountered a different problem with the rise of Presley and Darin. With this new twist, he said, arrangers decided they wanted the tenor to sound like a cow and sound like a hogsick. In other words, prostitute yourself, you know, discarding all the years that you've studied and tried to create a beautiful sound. They didn't want that, they wanted noise, and he was uninterested in demeaning himself. The reduced market for horn men like himself led to more intense competition for remaining jobs, meaning that those once seen as brothers were now seen as competitors, to the detriment of close ties. 109. But it was not just migrants from Europe who managed to do well. Jimmy Knepper was born in Los Angeles in 1927 and died in West Virginia in 2003, but this Euro-American trombonist conceded that when times got rough and tough he became involved in landlordism in recent years, 110, an option generally unavailable to most African American musicians, most likely to muddle along as tenants. Whatever the case, it was evident that Brubeck risked popularity by refusing to accommodate the backlash. After passage of federal anti-Jim Crow legislation, a spokesman for the Department of Music at the University of Alabama Tuscaloosa, still struggling with state-sanctioned racism, recalled an earlier time when Brubeck had braved the brickbats of outrageous misfortune by daring to perform in the heart of Dixie with a desegregated quartet. The program presented by you and your musicians was the first time that the box office at our main auditorium had been integrated, Brubeck was told. We had a number of colored people at that program in spite of the fact that there was considerable threat on the outside by representatives of the KKK Ku Klux Klan. Thus, Brubeck was told, the reception given you and your trio including the Negro musician was so enthusiastic that it took the minds of the worried few off the problem of admitting for the first time Negro patrons. 111 Expectedly, Brubeck's group did not spend considerable time touring Dixie. In one random month near the time of the Tuscaloosa event, the quartet toured in Mexico, California, Hawaii, Japan, Hong Kong, Carnegie Hall, and England. 112 In other words, the Brubeck group should be recognized for its vanguard role in refusing to accommodate bigotry. The pressure-packed venues in which the quartet performed may have exacerbated pre-existing tensions within the group. Saxophonist Paul Desmond, born in 1924, was essential to the popularity of the group and, said Iola Brubeck, contributed to personality problems within the quartet. Dave must be extremely careful that his actions do not displease other members of the group. Paul is very uncooperative when it comes to doing any recording project and especially one that is different. 113. Perhaps assuaging Desmond and keeping him on board in the group was the ability of Brubeck to monetize the popularity of his music again, at a time when other talented artists were being reduced to driving taxis. Nevertheless, Desmond's obstinacy may have been fueled by the fact that as a Euro-American artist in a musical form dominated by those not of that ancestry, he may have enjoyed opportunities unavailable to more typical musicians. By 1970, for example, Stan Getz was performing in apartheid South Africa, where scuttlebutt suggested that musicians of European ancestry like Getz could do quite well financially. According to Downbeat, he was playing for whites only in Johannesburg, Cape Town, and Durban, reputedly the first jazz artist to visit the land of apartheid since the earlier performance of Bud Shank, horn man, born in 1926, and former accompanist of Stan Kenton. 114. Interestingly, in Getz's 1991 obituary, it was observed that unlike many musicians he was well paid throughout his career. 115. An indication perhaps of this utter flexibility, politically and morally. Still, the German critic Joachim Behrendt instructed Brubeck that your music is white and I wonder why you are afraid of making white music. There is nothing wrong about this, said this man who was apparently unfamiliar with U.S. history. Purporting to peer inside the pianist's brain, he told Brubeck, you like the popularity for its advantages but hate it for its artistic implications. One point he made was closer to the mark: if your music proves strong, all the blah 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 of us critics will vanish like ice cream in the sun. 116. Maybe so. Despite the blather about Crow Jim, or purported discrimination invidiously targeting Euro-American musicians, less attention was accorded another trend exposed when a writer asked plaintively, is the white cornet style dead? Accompanying a portrait of Bixby Beck, born in 1903, was a quizzical comment about the Negroid influence in the music and the essential heat of Negro jazz. 117. Nonetheless, the Euro-American saxophonist Dave Liebman, who accompanied the mercurial Miles Davis, found lots of tension then, a black-white thing, a Black Panther thing. It was all Black Panther colors, and here's a whitey standing there. As for Davis, I got along with him, he said, though he compared the experience to a plantation system, in a way. I've got to tell you something about the black guys, he confided. I believe this. They with each other, man, they were like, that's my property, you were an indentured servant. That's very true. He also found an overheated bacchanalian climate in the business. With A&M Records, for example, they meet you on tour and they're like, you want girls? You want dope? 118. According to John Levy, it was the opinion of Larkin Arnold, an African American and one of the most influential entertainment executives and attorneys of the modern era, that black artists were not getting the same treatment or support as the white artists. 119. If so, this too may have worked to Brubeck's advantage. Similarly, what John Gennari has called white hegemony in the jazz business also might have benefited the California-based pianist. 120. The crusade by the aide to Dr. King, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, to press Chess Records and other firms to hire more black executives should be viewed in this light. 121. Songstress Betty Carter in the 1970s reflected on this particular deficit. Don Roby was the first black man to have a record company. He recorded all the gospel groups in Texas years ago and had died recently, spurring her eulogy. His was the first black company, Peacock. ABC Paramount bought everything he had, when he died, adding to their considerable assets. Adding to the aforementioned analysis of Jackie McLean, she declared that because these companies paid so little to musicians, and often compensated them by feeding their drug habit, meant there were so many records out today, depressing the value of their output. Still, there were a few independent record companies limping along which have come to the forefront in the last 4 or 5 years, though it was not easy to compete with the giant corporations like Columbia and Warner Brothers and ABC Paramount. This she knew because she had her own record label, Betcar. She added, "Nothing is easy, especially for black people in this country. 122 drummer Jimmy Cobb laments the dilemma faced by those like himself. Black people couldn't record for those companies, meaning Columbia and the like, so, if they got a hit on the small companies, like Betcar, for example, it would be repeated by the white artist in the big companies, exact same thing, the arrangement and everything. The disparity also extended to performance. Cobb's spouse, Elena Steinberg Cobb, bitterly remembered when in the 70s, The Bottom Line, a night spot in Greenwich Village, wanted to pay Larry Coryell, guitarist, born in 1943, $5,000 and Jimmy $150 for the same gig, the same night. 123. Panama Francis would have agreed. After playing on dates for Atlantic Records and watching founder Ahmet Ertegun become wealthy, he too decided to start his own record label but did not become successful. That's when he exemplified Carter's axiom for life not being easy, especially for black people, for financial distress occurred when I was having my problems at home, and I started walking into record dates screaming at people. 124. It was left to the militantly named trumpeter and educator D. Toussaint Elovitch Bird, Donald Byrd in short, who sought to add sustenance to the German critics' controversial assessment. It's not talked about very much, but every orchestra was built along ethnic lines. The New York Philharmonic was a German orchestra. One reason why Arturo Toscanini had the NBC orchestra was because he couldn't get through as an Italian. They had to give him an orchestra, and then he brought all the Italians in on the scene. The Boston Symphony, he asserted, was a French orchestra, referring to conductors Henry Ribot and Pierre Monter. 125. For some reasons, this did not bring peals of strident objection from popinjay critics with their knickers in knots crying "Crow Jim." Nevertheless, it remained true that often more opportunity was available overseas for practitioners of this musical form than at home, underscoring Bird's dismay at opportunities for artists like himself at home. "I'm seeing a totally different lifestyle over here," a correspondent of Dexter Gordon said of his adopted Danish home. "Things move at a more relaxed pace. I can see why you lived in Copenhagen for so long. The people here are very friendly." 126. Thad Jones, trumpeter, might have concurred, since when he died in 1986 of cancer, after a fruitful tenure as an arranger and composer for Danish radio, a street in Copenhagen was named after him. 127. Violinist Stuff Smith, born in 1909, also resided rewardingly in Copenhagen before expiring in 1967. 128. Niranjan Javeri, in the city then known as Bombay, remembered fondly that Coltrane was deeply involved in his country and was hopeful that Gordon would act similarly. "While jazz has come that much closer to India," he said, "so far nothing has been done from India to welcome that trend and to assist in the process of moving Afro-American music towards Indo-Afro-American music." 129. Despite this oversight, he was elated to observe that due to the deep interest most jazzmen have for India, its music and culture, we have been fortunate to have many great jazzmen in our concerts. 130. Despite the obvious reality that jazz was appreciated deeply in India, for example, the foremost U.S. conservative intellectual, William F. Buckley Jr., an architect of the right-wing resurgence embodied by the rise of Ronald Reagan on a television broadcast, asked the astonished Billy Taylor why the music called jazz was so slow in crossing international boundaries. The pianist countered aptly, "It always fascinates me that people from other countries have an enormous appreciation for jazz and they recognize its power, much more rapidly than we tend to do here at home." 131. Perhaps Buckley, who earlier had expressed deeply felt sympathy for apartheid South Africa. 132. Allowed his racial blinders to overwhelm his anti-communist sympathies. His ideological conf. Willis Conover, was as late as 1976 still marveling about his 1959 visit to Poland. "Hundreds of Poles met me at the airport," he recalled, "and today Polish jazz may be the best in Europe." 133. Tomasz Stanko, trumpeter, born in 1942, was clear evidence of what he said. 134. Stanko was preceded in residing in the United States by guitarist Gabor Szabo, born in 1936, who departed his native Hungary in 1956 for a stint at the Berklee College of Music in Boston and an extended stay in the United States. 135 VOA here is effective, was the message about Conover's Voice of America, which was transmitted by U.S. envoy in Prague Thomas Byrne in the 1970s. This was so, Conover said, since the government there is unhappy with its programs. In fact, VOA was of crucial importance in Eastern Europe, which was no exaggeration. 136 Prague aside, Conover thought he had reason to believe that Warsaw was miles ahead in terms of acceptance of the music he broadcast. Of the countries that had especially lively jazz scenes in Eastern Europe, certainly Poland's first. 137. Conover remained close to foremost anti-communist mouthpieces, including New York Times columnist and former Nixon staffer William Safire, who once thanked him for his friendly comments. 138 Still, Conover remained a figure of controversy. Even the Washington Post, not hostile to his political outlook, found it significant that somehow by the 1970s he exercised a monopoly as principal jazz consultant for several federal agencies. 139 As this music came to be a tool particularly wielded abroad to sanitize and rationalize the otherwise racist image of U.S. imperialism. Predictably, critic Dan Morgenstern rose to Conover's defense. 140. Nonetheless, musicians continued their flight abroad, though at times the tensions of home overcame them before departure. Such was the sad case of saxophonist Sonny Criss, a reported suicide in 1977 just as he was about to start a concert tour in Japan. He was a mere 50 years of age. 141, also meeting a sad and tragic end was bassist Jaco Pastorius, born in 1951. By 1986, he was hospitalized and diagnosed as bipolar. Despite having reached the zenith of the profession, performing with the band Weather Report, soon he was living in a park, then died of a brain hemorrhage after being assaulted by a manager in a nightclub. 142. Impelling their exile were numerous factors, escape from the uniquely pathological form of U.S. racism most notably, which carried special animus for descendants of mainland enslaved Africans. 143 Certainly, the fact that the radical left was in retreat in the United States, as Jim Crow was receding, was not helpful in forging class consciousness. This may help explain why in 1970 the drummer Kenny Clarke, then residing in France, informed his fellow percussionist, Max Roach, that he had been on the blacklist of Jewish promoters for the last 20 years, which was one of the reasons I left the States. And they have all but followed me here, and had continued to persecute him. I just can't seem to make any money. I work very hard but nothing happens. Yet, he insisted, I'll find a way. 144 Unfortunately, this attitude was not Clarke's alone, raising searching questions about provenance. It was left to Leonard Feather, a former vice president of an NAACP chapter, to reprimand Austrian-born pianist José Winol for anti-Semitism after he attacked Jewish people in their relation to black music. 145 Oppositely, Feather was reproached since supposedly he was unable to give a fair review to the performance of white musicians and was conducting a one-man black superiority crusade and was convinced that the latter's success depended on ignoring or putting down white musicians. Racism is racism, said Leo Walker. 146. Thus, though Europe was a refuge for many escaping the United States, hindrances did not disappear at times. Slam Stewart, bassist, born in 1914, observed in 1979 that when I appeared in France and different parts of Europe, even in Germany, Denmark, Switzerland, when we were appearing and performing, we'd run across situations where we were being recorded by someone in the audience, that is, bootlegging and depriving artists of income. 147. There may have been an accelerating flight ironically with the dissipating of rigid Jim Crow because as Max Gordon of the Village Vanguard put it, the 60s were tough because of lack of interest in jazz. 148 Buddy Rich, the drummer and band leader born in 1917, might have agreed. Once he earned as much as $2,500 per week playing alongside Harry James, regarded as the highest salary paid to a sideman at the time. Yet by 1968 he declared bankruptcy. 149. It was also in 1968 that Art Farmer, who had been toiling as a janitor in New York City, decamped for Vienna. Young black musicians caught hell in Los Angeles in the late 40s and early 50s, which he experienced firsthand, while white musicians had the work at the few clubs sewed up. Thus, while he was compelled to work in menial posts at home, whereas in Austria he was exultant, "I have not had a single bad racial experience since I have been in Europe," he said. "No one has been rude, no one has ignored me, as people will do here." Speaking of the United States. 150 Lack of work drove saxophonist and composer Steve Lacy from the United States during the same decade that Farmer fled. He spent time in both Rome and Paris, and, though he was not black, he was loath to uproot and return to the States since my drummer and piano player might not want me to come, since they were African Americans. 151 Again, this was not new. According to Dan Morgenstern, Coleman Hawkins spent the years from 1934 to 1939 in Europe, which he termed perhaps the happiest of his life. 152 Arriving about a decade later in France, Howard McGee, trumpeter, born in 1918, was ecstatic to find that the people in Paris were so nice that I couldn't hardly believe that they were sincere, particularly compared to the United States, which he found horrible, the way they treat Negroes. 153. 11 The blues and the abstract truth. As the 21st century approached, then unwound, the music that had originated decades earlier continued to endure setbacks and attain successes. Wealth continued to be generated, with the lion's share appropriated by those who deployed capital as opposed to artists. Yet, as legends like Ellington passed from the scene, the bitter squabbling over his estate indicated that the anti-Jim Crow movement had succeeded in ensuring that a modicum of riches would be bestowed upon creators. However, as the premature death of Oliver Nelson, musician and composer, suggested, a paradox remained. African American artists continued to be whipsawed by the ills of society with a renewed malady added, death from overwork. African Americans continued to encounter barriers, as well, in entering the managerial side of the business, not least in invading the inner sanctum of organized crime and forming rivals to giant record companies' domination of sales, marketing, and distribution. White House invitations to esteemed musicians had become au courant nonetheless. Unions continued to be racked with tension, making it difficult for them to push aggressively for changes in the law to protect their members. Charter members of the inherent insecurity of the gig economy that had ensnared a growing segment of the entire workforce. Yet, below the summit of top-flight artists, there continued to be a growing number of amateur musicians, guaranteeing at least profits for manufacturers of musical instruments. Musicians continued to flock overseas too, a process now facilitated by the rise of supersonic air travel. There were those like Dexter Gordon, who reached a new measure of success by crossing artistic boundaries as an actor, reaping critical acclaim in the process, as he portrayed a troubled musician in exile in France. Nevertheless, as a Parisian might say in translation, the more things changed, the more they remained the same. For racism continued to mar and mark the political economy of the music. By the 1980s, Ahmet Ertegun's wager on the viability of commodifying music had paid off spectacularly. Henry Kissinger, a former U.S. Secretary of State, now en route to untold wealth himself as he commodified the insights he had gained in office consulting with corporations on risk to their global investments, told Dear Ahmet cheerily, "I cannot thank you and Micah enough for being such thoughtful hosts and entertaining travel companions during his recent sojourn in Ertegun's commodious estate in Turkey." 1 Ertegun was by then a favorite in the most elevated ranks of the U.S. ruling elite. Dr. Kissinger perhaps did not know that the profitability of Atlantic Records, the Ertegun vehicle, was based heavily on the artistry of African American artists. Just before the diplomat's missive, Atlantic artists were running the table, sweeping accolades as the best in their respective fields. Downbeat judged pianist and vocalist Roberta Flack to be Best Female Singer, Rawson Roland Kirk as Best Clarinetist and Best Miscellaneous Instrumentalist, Gary Burton as Best Vibraphonist. José Winol, keyboardist, born in 1932 in Vienna and voted as Best Composer, was an Atlantic artist who was not African American, though he made his mark accompanying Miles Davis and Cannonball Adderley, who were Point Two. Erdogan was not alone in cultivating the high and mighty in politics. By 1990, Steve Ross of Time Warner was informing Erdogan that the wider company of which Atlantic was a part had never faced more important challenges in Washington than we confront this year. We have had no choice but to become totally immersed in the legislative and regulatory processes, which requires us, of course, to make campaign contributions, placing capital's thumb on the political scales to the disadvantage of the artists. It was not just Atlantic that was profiting from the creativity of black artistry. By 1975, John Hammond, then at CBS Records, was told what he likely knew already: your company has probably the largest and finest collection of the big dance bands and jazz. Much of the best was now on defunct labels such as Brunswick, Master, Vocalion, Epic, Choral, etc., to just name a few, with their rich catalogs now available for swallowing. There are legions of collectors willing to pay top dollar for some of these treasures, said A.F. McNaughton, Jr., who over the years amassed in excess of 30,078 RPM records. For, in other words, companies could profit from long-dead labels and artists, with many of the latter having signed adhesion contracts, leaving their estate and heirs bereft. Moreover, these exploitative deals, consummated in an earlier era when labor and Negroes alike suffered a deficit of rights, allowed companies to promote the music by these dead labels and artists, and, correspondingly, downplay younger artists to the overall detriment of the art. What this could entail took place in 2018 when, with grand fanfare, a 1964 recorded performance of Errol Garner was reissued. The diminutive tinkler with the slickly pomaded hair had stopped recording for Columbia in 1958, in the midst of a protracted, bitter legal battle over payments and unauthorized release of his early work. Still, by the year of the 1964 performance, Garner was viewed widely as being as popular abroad as the Supreme Louis Armstrong. Typically, in this elegant performance he used his right hand to play the melody in octaves with 2 or 3 notes filling in to emulate a brass section, while his left hand played the lower keys as if he were strumming a guitar. Nevertheless, it will be intriguing to track if this recording outsells those of today's first-rate pianists, for example, Jason Moran. 5 On the other hand, Duke Ellington albums continued to sell by 1990, long after he had expired, although it was then that Erdogan complained of the dismal sales of this late Titan's records. 6. McNaughton was among a coterie at the pinnacle of U.S. society who appreciated the music, though it was unclear if their influence was perpetually benign. For example, there was Edwin A. Ashcraft III, descended from an old Chicago family. He was a lawyer, as was his father. He lived in a sizable and comfortable home in the posh suburb of Evanston. There he was often visited by musicians performing in nearby Chicago. This Princeton alumnus also played piano and was friendly with Bix Beiderbecke. Still, he served a lengthy tenure as a U.S. intelligence operative, including tours of duty with both Naval Intelligence and the Central Intelligence Agency, and it was unclear what he might have gleaned from musicians who toured abroad. He also spent considerable time in Washington, D.C., yet another mainstay of the music. Hank O'Neill, who for years was also responsible for promoting international jazz cruises, also was an intelligence operative who collaborated with him. 7. Even Hammond had to object to some of the hardball tactics used by corporations to denude further struggling artists. One of the problems in holding up payments to Alberta Hunter, he said in 1981 of the elderly vocalist, is the fact that you want to have a 5-year clause forbidding her to record the same material again within a 5-year period. Alberta is 86, he said with exasperation, and a 5-year clause is obscene for an artist of her age. When I recorded pianist U.B. Blake in 1969 when he was 86, he reminded, CBS was happy not to insist on this clause 8, but back then, there was a surging political movement. By the early 1980s, the counter-reaction had begun to ossify, placing artists at a distinct disadvantage. This was part of the paradox of the music as the late 20th century unwound. On the one hand, there were some who were profiting handsomely from this relatively new art form, on the other, there were artists who were doing quite poorly and, in fact, abandoning the art altogether. One would have thought that Ben Riley, drummer, born in 1933, was at the apex of his profession, but he left Thelonious Monk's band and chose to withdraw from the music scene altogether. He took a job at a Long Island school working in the audiovisual department and worked for the YMCA. As Riley was mothballing his drum set, Harold Milburn, Jr., a pianist and composer born in 1936, was complaining that even today if you go to borrow money and put down jazz musician as your occupation, right away you won't get any cooperation since the stigma is still there. 10. The miasma of profiling extended beyond the cosseted confines of banks. That same year, 1971, the instrumentalist Rahsaan Roland Kirk, coincidentally a political activist with JPM, was accused of skyjacking or attempting to hijack a commercial airliner, an act generally attributed to political dissidents. He faced these charges in Cleveland based on an anonymously rendered telephone tip, and when searched, it was found that he was armed with a tear gas pistol and knife. The visually impaired artist said that he was a student pilot and said further that the knife was ceremonial and the pistol was for protection since he carried cash frequently. 11. By 1980, one would have thought that Dave Liebman too was at the apex of his profession. How many musicians could boast of touring with Miles Davis? But by 1980, he was asking himself, how am I going to make a living? This jazz thing is not going to pay forever. I'm not a star, he confessed candidly. So he migrated to teaching, declaring, it saved me. He still performed, to be sure, though 80–90% of his work was in Europe but not east of Vienna since the communists despised the music, he opined, because it's completely anti-authoritism. His peers, Herbie Hancock and Chick Corea, dominated the Japan market, which is burgeoning into Korea, Manila, and outward. The Japan-Australia thing was the term he used. He was left with one market, Europe, but without America. It's tough. It's tough. In his homeland, we're at 1,500, 2,000 a night for the band, he said in 2011, but not 8,000 a show, the going rate for certain peers, his assessment in 2011. Joe Loveno's a low-level A, referring to the sax man born in 1952. Herbie, Chick, McCoy Wynton Marsalis of course, referring to the trumpeter and band leader born in 1961, this quartet was a top level. That's money, said Liebman. I'm talking about money. I'm talking about filling the hall with 800 people. I cannot get 800 people in San Diego, he conceded. I cannot get 800 people in San Francisco. It's not going to happen. The same could be said for Lee Konitz, who was not making any more money than me, not really. Still, there was yet another reason for his fateful 1980 decision. Liebman set aside his tenor saxophone and picked up the soprano, basically to escape Coltrane. I couldn't escape Train. His style established a pattern that made others seem like pale imitators. A few years later Liebman let the flute go too, since you have to play every day to get a good sound. I just couldn't do it. By the mid-1990s, he started the tenor again. But thinking of stopping again was a preoccupation. For then he was having trouble handling the soprano, a wild beast of an instrument. It's a hard instrument. It's high. It has a small mouthpiece and thus can be an annoying instrument, and it can hurt your ears too. Max Gordon of the Village Vanguard couldn't stand it, for example. Being self-described as Jewish in an art form dominated by African Americans apparently shaped Liebman, even beyond the intimidation of seeking to excel or equal Coltrane. Late in his career, he heard the plaint, "I don't want any white drummers, we got to have some validity. It had to be Billy Hart or Taine's great, referring to Jeff Watts, especially if we can't get Jack, meaning DeJohnette. 12. While Liebman was mouthing his complaint, the saxophonist known as Kenny G was telling Clive Davis, the record executive, "I heard you were in LA last week during the riots of 1992. It really does give one a strange feeling, doesn't it? Lindy and I were isolated from it but felt strange about living so well while others are living so poorly. That is why it is essential to be grateful for the good fortune that we all have." 13. Of course, this fabulously wealthy horn man was deemed to be part of the white majority in the United States that purportedly was subjected to Crow Jim or alleged discrimination against Euro-Americans. By 1999, Kenny G was so ensnarled with the contradictions of his anomalous position that he told Davis that as jazz critics will undoubtedly have a field day with this album because of its hoary quality, one way to offset this was to give back. As the forefathers of this music were mainly black, what better way to make the right kind of statement? That is, why don't we sticker the album with something like, "For every record sold, Kenny G and Arista Records will donate $1, or whatever amount, to a well-known charity." "Let's launch this story on a major show," he said excitedly. Oprah would be the perfect place to tell this story, and, perhaps, sports star and entrepreneur Magic Johnson could be co-opted. 14. The saccharine-sounding saxophonist was emulating Ahmet Ertegun, who by 1990 admitted that Atlantic Records makes a contribution to the United Negro College Fund at the end of every year, as well as on other special occasions, like my late brother's funeral, a gesture that reaped rich dividends. 15. Kenny G aside, the more talented Liebman had sought to rescue his career of full-time performing by signing with drummer Jack DeJohnette's creative music agency, sited in Woodstock, New York. "We deal mainly with colleges and jazz societies, then proliferating as reliable performance venues, and sought to avoid charging fees for bookings, as it signed up Sam Rivers, Lee Konitz, and Liebman. 16. Liebman was reflecting yet another trend. By 1980, the inexorable counter-revolution asserted itself with the election of Ronald Reagan as president, inaugurating a fierce pushback against the militancy of the recent past. Thus, Euro-American producer Teddy Ray used to travel to Harlem regularly and, according to his colleague Peter Spargo, the closer he got to this neighborhood, magically his voice would change. He would actually take on a black accent. But by 1982 it wasn't possible to walk around up there anymore, as tensions mounted. 17. A decade later, the Negro critic Albert Murray was reproached. "My first warnings of the current racial jazz wars," Leonard Feather was told, "were when one day 3 summers ago, Al suddenly started calling me white boy after almost 18 years of friendship." 18. Perhaps it was unavoidable that in a white supremacist society and charges of Jim Crow followed in metronome fashion by shouts of Crow Jim, racial tensions would rise. By 1975, promoter George Wine had another target in his rifle scope when he charged that African Americans were not supporting the music sufficiently, but Euro-Americans were. 19. A claim made without scrutiny of differing socio-economic outcomes. For his part, Branford Marsalis espied another kind of bias. Speaking of his quartet in 2012, he remarked that there's some white people who come to the concert and just love the fact that there's a white guy up there, an analysis, which if true, could well contribute to a kind of affirmative action for Euro-Americans, or disadvantage for more qualified African Americans. 20. In other words, this suggested the precise opposite of Crow Jim. Still, it was unclear if the counter-reaction would wipe out altogether the progress that had been made in entrenching the music in the previous century. By 1973, for example, there were about 175 jazz festivals occurring in the United States and Canada, with the average number of jazz bands participating in each festival amounting to 25, with an average of 20 musicians per band and 4,500 different bands involved in all the festivals. 21. These festivals required teachers and administrators and role models, too, which tended to benefit top-flight artists. By late 1973, it was estimated that there were 390,000 instrumental musicians currently involved in jazz education in all private and public schools. 22. As of 2013, Pianist Billy Taylor found 40,000 jazz bands nationally, with each containing about 20 musicians, which, minimally, was a bonanza for manufacturers of instruments, who would have been wise to direct some of their profits to exemplars of the music. 23. Whatever the quantitative figure, Clark Terry's qualitative analysis was difficult to deny. No matter what, said the trumpeter, racism was on the scene, 24 continuing to handicap an ample cohort of musicians. Terry was stating an axiom. Still, malodorous conditions that beset black artists also beset those who were not black but were forced to toil in a profession dominated by them. Thus, Pepper Adams, born in 1930, was regarded as jazz's most brilliant baritone saxophonist, yet the last time he enjoyed a steady job as a leader was back in the summer of 1956, and by 1982 a report indicated that he averaged about 4 full weeks of work per year, which never earned him more than $2,000 annually. Thin gruel indeed. If it had not been for the generous support, respect, and devotion of the European and Japanese jazz fans, jazz as a living art would now be dead, was the sobering conclusion, and perhaps Adams's career along with it. 25. As difficult was the route traversed by composer and trumpeter Woody Shaw, born in 1944. Legally blind, he fell onto a subway track in New York City and emerged with a severed left arm. He suffered complications in the hospital, possibly worsened by use of heroin, and he died of kidney failure in 1989. 26 Eddie Palmieri may not have suffered as much as Shaw, but he experienced grievous pain nonetheless. After a fiery dispute with his record company, I suffered dearly, he recollected, in those 6 years at the height of his popularity. I locked myself up in my house, without working, with no communication, nothing. His family went through hell coping with him, and financial things were very bad too. He was suffering from an acute depression, worsened by tremendous problems with the IRS Internal Revenue Service. How did he survive? We'd sell male and female prostitution, we'd sell every drug you could think of, and he would bounce from one Shylock to the other obtaining funds for a perpetual emergency. 27. Pianist Gene Harris, born in 1933, led a band sufficiently popular to make it to the August pages of the Wall Street Journal by 1988. Yet to make a living, he retreated far from the beaten track to the tiny capital that was Boise, Idaho. His guitarist, John Jones, could only survive by working in a pawn shop, while his bassist, Rod Ray, worked as a chef. His saxophonist, Charlie Warren, was a part-time construction worker, while Gib Hochstrasser, his drummer, had a band all his own. 28. By 1975, Grover Washington, Jr., was well on his way to a chart-topping career, exemplifying his signature tune, Mr. Magic, yet that lofty perch did not protect him from the casual indignities that routinely beset musicians like him. "We have to stay at the cheapest hotel close to the club," he complained of his rigorous travel schedule. "As soon as you say you're a musician at some motels, they immediately cancel you. They think you're going to be shooting drugs in your room, having 4 ladies in there, having a wild orgy, and otherwise trashing the room." Instead, he contended, musicians would practice their art, talk music, write music, listen to music. 29. By 1975, McCoy Tyner seemed to be en route to the stardom that ultimately claimed him. Yet he found it hard to forget the difficult days when he earned a few bucks giving stranded pedestrians rides during a subway strike in New York City. 30. That same year, Stanley Turrentine was residing in Tyner's Philadelphia and recalled how he was barely making it. "Then one day his wife went shopping with my gig money and came back loaded with packages, and an envelope was in her mouth. In it was an application for work at the post office. I was so hurt," said the startled musician, "tears ran out of my eyes." 31. Also on the scene was Exhibit A in Terry's Hall of Infamy, Irving Mills. Irving Mills' music was a thriving enterprise still in the 1970s, and it was then that Paul Mills, general manager of the company, told Earl Hines, the pianist, that we acquired the HiQ catalog, and I would say that we are honored to be able to add your illustrious name to our roster of great artists. 32 It was difficult to shed copious tears for Fata Hines, however. In 1978 Stanley Dance, who operated as both critic and agent, a La Leonard Feather, said that last year you paid me $5,700 on engagements I negotiated amounting to $150, and now he was demanding 5% on all bookings made through agents and 10% on all those we get ourselves, including recording dates. 33 Like Ellington, Hines too was invited into the inner sanctums of power. In 1967, President Johnson and his voluble spouse, Lady Bird, invited Mr. and Mrs. Hines to lunch. 34 By 1976, President Gerald Ford hailed Hines for the superb musical program he provided for the head of state of France. 35 By early 1980, Hines was a member of Artists and Athletes for Carter Mondale, the Democratic Party presidential ticket, subjected to a crushing defeat that same year. 36 However, Hines may unwittingly have given propulsion to the forces that triumphed in 1980. Earlier, he had agreed to perform in the land of apartheid, before accepting a hefty $9,000 in settlement for cancellation of the South African tour. 37 Monk Montgomery, unable to refuse the emoluments offered, chose to perform in apartheid South Africa and accepted the contractual proviso that he would play only with African artists before racially segregated audiences. 38 Hines also suffered the perils of popularity in the form of bootleg or illicitly manufactured recordings, for example, a performance featuring Coleman Hawkins on a label called Pumpkin, according to the pianist's delegate. Mr. Hines is concerned about this, it was said gravely by Hines' representative, because he has already been the victim of other bootleggers. 39 Like other musicians similarly situated, Hines had difficulty in maintaining his marriage, necessitating more income to pay alimony. By mid-1976, dissolution of his marriage was on the agenda. Despite his various lucrative income streams, his soon-to-be former spouse was cautioned about her demands, given the very shaky and unpredictable music business as it now exists and shaky financial position of Mr. Hines, as his representative put it. Like the classic hit by Little Johnny Taylor, the argument for all sides was that it was cheaper to keep her. Hines wishes to offer to reconcile with Mrs. Hines in that greater financial security can be obtained for the parties if a single household were maintained. Moreover, since she was considerably younger than Hines, there was more potential benefit of Mrs. Hines of being a widow rather than a divorcee. 40 As the parties stumbled toward reconciliation, Hines was not the only musician doing reasonably well financially. The Marsalis clan of New Orleans had attained a distinguished status musically. Yet interviewed in 2010, the patriarch, pianist Ellis Marsalis, was unembarrassed to admit that when I was growing up, I had a certain resentment for club owners and their exploitative ways. His son Branford had an early band, the Creators, which he said made more money than me, though he had a growing brood to support. 41 Branford Marsalis, saxophonist, composer, and bandleader, was born in 1960 and, consonant with his parents' consciousness, continues to carry the middle name Iweria, chosen by a friend of his father from Kenya when that nation was mired in what was called the Mau Mau Rebellion. His impressions of his hometown are congruent with national trends in that a lot of the musicians in New Orleans were thugs and tough guys, cutthroats in some. There was a tradition of that in New Orleans and it's carried over, he said, harking back to the turn of the 20th century. So that the idea of musicians being effeminate, he said quizzically, that wasn't part of my experience growing up. Confirming his father's memory, he concurs that as a teenager we got paid well for performing. We got paid more than my father did. He was making $40, $50 a night. We were out there playing other people's tunes and were making $100, $125 a night playing nightclubs, fraternities, dances, proms, weddings. Ultimately, Terence Blanchard, trumpeter, composer, and educator born in 1962, played in the band. Wynton, his younger brother, also was in the band. perhaps driving him further into the clutches of performing were desiccating experiences in school. Mrs. Dewey, my fourth-grade teacher, she loved reading Mark Twain, but she didn't like black people, so she would always have me read the pages with the word nigger on it in a class full of white people. This happened constantly, and it was a drag. His father reminded him that the buses you ride on every day to public school, I used to have to sit behind a cage that said colored only, reinforcing the perception of perpetual bigotry. Outraged, his mother went to the school and cursed Miss Sick Dewey out, a woman who really resented having to teach black kids. 42. Marsalis's younger brother, Delfio, trombonist and educator born in 1965, also experienced a Jim Crow New Orleans. When his older brother, Winton, was in school there, they gave him a stuffed monkey for Christmas, says the younger brother. 43. Fortunately, teaching and the institutionalization of jazz studies at leading universities such as Princeton, Columbia, UCLA, and elsewhere arrived not a moment too soon, Hines' success notwithstanding. For by 1971 the American Federation of Musicians declared that high echelon, studio work dropped 30 to 40% in the United States during the past year. The 300,000-member union blamed runaway production, that is, recording overseas under cheaper wage scales. 44. By 1980, CBS Records conducted analyses of net billings, talent expense, recoupment, and roster turnover for jazz acts on the Columbia and Epic rosters and found that in 1979 there were 39 artists signed, 25 by 1980, and 22 projected by 1981.45. The jazz roster as of July 1980 included what were called A artists, meaning Weather Report, featuring Zay Winnell and former Miles Davis accompanist Wayne Shorter, and Herbie Hancock, also a Davis alumnus, along with B artists including bassist Stanley Clarke and trumpeter Freddie Hubbard, and C artists including saxophonist Arthur Blythe. 46. If a heavyweight musician like Blythe was bringing up the rear, this was an indication of the parched climate endured by others. Thus, jazz artists' drop/potential drops as of July 1980 included luminaries like Billy Cobham, Stan Getz, Bobby Hutcherson, Cedar Walton, and Lonnie Liston Smith. Those slated for potential axing the next year were Eric Gale, the Heath Brothers, and Freddie Hubbard. 47. Despite this purge, CBS knew that in the first 6 months of 1980, the jazz repertoire had net billing of $8.5 million, contributing about a fifth of pre-tax profits overall. The month of June, it was said proudly, proved highly successful mainly due to releases by Bob James, Al Di Meola, and the continued success of Stanley Clarke and Herbie Hancock. Jazz profits were 17.2% of total pre-tax profits. 48. Thus, George Russell was not being idiosyncratic when he said in 2004, "I have nothing to say about American recording companies, at least nothing good to say." 49. Coincidentally, as CBS was surging from strength to strength, competitors were suffering. This was particularly the case for those who had emerged from the halcyon days of the anti-Jim Crow movement but by the 1970s were falling victim to the counter-revolution. Such was the case for Stax Records of Memphis, an unheralded fountainhead of black music. By 1973, it was ensnarled in a grand jury investigation of what was termed underworld influence in the record industry. 50. Like its counterparts in the mainstream, Stax also sought to construct cinematic portraits of gangsters, except that black mobsters were not viewed benignly, and thus their attempt to make a movie about Frank Skinner was unsuccessful. He was a burly bar owner of Brooklyn, Illinois, a town that had been run by hoodlums, but then was transformed as he became police chief and chased the thugs out of town. 51. Earlier Stax had signed with CBS to distribute its records, and then charged that the larger firm was seeking to destroy the smaller, meaning Stax. 52. By then, though relatively small, Stax was considered the fifth largest black-owned business in the nation, just behind Detroit's Motown. 53. Which was also facing pressures it would be unable to escape. By late 1975, Al Bell of Stax, an African-American pioneer entrepreneur, was indicted. 54. By 1976 Stax was defunct. It had been founded in 1959 on the cusp of the rising anti-Jim Crow movement, then fell as this movement was receding. 55 Though it represented the interracialism that purportedly was the beau ideal of the Republic, co-founder Jim Stewart was Euro-American, the fact remained that its roster of musicians, not to mention central executives, were black, and Stax had been located in a heavily African-American neighborhood besides, marking it ineffably in racial terms. 56. Curiously, it was Stewart who made the explosive allegation that CBS sought to destroy Stax after his half of the company had been purchased by Bell in 1972, which occurred after the deal with CBS had been consummated. 57 By mid-1976, as Bell stood trial on charges of bank fraud, details emerged of a plot involving getting all the niggers out of Stax, especially the head nigger, Al Bell. This charge was made by a consultant to United Planters National Bank, which Bell was accused of defrauding. 58 Bell was acquitted but his company did not survive. 59 His competitor, Detroit's Motown, also did not survive, at least not in the form initiated by founder Berry Gordy. One analyst contended that Motown itself had developed its own mob connections that protected the label, and a critic maintained that if you're holding a Motown label pressed since 1966, you're looking at a mafia product from start to finish. Motown executive Michael Roshkind, who happened to be Jewish, was seen as the key man in the setup. 60. Interestingly, the insanely wealthy singer Barry Manilow hailed the success of record executive Clive Davis in 1986 with Whitney Houston, Aretha Franklin and Dionne Warwick, "You've become the Jewish Berry Gordy. Congratulations." 61. As artists and companies alike were being squeezed by increasingly monopolized record labels, the outlet overseas that had proven to be so bountiful over the decades was coming under pressure. With the retreat of settler colonialism in southern Africa, musicians headed there too, with Darius Brubeck, son of the fabled pianist, starting a department of the music at the University of Natal in South Africa. 62 Though the simultaneous retreat of the socialist camp thwarted the ability of the African National Congress South African Communist Party government to make as much progress as had been envisioned, contributing to tensions nationwide. 63. It was true that a number of artists continued to see Denmark as a kind of oasis, with Stuff Smith, Ben Webster, Oscar Pettiford, and even Mercer Ellington either permanent or partial residents there. Billy Moore, pianist and arranger, born in West Virginia in 1917, died in Copenhagen in 1989. 64. Also departing for Scandinavia was George Russell, composer, born in 1923, and one of the premier theoreticians of the music. 65 Though defined as black, his mother, he said, was of German ancestry, she was nearly white. Like many, he was disgusted with what was antiseptically termed race relations in the United States, recalling the story of Fitz, a white fellow, played bass who was beaten into a bloody pulp at the behest of white detectives, because he was white, playing with a black in Russell's native Cincinnati. The victim insisted all along, "I'm black," but his ancestral cry was unheard. "The city became ugly to me," said Russell. "I hated it then. I really couldn't stand it." In Chicago back then, you'd be walking down the street and notice two guys in a car, wearing hats, and they'd be slowly behind you. They'd pull up in front of you and ask, "What's your nationality?" "I was always Spanish and Irish," he countered. Disillusioned, he wound up in Sweden and became a devotee of George Gurdjieff, a mystical philosopher and spiritualist. By the 1970s, he found definitely an anti-American feeling over there, speaking of his new home, especially about the Vietnam War. "So I decided to come back," for just before expiring in 2009, he had become a fan of George W. Bush, praising him for the invasion of Iraq. 66. Kenny Drew, the smooth-sounding pianist who died in 1993 at the age of 64, was, in 1989, said a comrade, celebrating his 25th anniversary in Denmark. "He came in 64, but the Danish tax people are after him since things ain't what they used to be in old Denmark." Times are tough in Denmark these days. 67 When Curtis Fuller, trombonist, was arrested on drug charges upon arrival in Japan, even this purported refuge was questioned. 68 Simultaneously, Mingus's widow was carping about receiving royalties due from Mexico, a persistent problem globally. 69 Earlier, Jim Stewart of Stax Records exclaimed that you can make more money writing songs than you can performing. 70 But the maltreatment of those like Mingus challenged this truism. In fact, in the 1970s the American Guild of Authors and Composers reported morosely that unless we wish to see AGAC become moribund and die of senescence, we simply must get the writers of today's music on our rolls. Detected by AGAC were real inequities in both BMI and ASCAP, which did maintain writers of today on their rolls and acknowledged the reality that major writers didn't need the functions that we presently offer. 71 For its part, ASCAP dragged CBS into court in an attempt to protect the rights of composers and managed to snare conservative lawyer Robert Bork as counsel. 72 Gunther Schuller, horn man, composer, and author, who, despite his attainments, admitted to being a high school dropout, was also irate about the structural inequities of the music business. He denounced Marvin Hamlisch for exploiting the music of Scott Joplin for the award-winning and immensely profitable Hollywood movie The Sting. In fact, said Schuller, the maple leaf rag of Scott Joplin came to be called The Sting by Hamlisch. Schuller was mad as hell, and no doubt, so were Joplin's heirs. Schuller was even more furious about the ransacking of Joplin's arrangements, more so than the plundering of his music. 73 Benny Golson was also upset with routine practices in the business that reeked of illicitness. He recalled when the overworked Oliver Nelson died in 1975, which led him to assert that the studio for which he was working was disloyal, that is, you write the scores, you turn it in and they copy it and the musicians have their individual parts. This guy had been there 25 years. He had to go to the hospital for an operation. That was the end of his job. I couldn't believe it. I just couldn't believe it, he said, still stupefied decades later. At the time, he confronted a bigwig and ranted accusingly, "They killed my friend Oliver Nelson. You're staying up late at night and drinking, trying to get the music out," blankly looking at the empty page, and then the beleaguered composer went home one night and he was so tired he couldn't even drive his car. Then he crawled into the bathtub and never got out. 74 Nelson famously composed the blues and the abstract truth, but the concrete truth was that his life symbolized the still continuing travails of black artists. Stewart's implicit downgrading of performance continued to be reflected in the praxis of the Lionel Hampton Band. In 1989, the GOP crony was charged with unfair labor practices by the National Labor Relations Board in that improved wages and working conditions were conditioned upon performers' refusal to participate in union activity. 75 According to the union, Hampton offered so little money for a trip to Japan that the musicians would have lost money by working, and, in cruel retaliation for their objection, he was offering to pay the replacements or scabs more than he was willing to pay his regular musicians. 76 It was also in 1989 that members of his band went on strike, refusing to board a flight for a 2-week tour of Europe in objection to being paid $100 per performance. 77 On the other hand, staunch defenders of the roly-poly band leader could argue that his purported good deeds, such as building a housing project in Harlem, justified, if not rationalized, his misdeeds in the sphere of labor. 78 Hampton apparently agreed with this analysis, since in 1985 he was contemplating a race to become president of the New York City Council. 79 Hampton and his spouse were pictured as being close to Governor Nelson Rockefeller, and fawning press coverage stressed his devotion to Bible and Christian Science lessons. 80 In 1984, the Hamptons were raising campaign funds for the presidential ticket of Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush. 81 Evidently they had money to spare. A journalist portrayed him as a real estate tycoon with numerous holdings in the United States and Europe. 82 Yet Hampton's wealth was built on the backs of musicians often fiendishly exploited. It would have been well if the orchestra had added to its vast repertoire, work song, the tune by trumpeter Nata Durley, born in 1931, who said it was inspired from remembering when I was a little boy, watching the guys on the chain gang who were paving what is now Pensacola Street in his Florida hometown. 83 I don't believe that money will bring happiness, said Sonny Rollins, saxophonist. In fact, the contrary may be true. He was referring to his recording contract at Milestone, which brought him artistic control, whereas, he said, if I went off with some of these bigger guys, sleazy characters, he might be paid more in the short term but suffer overall. Rationalizing, he said, I may be better off without a bigger audience. 84 Perhaps so. But Hampton's band sacrificed both pay and artistic control and suffered doubly. Predictably, a scandal erupted when it was alleged that Hampton deployed political influence to get lucrative rent subsidies, casting a shadow over the alleged philanthropy of his Harlem housing project. 85. Rollins was in a uniquely advantageous position but still suffered financially. By 1992, his spouse and manager complained that we don't want to do any recording for Polygram, particularly with this money, since we have been underpaid. Yet, like Rollins himself, she insisted we have many weird things we want, money strangely is not the most important. 86 This was easier for Rollins and his spouse to say because of his demonstrated popularity. Earlier, Lucille Rollins was stunned by the turnout for an Evanston concert, 2,400 per show. Sonny sold out 3 nights, audience is all young, sit on the floor, this has become the norm. In Boston his combo packed 5 nights, almost without exception. 18 to 25-year-old audience, part of a string of 10 sold-out college concerts. Last year there was a sold-out 2 days in advance Carnegie Hall concert and the audience there was also young. Typically, she was remonstrating the inadequate marketing prowess of executives at his record company who did not seem to be aware of where the artist's career is going and where his audience is. 87. Rollins chose to retain a newspaper clipping from that time which argued that jazz is the savior of the music business and was so fecund that it could choke on its excesses in light of the proliferation of genres, crossover pop/jazz, pure modern jazz, avant-garde jazz and vintage, nostalgia jazz. Indeed, said this writer, there had been an expansion of the jazz market which began in 1969 with Miles Davis' free and open rock-tinged, Bitches Brew. 88. Also attaining a modicum of wealth was George Benson, guitarist and vocalist, born in 1943. His upbringing in Pittsburgh was typical, involving incidents of police harassment of his grandmother, because, he said, my uncle was bootlegging liquor out from the basement of a hotel to their customers in the rooms. He used to pay the police to stay off his back, to no avail. They put her in jail, since she was a perceived Confederate. She got sick and she died. Simultaneously, gangs began to form in his hometown. You either belonged to this gang or that gang, and, speaking elliptically, Benson said, I belonged to a little club. It wasn't big time, referring to the Junior Cavaliers. It was trouble all around nonetheless. What broke it up was one of my cousins was killed. They had a gang fight and he was stabbed, and that changed our whole lives. It ended the gangs for us for all time. I had been getting in all kind of trouble. I went to a reform school for 6 weeks. But he found this life difficult to elude, recalling that I got into a gang fight and got shot and the police came with their guns. Pow, pow. We're running everywhere. They shot one of my friends in his ankle, in an episode that was like the movies. Benson escaped with a gash on my forehead. If you look real hard, he said in 2011, after accumulating fame and fortune, you'll see the indentation or the skin ruffled. The gunshot flipped me over because that's what .38s do, I found out later, referring to the pistol caliber. So I went to reform school where the chastened youth wound up. There a Euro-American man lifted me out of that chair with a slap. There was blood everywhere. The whole 6 weeks I was there taught me a lot about life. I'll never forget. Every day we fought. Somebody was going to make you fight him. So I got used to it, a never-ending battle that prepared him for the tribulations and privations of the music industry. You made sure you got the first lick in, a life lesson. All we did every day was fight. He was only 14 and turned 15 in jail, and when he departed I got a fight the first day. After that my cousin and I started a singing group. It changed my whole life. I learned everything you could know about doo-wop groups, then migrated to the guitar. As when incarcerated, in music, too, Benson said, first I made enemies and then I turned them into friends. This method was tested in one of his early engagements in Ottawa and Montreal. It was volatile. They had gangsters up there who used to charge 10% to protect you. Unmoved, one of Benson's comrades put his gun on the table. He said, "Protect me from what, man?" The racketeer responded, recalled Benson, by replying, "I guess we better get the hell out of here." "I remember that very well," said Benson of this further life lesson. Benson's roughhousing unfortunately invaded the domestic sphere, as he spoke freely of the rumble I had with my wife. We'd only been married 11 months, but, he confessed, I didn't hurt her but I roughed her up pretty good. He was then only 19. Then, he accompanied drummer Joe Dukes, born in 1937, and we fought over women all the time. He would come by my room, bang on my door in the middle of the night, boom, 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 and he'd call me a name. Similar disputes arose with organist Jack McDuff, born in 1926, he'd grab the microphone and cuss me out on the bandstand. Then one day Benson threatened to beat everybody up and bandmates began taking out their switchblades, but the good news was they finally got off my back. Finally, Benson was able to escape this rough and tumble and attain a kind of stardom as a singer and instrumentalist, especially with his album Breezin' and the hit This Masquerade. 89 music mogul Clive Davis once told Aretha Franklin, "As you know, big hit songs aren't easy to come by," 90, and Benson would have concurred. Mingus's former business partner, Max Roach, continued to encounter hurdles as well. In 1995, he was complaining that in New York City there are literally about 4 places that you can work. Only one of them pays enough money for you to get over with, so you better stay on the road. Almost wistfully, he remarked, segregation was a different ball game. During the period of the big bands you worked 365 days a year doing one-nighters, while the black communities all over the country are not independent, whereas during segregation we had entrepreneurs with people owning stores. Almost tauntingly, he added, "For me my inspiration comes from being right here, that's why I never went to Europe." 91. More than a shadow was cast over the legacy of Morris Levy when in 1988 he was sentenced to 10 years in prison and fined $200,000 after conviction for conspiracy to extort in purchasing of what was described as cutouts or discontinued recordings. 92. Passing away in 2006 was Bob Weinstock of Prestige Records. 93. Though not perishing with him was the malevolent tendency of dangling addictive drugs before hungry musicians in order to ensnare them in adhesion contracts to record. Adding to the Hall of Infamy was the expiring of Joe Glazer. When he died, appropriately the chief mob mouthpiece, Sidney Korshak, assumed control over the deceased's associated booking company, ABC, and was listed as the executor of his will, which doled out millions. 94. I direct my dear friend, Sidney R. Korshak, to make all arrangements for my funeral and burial, said Glazer's will. Even the coffin shall be selected by Sidney R. Korshak. Making it plain, Glazer mandated that my intent is that Korshak shall assist in the administration, management, and conduct of this business, meaning ABC. 95. According to one account, Glazer's prime client, Louis Armstrong, unburdened himself of the myriad resentments he had harbored over the years concerning the man he once had praised. "I don't doubt," said Wine, "that his feelings of resentment, which had many years to accrue, were sincere." 96. Roach, who later in life performed with his daughter, remained, in his words, a strong advocate of the era Equal Rights Amendment, changing the U.S. Constitution to guarantee gender equality. It relates in some ways to black people's struggle here and abroad, he said. Thus, he chose to support it vigorously. Why hadn't there been more women in the music, he was asked. They haven't had an opportunity, thus, we were going into nightclubs at 14 and 15 years old, he said of himself and his male colleagues. It's not customary to let a girl out to do these things. 97 Max and Maxine Roach grabbed headlines for their stellar performances with the Uptown String Quartet, which he saw as an antidote of sorts. The music itself has become so macho, he proclaimed in 1993. The audiences were male everywhere we went in the world, which USQ helped to change. When the record company asked for play on the classical stations, even though we were dealing with a string quartet, the classical jocks wouldn't play it because if Max Roach's name is connected with it, then it's jazz. With this new quartet, women began to come to the concert hall in droves, as the face of the audience changed. 98. Thus, as one door closed, others opened. Such was the perception when Dexter Gordon took time from gigging in Copenhagen to act in a critically acclaimed movie directed by French cineast Bertrand Tavernier. Think of the movie as music, was the message to a saxophonist come actor. Some moments have to be fast and loud, some quiet and economical. 99 Round Midnight, the story of a gifted musician with a substance abuse problem who leaves Manhattan behind and relocates to Paris, was in many ways not only autobiographical but a synecdoche for generations of musicians past. Chan Parker, widow of Charlie Parker, was moved to write what she called a fan letter. Dear Dex, I saw the film in New York at a private screening and my daughter and I went to see it in Paris the other day. We both cried, confessing, you have two groupies. The daughter, an offspring of saxophonist Phil Woods, conceded even though as a child, when people would ask me, even in front of my dad, who my favorite sax player was, I would say Dex. Now you're my favorite movie star. 100. Across the globe, Willis Conover was still racking up kudos for his broadcasts on Voice of America. By January 1990, Nigeria was far ahead of Poland by a factor of 4 in sending fan mail to him. Bringing up the rear were Hungary and the Soviet Union. 101 This had become a consistent pattern. 102 In 1986, for example, the mail count showed Nigeria still ahead of second place Poland. 103 By 1982, Conover had conducted 10,000 programs and showed no indication of slowing down. 104 By March 1991, his career was capped when Nobel laureate Lech Walesa, the hero of anti-communist Poland, invited him to dinner at the Polish embassy in Washington, where the chief envoy gushed, "In my country, you are a legend," which was not far wrong. 105 By 2012, Branford Marsalis was lamenting Cold War foolishness, but at that juncture, this phenomenon, however defined, had accomplished its goals. 106. Expert practitioners of the music were deemed to be legends in Japan, despite hiccups like Fuller's detention on drug charges. Speaking of the archipelago, Art Blakey asserted that his visit there was the first time that I experienced real freedom. We've played a lot of countries but never has the whole band been in tears when we left. My wife cried all the way to Hawaii. 107 Looking back on an illustrious career, Benny Golson in 2009 continued to rhapsodize about his euphoric reception in the archipelago. We were their heroes, he said simply. This had a downside in that this hero worship meant they were illegally recorded during live performances, with the release of discs driving down the value of their legitimate music in the marketplace. Still, Golson admitted that Japan was one of my favorite places. But Golson also appreciated Germany, where he resided for a while, not least because his daughter honed her linguistic skills. Already she spoke a little Japanese, and during their European tenure she wound up speaking German, French, and Spanish. I love it, he said of Germany, we love it there. 108 This linguistic skill was an often unrecognized byproduct of the life of the peripatetic musician. Eric Gravitt, a drummer born in 1947, who performed alongside McCoy Tyner and with Weather Report, was once espied reading Chinese letters and diaries 109. Understandably, given his long tenure in Quebec, Oscar Peterson spoke excellent French, while pianist Dwight Mitchell and his partner, Willie Ruff, horn man and bassist, both studied Russian. The source of this information, Leonard Feather, could chat amiably in French and German. 110. By 1975, trumpeter Don Cherry was residing in Sweden and spent time hitchhiking throughout the continent, not just picking up snatches of lingo along the way but absorbing a different way of living. He noticed that common market nations, speaking of the western sector of the continent, were more possessive of their time and things, while due east, everyone picks you up because they realize that everybody's trying to help each other. 111. By 2012, Branford Marsalis was co-signing the perception, articulated for decades, that the music he helped to popularize received a warmer reception in Europe. He referred to London's BBC and commented, "It's funny, they do stuff on American culture better than us," speaking of his homeland. 112. By August 1981, Yusef Lateef was teaching in Nigeria. Earlier, he had stopped playing at venues that sold alcohol, which restricted his opportunities tremendously in the United States. Still, he concluded, "I'd rather teach than to work in that type of environment anymore. I pray that I never have to do that again," referring to performing at these smoke cellars. He remained in West Africa until 1985, and it is evident that his experience there, bracketed by his ordeals at home, proved to be trenchantly inspiring. His sprawling African-American epic suite confronted slavery and the Middle Passage. While in Nigeria, he also did research into the Fulani tribe, deepening his knowledge and overall awareness of history. His fondness for Africa notwithstanding, Lateef echoed the view that has ricocheted through the decades and continues to push expert artists overseas, "The masses of people," he says, "who appreciate African-American music may be in Europe. There are over 300 festivals in Europe every year. I don't think we have that many here," he said of his homeland. There was further reason for Lateef to sour on the land of his birth. "My older son," he lamented, "is a disabled veteran from the Vietnam War." 113. Randy Weston, pianist and composer, also moved to Africa, Morocco in his case, with a similar positive experience. 114. Branford Marsalis contends that the glory days for the music that made him famous were the 30s, 40s, and 50s, with a decline in succeeding decades with the death of Coltrane and Miles Davis moving away from his earlier styles. 115. Dave Liebman sees the image of the long-distance runner and the idea of the artist as a long-distance runner as being coterminous. "The race," he says, "going against the all, break away from the wall of pain brought by the indignity of performing at disrespecting venues and exhausting rounds of practice." The idea of the marathon runner seized his imagination when contemplating the working musician. 116. The philosopher Theodore Adorno has been cited for the proposition that no artist is able to overcome, through his own individual resources, the contradiction of enchained art within an enchained society. The most which we can hope to accomplish is the contradiction of such a society through emancipated art, and even in this attempt he might well be the victim of despair. "True art," said the Russian revolutionary, Leon Trotsky, "was inherently revolutionary." 117. Ahmet Ertegun was no revolutionary, but even he was emboldened by the freeing of Nelson Mandela in February 1990. Later that year he signed an anti-apartheid chain letter and instructed a subordinate to find 10 other colleagues to do the same. 118. By way of contrast, in 1993 Lionel Hampton served as honorary chair of the inauguration of incoming Mayor Rudy Giuliani, in New York City, who prevailed in an intense race-baiting campaign against the vanquished David Dinkins, Gotham's first black mayor. Hampton went above and beyond the call of duty by praising the victor lavishly. 119. Also reflective of forbidding times was the fact that by 1997, music mogul Clive Davis felt compelled to rebuke a trade publication, instructing that he and his colleagues strongly protest what is clearly a personal crusade against the genre of rap albums. "The bias is much too blatant." 120. From bebop to hip-hop, musical forms devised by African Americans faced a steeply uphill climb in the land of their birth. The livelihoods of Hollywood musicians have long been under siege, as the City of Angels is losing a significant number of scoring jobs to Britain, and since movies provide a more stable source of income than television, this is no minor matter. 121 There has also been a decline of jazz clubs in Washington, D.C. The Bohemian Caverns on U Street closed in 2016. The Black Fox Lounge, Cafe Nema, Utopia, and HR 57 all have disappeared, as has Capitol Bop's DC Jazz Loft. The Howard Theater near the university of the same name has dropped most of its jazz programming, as has the Atlas Performing Center. On the other hand, now featuring the music are, among others, the Basement Bar at the Graham Hotel in Georgetown, Alice's Jazz and Cultural Society in Brookland, Blues Alley, Twins Jazz and the Kennedy Center. There are many others too, including Brixton, Epicure, Milk Boy, Arthur's, and Mr. Henry's Sato. 122. Washington had attracted one of the largest populations of Ethiopian descent in the nation, and in 2016 Getachew Mikuria, the Ethiopian saxophonist and jazz performer with global reach, passed away at the age of 81. 123 But not dying with him was the music he popularized. During the summer of 2018, Quincy Jones's six-decade career as a musician, composer, arranger, conductor, executive, magazine founder, entrepreneur, humanitarian, and producer was celebrated, with special attention accorded his 79 Grammy nominations, winning 27 Grammys. The celebration took place at the Umbria Jazz Festival in Italy, marking its 45th anniversary as one of the most popular events of its type globally. Picturesque Perugia, the heart of Umbria, sits on a hilltop and is festooned with cobblestone streets, and the main activity occurred on the piazza in the midst of a historic museum and churches surrounded by cafes serving delicious food, not to mention gelato shops, stores with local crafts and street musicians, dancers, and puppeteers. Jones's special guests and friends appeared, including Brazilians, Cubans, and Italians like Paolo Fresu, a foremost trumpeter, who performed. The assembled orchestra played some of Jones's compositions from his various TV scores. His reminiscences included revealing that Errol Garner gave him the composition Misty at the airport in Paris in 1958, and he then promptly gave it to vocalist Sarah Vaughan to perform. He also spoke about his involvement with Dr. King and later, Nelson Mandela. 124. It was not just senior citizens like Jones who were basking in success. By 2019 the saxophonist, widely viewed as the brightest star in the music's firmament, Kamasi Washington, born in 1981, was receiving rave reviews after performing in London. He and his band, said a seemingly astonished viewer, did not play in a subterranean club but, instead, to 5,000 people of both sexes, various races, and many ages. 125 Despite claims that the music was dead or dying, Washington's ascension tended to belie these age-old nostrums. The music had come a long way since its beginnings in the late 19th century. However, the overall climate in the United States in the early 21st century, a surging white supremacy, an unleashed capitalist class, a weakened labor movement indicated that despite victories, the path ahead would continue to be rocky indeed.